Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, all 8 of you that are watching right now, how's it going, people? Are we good? So, before I put on my face cam, I should warn you in advance. I called Dumpy about this the other day. I'm like, dude, how the fuck am I gonna go live? I had a pretty bad fucking cold sore on the bottom of my face. And I'm like, dude, there's no shot I'm going live with this thing. So I bought some concealer, tried to put it on. It didn't really work that well, but just gonna address that in advance because probably gonna come up later. Probably gonna come up later. So how's it going, people? How's it going, everybody? Are we all good? Is everybody good? I hope we're doing good. You woke up with murderous intent. That's good, man. $20 Canadian from Godspeed. Glad you're finally black-pilled on commentary. Losers, stay based. As always, man. Thank you. I'm hungover. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. So, yeah. Move them. Move the mic down a little bit. All right. Is this good? I think we're good right here. I think this is pretty good, right? Why not wear a mask? That's a great idea, man. That's a great idea. Leafy clone. True. So, we have an interview with Cameron, F305 today. I came, like, completely unprepared, because I don't like preparing for anything. I don't take this seriously at all, and I probably should, because a man's life hangs in the balance. Somebody fucking sent me this screenshot, and I can't find it. Hold on. I wonder if I saved it on my phone. Shit. Hold on. You look so elfish today. What does that mean? Just put a green cube on the bottom. Okay, wait. I gotta find it. See if I saved this screenshot on my phone. Apparently his accuser left some sort of comment. So I'm gonna okay, I saved it. Good, good. He's guilty. Don't care. Well, I spoke to Cameron off stream. And I didn't sleep when I did it, so I was probably very open to suggestion. But he sounded pretty reasonable to me when I spoke to him. He actually kind of came off as a bit likable. I don't like to admit that about people. He was a little bit likable. So I was kind of taken off guard because I came in with some pretty harsh assumptions about him. You're actually live. I am, man. I am. So hold on. He looks like a goblin. I can't tell who you're talking about. Is your lighting in the background different? It looks cool. No, it's just daytime. It's just daytime. Room so pink to it's red, but it's daytime, so the light's coming in. Hold on. Are you gonna do another stream later tonight? Probably not. I haven't slept, so I'm probably gonna go to bed as soon as the stream is done. But I'm not tired right now, so we're gonna be okay. Hold on. Where the fuck is it? Alright. It's bad, folks. It's bad. Alright. Salmon room. True. So true. I'll be chatting with @exiled Aiden about some I wish he didn't promote this because fuck! Wait, why did... No, I didn't mean... It disappeared. I wish he didn't announce this, because I came totally unprepared. But apparently, the girl said something in, like, a comment section, so I'm gonna check that out. Why is your sleep schedule all over the place? I have according to my doctor, I have some sort of circadian rhythmic disorder or something. Whatever that, apparently my sleep-wake cycle is, it's like delayed or it's like fucked. I don't remember. Like my internal clock is apparently like very fucked up. Fuck the salmon shirt. He's got the salmon room. True. I wish Cameron would link some actual evidence in his doc. Instead of repeatedly restating the same unproven trust me bro response that r/Osana put out. We still don't have any evidence of the contrary. Yet he continuously calls me a liar. Okay, this was my problem, because when he called me, he told me to look at his document. There was no, like, conclusive evidence in his document besides, I think, a video linking to, like, a statement of the girl where he asks her, like, did I sexually assault you or something? And she says no. But I've said for a variety of reasons why I'm skeptical when things like that happen, because you could have something... I don't care necessarily about, like, the labeling the victim puts on it. I care about what the victim states happened, and then I can assess what that is for myself. So, like, the objective facts of the matter, and then I can determine is the situation she's just described sexual assault or not. And the situation she seemed to have initially described seemed to be sexual assault. But let's look at this. I don't know if this is really her. It seems like it might be. We still don't have any evidence to the contrary, yet he continuously calls me a liar. Regardless, I never blackmailed Cameron, but his new girlfriend hates me and won't be with him if he claims to have had sex with me. He's backtracking for e-pussy and to clear his name before doing commentary, when he should have just ignored it all. Best response in a he said, she said is no response. And to clarify the picking her up, he picked me up by my thighs to try to sit me on my vulva on his... Try to sit my vulva on his face. This... What? To try to sit your what on his where? Hold on. One sec. I gotta fucking get a tissue, bro. I'm having fucking... Is my nose bleeding? No, it's not. Never mind. Never mind. I thought my nose was bleeding. Best response, and he said, she says, no response. And to clarify the picking her up, he picked me up by my thighs to try to set my vulva on his face. That was the instance of him picking me up. I should have said lifting, so he couldn't use the vague wording to his advantage. Also, I don't remember those conversations in the unreleased call, but I'm 75% sure they're spliced. I'm not 100% though. The picking up was not a hug, not under my shoulders, not in a car, not by the waist. It was by my thighs with the intention of sitting me on his face. It was an attempt at oral that I was not consenting to, so I kicked and hit him. An attempt. An unsuccessful attempt. Okay, what the scenario she's just described, whether she wants to call it sexual assault or not, which she's just described as like an attempted act of sexual assault, right? He has claimed that he picked her up in an act of hugging or something. Hold on, I'll just let him share his side, man. Let's just get him in here, bro. Let's just get Cam in here. Yo, what's up?
Yeah, I'm watching. Holy shit. There is not a single truthful statement in that comment. By the way, this is a very common behavior of her.
Well, yeah, just to clarify, the girl does have a history, I've been told, of being dishonest. So do you, just to be clear. Just be fair. Just be fair to everybody. Yep. So do you.
Totally.
And I think that's where I wanted to start us off, because I'm trying to be as charitable as possible here. What have you lied about?
Okay, so there were aspects of my interviews with Diesel where I wasn't honest with him, whether it be out of embarrassment, I couldn't trust him, or, you know, all of that. But, and of course, you know, the blackmail. But the main things I wasn't honest with him about is certain aspects of the relationship, or I guess the situationship, fling, and this girl's past behavior, because the past behavior part was mainly because of the blackmail and the certain aspects. I also wasn't honest with him about my relationship with Alex towards the end, because I was trying to make it seem buddy-buddy so that he wouldn't go and tell Alex that I was getting information on him and sending it to the police.
Okay. I'm less concerned because I'm less concerned about the Andre Dev stuff, because I'm not super knowledgeable on that one, and that seems like kind of dwarfed in comparison to what is being alleged like here. Just to clarify, because there's been mixed answers, the two of you did have sex, right?
Yes, we had a hookup.
Okay. Will you state, no vague wording, so the two of you had sex, yeah?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Good, because I don't want this to be twisted later. Not say I just gotta cover all loose ends here. Okay. And I'm assuming the reason you were kind of untruthful about that to begin with, um,
Embarrassment.
embarrassment, yeah. Did you think people would think you were like some sort of pedophile if you admitted you had sex with a 16-year-old at the age of 19?
No, and no reasonable, rational, honest person would.
They wouldn't, and they shouldn't. But did you think they would?
Well, there was a point where Diesel was framing it that way and was kind of like trying to, I guess, grill me into like submission or whatever the fuck, which it worked the opposite. It made me want to be less honest with him. Like he was trying to make me feel guilty, and like kept like he made like a claim which I found out isn't true, that it could have been a felony, which it isn't. In the state of Pennsylvania, age of consent is 16, and there's this federal law called Romeo Juliet.
Mhm.
So absolutely not, and no, no detective would ever pick that up because it's retarded. Can I say that here?
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't care. It's gonna sound,
Okay.
yeah, it's gonna sound bad out of context. I don't really particularly care about like the legality of anything. Um, so in regards to her claims here, what is like your version of events of when she was saying no, when she was claiming she was saying no to something? What do you think that was about?
Say again.
So the
First of all, can I say like something clear just for like the audience? I guess
yeah.
I want to be honest, and I want to apologize first and foremost. Uh, I understand that me being dishonest with Diesel can affect my credibility and will, and I own that. And I'm not saying I was mature, and I apologize for it. And I wish I was more honest, and I understand the way I twisted the blackmail into being more than it was. The blackmail itself was real, and what it was about was real. But I can understand how that was seen as emotional manipulation, and I highly regret it, and I wish I didn't do it.
Well,
And I fully own that, and I hope in the future to show that I'm not that immature anymore. That I can grow from that, and that I can be a credible content creator and make good content in the future.
mhm.
That's why
I'll,
I'm here.
yeah. Listen, I'm just gonna warn you in advance. My chat are a bunch of rabid animals, so I probably
Oh, no,
wouldn't.
I know.
I probably wouldn't be reading them.
I'm
But
not. It's closed for me, but I just wanted to say that just for viewers. I know how live stream chat is. I stream a lot myself. It's yeah. The very it's you know how it is.
okay. So I just wanted to also ask the blackmail specifically. What was she blackmailing you into doing?
Basically covering for her whatever was convenient for her.
Like what specifically? What did she have you do?
Mainly her past. She wanted me to ask Diesel, and he even showed this in his video, not to cover her or anything to do with us. And there was a part of me that like felt bad for her because she had stated it had to do with some sort of abuse, and I could relate and felt bad, and I was also trying to be nice there, but she was also holding something over my head at the same time. So it was like a weird mix of this like disdain and also kind of feeling bad.
Mm-hmm. So was any of the blackmail related to her getting you to confess to anything related to your like sexual interactions, or was it just purely her trying to get you to cover for her past actions unrelated
Cover
to
for her.
just to cover her? So none of the blackmail.
And there were some aspects of like certain details she wanted me to change and shit, like really weird nitpicky shit that was
Details about
from
her past drama.
that, and like the little fling we had. She like there was weird nitpicky things that she had. I would have to I don't know if I recorded it or if I still have it.
Why don't
but,
you record? Just okay. I only care about how she blackmailed you in relation to the two of you meeting up and having sex or whatever.
Right.
What did she specifically blackmail you in relation to like saying there?
Yeah, she was upset that I had, stated that she was very flirtatious with me at first, and like that. She kind, I feel like in hindsight, she kind of didn't want me to like, I guess, expose her little game. Like just details of how she was like kind of, you know, trying to, flirt with me and get to know me better, and how like we got close. Like there's a lot of those details she did not want me to state, and after I'd already stated them, she was upset with me and she wanted me to retract them.
Okay, so was any okay, so was all the blackmail just to get you to not say things, or were you blackmailed into saying anything?
I was blackmailed into changing like how the relationship worked.
In regards to retractions.
Retractions and then like I guess making up new details to fill in those blanks.
Okay, what new details did she have you make up?
Just to do with how we met up and to do with
Okay,
like
specifically.
I don't remember the specifics. So it's been a long time. I could probably find this the group chat and point them out. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
You said you were unprepared, and so am I.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
It's just been a while.
Yeah, no problem.
Look at here.
While we're
That's
waiting,
gonna be.
thank you, Mira, for the $10. AG4L, much appreciated. Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, AIDS gang.
True. So true.
Right. So there was stuff like she was saying that she wanted to stir the pot, which I actually do believe that. Hold on, let me scroll.
If it happened in a did it happen in a call or?
So there's this.
All right.
Ooh. This is when she was upset about me and claimed I lied about her, which I never did to Diesel at first, at least. When he reported the correct information, she tried to use this. This is ridiculous, and said it herself, says Diesel in response. Basically, her running this past Discord server, she wanted me to change the aspect of. She tried to change her. She wanted me to add details with her past, living situation with her mother, which I still don't know if it's true or not.
Wait. Okay.
So like,
here though, it sounds like the thing that she's using to blackmail you is
that's not. This isn't the blackmail screenshot. This is just an example of like right after the video dropped.
Okay, I have the recorded calls of you admitting to what you did to me. This isn't okay. Okay, how did you reply to that message, by the way?
I said, "What do you mean? What I did to you? I don't know. I don't have her account's deleted, but this is like
Wait,
her being her trying to like force me into like changing the story and shit."
Wait, so where are you looking at this right now?
This is a group chat between me, Diesel, her, and head editor.
Yes,
or head detective or whatever.
So in the group chat, how did you reply to this specific message?
Okay, let me scroll. Yeah, I said Diesel recorded. I recorded calls with him.
Can you send me a screenshot of that?
Yeah. So basically, while this group chat was happening, she had me in a call and was basically saying, "Don't refute this. Don't say this. Don't do this. Don't do this," in the background, and was essentially trying to, hold shit over my head. Of that little blackmail situation. So a lot of what I say in here isn't really much. There's not much I really did say in this group chat.
Okay. So I believe you that you can't get the DMs because this is like a screenshot of another DM conversation within the group chat. So I believe that's where you found it. But okay. All right. I guess so. What recordings is she referring to in particular?
I think that is where she is trying to hold the hugging call against me. I believe. I assume.
So when you say hugging, that's where I actually wanted to go to. Can you explain that situation, the hugging situation? Take us through
Totally. And this isn't just this isn't just a he said, she said. It's a she said as well. You know, she also confirmed this. It's in my document. There's a recording of it.
What did she admit? What did she? I listened to a recording where she said you didn't sexually assault her, but did she ever go through the specifics of?
Yeah, I got you right here. I believe you've watched this on stream.
Hold on. I'm just gonna listen to this real quick. 23 seconds.
I didn't know you didn't like being picked up. I put you down. It's not sexual.
I had like a Spurg freak out, and they're acting like I had a rational response.
And that it had nothing to do with sex, and I did something that made you uncomfortable. That's accurate, and it's okay.
Oh, found it.
So do you have the Did you release the uncut call here, by the way?
Yeah, in a longer video, there was a more in-depth call. There is no splicing here, okay? You can, any audio people listening, go ahead and take a look.
It is cut up. Well, we're
besides,
some
like, the 2 calls.
Yeah, it's not like you called her and this was
what context? What context would you like?
Okay, well, so what I'm thinking of, right, just to throw it out there, you could have followed this up the whole time, her describing, I'm not saying you did this, but this call could have been her describing everything exactly how she's described it in the comment, but then you kind of saying, oh, well, that doesn't relate to sex, well, that doesn't relate to sex, getting her to doubt her own story, and then followed up with that. So I'm saying, like, I would need to see what preceded that statement that then led her to make it, because it's just like a statement that kind of stands alone.
Right, from what I remember from that call, and I'll take a look and see if I can find it. She was, we were talking about being upset with people claiming that I raped her or assaulted her or something like that. And we were like upset because she was very back and forth, very BPD, very flip-floppy, where she was like, oh, sometimes she felt bad for falsely claiming I did some horrible shit to her, and then sometimes she was like fucking goblin mode and trying to like ruin my life. So in this instance, she was feeling bad and she's like, you didn't assault me, whatever, da da da. And then we were talking about the situation and I was like, I fucking picked you up. It's not sexual. So and I put you down.
But explain the picking up. Explain the picking up. Where were you? Just like tell a story here.
So we were in a parking lot, and you know we were coming out of a store. I picked her up because like I hugged her and I picked her up while hugging her, and she kind of like stopped, like, you know, she was kind of like nonverbal. She wasn't really. She started like, I guess, like moving around. And
wait, cut you off. When you say in a parking lot, were you standing in a parking lot or were you inside of a car?
Yeah, I was standing.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how
wait, yeah, no, wait.
Yeah.
No, I guess. Oh, I'm trying to think of.
I mean, I guess you could, but like she would have.
Okay.
Like,
sorry, just wanted to clarify. Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, so I kind of felt her like moving around, and I could at that point I kind of realized that she was uncomfortable, and she was like, "Stop!" So I put her down. And I was like, "Are you okay? What's wrong?" And she's like, explained to me that she had past trauma with being picked up, and I was like, "I'm so sorry, I didn't know that." And she said, "It's okay, Cam, you didn't know." Verbatim, her words, never forget it. And the reason I was in that call, that leaked call where I was like, we've been over this, that can be argued, is because every time she would try to convince me I'm a bad person, she would try to bring this up. And I was like, this wasn't, because I had, you know, brought up some past trauma, according to her, and I felt bad. Of course I felt bad about that. I didn't know that. You know, I was just like, anyone who's been like flirtatious with someone or in a fling like knows, like that's like regular thing. You like, you hug each other, you pick each other up, sometimes you smack each other's asses. Okay, this isn't out of this world. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, yeah. What she's claiming though is, and that's what I'm trying to ascertain, I guess, what happened here. But I guess my question here is, this statement is going to be kind of like useless to me unless we have the full call. So, are you like, have you released the full call anywhere?
I'm sure there's more of it out there that I did at one point release. I would have
not
to.
More. I don't want like little bits and pieces. Like, can you just release like the full call?
I mean, I can. Yeah. I'll find it.
Okay.
I won't do that right this second, but I mean, whatever you want. But yeah, the point is, multiple times, and that's what I'm really trying to drive home here.
Wait, what do you mean?
So
Sorry,
two
what do you
instances.
mean not the second? By the way, I just want to clarify. Like, can you not find it or something?
I mean, I don't know if you want me to do it right this second, or if like, because I mean, you wanted me to explain something, so I was.
How long is the call?
I don't know.
Do you have it?
I'm like, look. We're weaving here. We were on something else, but yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to. Sorry, I just don't want to like move on. Like, do you have the call or not? I just wanted to.
Let me check.
Yeah, no problem.
I know you didn't like being picked up. I'm pretty sure I do. But something to note, and this isn't bullshit.
You just have a pattern of because you did this with Diesel. Just to be clear, you did this with Diesel.
I know.
Where you're like, I'm gonna go back. I have these recordings. I have to go back and look for them, and then the recordings never.
Okay,
came.
found them.
You got the
found
call.
it. Yeah, I just gotta find the specific.
I don't want the specifics. I just want the full fucking call, so nothing's like out of context.
Well, I also don't want to make sure I'm not leaking like anyone's personal information.
Got it.
And a lot of this has to do with like a subreddit fucking drama.
What do you want me to say? I'm muted right now. It's a little bit awkward. I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Give me 2 seconds. There's a bunch of them, okay?
A bunch of calls. There's more than one now.
Well, there's a multitude of them. Some of them don't even have anything in them. There's just talks that I called just to stay safe afterwards, after she made these fucking allegations, because
Well, I'm looking for call 1 where this statement was made.
Yeah, I'm looking for that specifically.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess while you're looking for this,
Yeah.
I guess while you're looking for this, how did you pick her up? Like,
It was about our waist. Like, we were hugging.
you were hugging. Okay.
Yeah, so it's like, you hug someone, you kind of like pick them up. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh.
It was like that.
Got it. So, what are you doing right now?
I'm listening. I'm trying to find the right call. Well, half of these are literally just like being goofy and just like friends type shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I just want call one. That's I don't care.
I-
How many? Wait, how many calls?
They're not labeled
wait,
like that, unfortunately.
Wait, the two of you just being goofy. How many were you just like recording calls with her as like routine?
Yeah, after she made a like crazy allegation. Yeah.
Wait, so how many times did you guys call just like mess around with each other after she like essentially accused you of sexual assault?
Okay, and I understand that like first of all, I want to make it very clear. I highly regret continuing to like yeah, I guess be cordial with this individual after she said those things. However, there was a few like schools of thought. First of all, like we had, I guess, bonded over like the shit that was going on at that time,
With Yonder and
and
Gov.
yeah,
Yeah, but
and like there was no one else that really got that the
Yeah,
way
but
I did
would it-
and the way that she did, and that was all going on. And when she apologized to me, she like called me crying, saying I'm sorry.
wouldn't any like kind of like bond between the two of you like be totally like overshadowed by the fact she like essentially accused you of like borderline attempted rape?
You gotta understand that also at this time, like when I cut off the relationship is when she started sending it to people. When the allegation first like was like bubbling around, it was like on Reddit. It wasn't like big, and she was denying it publicly. She kept going back on it,
Well, that's
and
that,
this was
but
during that era.
just to clarify, like I know she's gone back on certain things, but just to clarify, like her going back on certain things is not like the be all end all for me because that's actually normal. Like if these things actually do happen, it's really not like
You also have to understand she has a like a massive history that I learned
of
about.
lying. I know, but so do you,
lying.
but you do as well. That's like the problem I have.
Not the history that she has.
But you
Nowhere
both,
near.
but you have a history of being dishonest in relation to this, right?
The Diesel, yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of like for me right now.
She's dishonest, point blank. Like she's just a pathological liar. That is who she is, through and through. Like you don't even have to like you can honestly ask Diesel. He will confirm it for you as well. She is a pathological liar through and through.
I guess, but right now I have two people who both have a history of lying here, so I'm trying to look for if somebody lied a little more than the other, like that's not really gonna like change a whole lot for me. You know what I mean?
I understand that. I'm just trying to make it extremely clear here that there's levels and there is no like comparison. I almost want to say like between me and her.
I mean, sure, the quantity of lies might be just greater with her, but
no, that's just like she is a pathological liar.
Yes, but in regards to like the trustworthiness in relation to this situation in particular, you've
Fair
lied,
enough.
You've lied repeatedly
Fair
in relation to this situation because you're personally tied to it, right? So it's kind of in regards to this situation, it's even for me right now. You know what I mean?
Fair enough. Fair
so
enough.
I guess yeah. What's the progress on the call?
Huh?
On the call? Have you found it yet?
Well, I mean, I can't. I'm a multi. I like when you ask me a question, I'm
Yeah.
pausing.
Oh yeah. No problem. No problem.
So.
I'm trying to draw a beach right now, guys, and it's not going well.
Let me see if I have the Adobe Premiere Pro file from all that time ago.
But if you have the Premiere file, what you can then do is I think you could go
find the original file.
Yeah, so go to linked media and then yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Yes, I still fucking have it. Let's go. I'm actually glad you said this now. Oh, they're so... actually, that's not that bad. Oh, this is gonna...
So we talk about why you asked Diesel to delete it. You asked Diesel to get rid of the Yandere portions of his video, right? In regards to your involvement with Yandere? Dev?
Okay. No. So, then forgive me if I'm like a little back and forth here.
Yeah.
Um, okay, there we go. So I out of embarrassment, and I regret doing this. I suggested if I could find the blackmail, if he would delete certain aspects of his videos, if he would like to. I wasn't trying to necessarily like pressure him or anything like that.
I know.
I want to make that.
I know you weren't, but it was the things that you wanted him to delete were in relation to your involvement with Alex or Yandere Dev, correct?
No, it was my relationship with, or I guess situationship with Jelly.
Got it. Got it.
Trying to.
He denied that any sexual encounter occurred and said he was blackmailed into saying it was. Yeah, you've admitted now that that wasn't true, right?
Yeah, that wasn't true. I was blackmailed, but wasn't to.
But
say that.
but the blackmail doesn't sound like you're blackmailed. The only things like it's the blackmail as you've described it sounds like you were blackmailed to refute certain things, not like make up new things.
Basically, I mean, it would refute things and make up new things to refute those things for.
Yeah, it was about saying certain things didn't happen, as opposed to saying you did something that you didn't do, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, got it. And I guess, what parking lot were you guys in? Why were you just like in a parking lot?
I think it was a Marshall's. She wanted to get something. She was like in a crafts and shit.
So you took her to go to an arts and crafts shop, and then you guys hugged in the parking lot?
Yeah.
Were you like saying goodbye?
No, she was just kind of thanking me for like taking her.
And then you hugged her, and then she started saying no and hitting you as you were hugging her?
I was genuine when I said it. I don't fucking remember her hitting me. She was just kind of like doing this like fucking autistic like squirm or whatever.
But she was trying to get away.
I could feel that she was uncomfortable, and immediately I was like, "Oh fuck!" And
Got it.
Put her down.
But she said, even you were still holding her or hugging her or whatever it was after she was saying no, and you didn't refute that in the call.
You also have to understand the way that call is framed entirely is extremely manipulative. So first of all, she conflates two different subjects while in conversation with me.
Was the call cut at all? It didn't sound cut or anything.
I don't believe it was. What I'm saying is what she was doing is she started with one topic, then moved on to another topic, then moved on to another topic to make it sound like they were all intertwined.
But she wasn't like explaining when she'd move on. She wasn't like how did you know what
Of course she wasn't.
Yeah, so how did you know what she was moving on to?
Because these are all things that we had gone over in the past. She was like I said earlier, when she was trying to make me like feel like a piece of shit, I guess, for I guess reigniting some past trauma that I didn't even know about. She would bring that up, and this felt like I assumed this was another one of those examples. So she brought up, "Oh, you've done something wrong, and this is that thing you've done wrong, you lifting me up." So I was like, "Yeah, we've been over this. I apologize." I was basically just trying to like move on and get it we've been over this. Like, I'm trying to de-escalate. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In that moment, throughout all that call, I'm trying to de-escalate. because this is someone who's like obviously kind of fucking like, I guess, scary to me because of
but
what I now know that they're capable of.
Dude, the problem is, like, I understand, like, de-escalation.
I'm not saying.
She doesn't sound worked up. She doesn't even sound like that worked up in the call. She sounds like she's like.
She's performing, dude.
I know, but
you have to understand this is an extremely manipulative person.
Like, what were you de-escalating? It didn't sound like her performance, even if she was performing,
well,
it didn't sound escalated. There didn't seem like there's anything there to
de-escalate. Every time she's brought this up after it was already like a settled situation, that's kind of like, okay, and like, come on, we've already been over this. Like, I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. Like what else do you want me to say? Is kind of like what I'm thinking.
So you felt bad about hugging her, and her reaction to that by your narrative. What was the other situation that she was conflating with this?
The kissing situation. So she tried to, and the way she had framed it in this call, and I even remember like thinking at the time, like, that's weird. But she'd like tried to change the aspect of the situation where what actually happened was she had a curfew in like 30 minutes. And we were like 5-10 minutes away from her home. And I just wanted to spend more time because we were having a good day. And, you know, that we were like hugging, we were hanging out, whatever. I asked for a kiss. She gave me the kiss. And apparently later on, she had told me that she was scared. She wanted to go home. She was afraid of missing curfew. And that was like a whole thing. And I just wanted to spend more time with her. And I was being a little pushy, I'll admit, not to get a kiss, but to spend more time with her. Very, very important.
Wait, well, because in the call, she says you were pushing her to kiss. Like, she outright says it, so it couldn't be conflated with something else.
Because
she outright says you were trying to kiss her, and you don't deny that.
Because as she had described to me, she had said that she felt that kiss was a ticket to get home. So she felt like she was forced to kiss me. That's how she described it to me. First of all.
But no, what she says exactly in the call was that you were trying to kiss her for 5 minutes.
Well, that's just not true. That just didn't happen.
Well, you didn't deny it when she said it.
I'm not, because first of all, I had said it. Haven't we already talked about this?
Yeah, no,
I'm trying to say this is fucking.
You already talked about it, but if she's coming up with like new things that are blatantly untrue, I wouldn't just concede to that to just go and like move on. That doesn't sound like.
Well, first of all, I didn't know I was being recorded. I didn't know this was going to be something I would be talking about years later. You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm trying to move away from this situation. Like, I'm trying to be like, okay, I understand. Let's get back to what the fuck we were trying to talk about.
Okay, but you don't. That's not something you just like. If a girl's saying you were trying to kiss me for 5 minutes, I was saying that's something. It's like, okay, I'll just agree to get us to move forward. That's not something you agreed to. You wouldn't.
I understand that. I don't say there was a good idea, but like, it was under what she had described to me as she felt forced to kiss me because of this curfew thing that she was worried about. So that's how she described. I felt bad. I apologized. I was like, look, that's not what I was trying to do. I understand it's been pushed. I won't do that again.
Was she free to leave the car?
Yes.
Did she try to leave the car?
No.
So what were you trying to do? You said you agreed you were trying. So
I just wanted to spend more time with her. I was trying to like convince her to like, hey, let's stay for a few more minutes.
So you were just asking her?
Yeah. And
she was saying what was she saying in response to that?
At first she was like, no, I'm really worried. I want to get home. I was like, dude, we'll be fine. Like, I was trying to be persuasive. I wanted to spend more time with her. She said I was being pushy, felt bad about it, said I'm sorry. And that was that. And then she kept bringing it up later on, and I'm like, we've been over this. Like, I'm sorry that it felt like you were forced to kiss me. I wasn't trying to make it seem that way. That's kind of what she felt in her head, I guess. So I apologized for it.
Well, what happened? What happened first? The kiss, and then you were trying to spend more time with her, or then
spend more time than the kiss.
Okay, because at the start it sounded like you kissed her, and then you wanted to spend more time.
No.
So the 5 minutes of you trying to convince her, the kiss happened after that.
Yeah, and then we went home. And then after we went home, I texted her, said, hey, you left your water bottle in the car. She came back and kissed me on her own again. So yeah, fucking real forced of her.
Okay, well, okay. So, but I guess what I'm trying to ask her okay, so when she was telling you she wanted to go home, you didn't like take her home? immediately? Like how long?
Not immediately. It was 5 minutes is probably right. Yeah, 5 minutes is probably right. But
And
I
then-
just wanted
and
to
then
spend
when
more.
she kissed
You have to understand like the 30 like this is like a big period of time, and it was like 5 minutes to get home. Like we had plenty of time. She got home 20 minutes early.
Okay, so only after she kissed you did you start taking her home?
I mean, not immediately, but yeah, and like I was like, okay, I'll take you home, whatever.
But in the 5 minutes of you trying to convince her to stay longer, you didn't mention anything about kissing her.
No. Other than, hey, can I get a kiss?
So you did mention something about
Just one time.
one time in the 5 minutes of while she was trying to say.
Yes.
So okay, let me get this straight. So she was trying to say she wanted to go home. You were trying to convince her to spend more time with you, and then mention in between that, telling her to give you a kiss. And then after she gave you the kiss, you took her home.
It wasn't even a tell. It was an ask. I asked, hey, can I get a kiss? And she did it without question, without thinking about it, without pushback, nothing. It was a patent, consensual fucking kiss. Okay? I didn't even lean in for one, like she alleged.
But didn't that? Okay, but the kiss happened.
Okay, yes, the kiss happened. I regret just going along with it, and I call in hindsight, I didn't realize that she was manipulatively twisting and describing the situation in a certain way to make me look like shit. You know, I was just assuming we were talking about something else entirely. And what we were talking about beforehand was this whole question of people trying to essentially swat me because it had leaked that this, fling had occurred. And people were like, had feigned a concern for, police getting involved with her and with me. And I said, well, for me, I didn't do anything wrong.
Did she have a driver's license, by the way?
I don't fucking know.
Okay. Were you the only way she could get home, right?
I guess, yeah. I mean, she could have, it was like a 5-minute drive, so it couldn't have been that far of a walk if she really felt that scared.
Was this at night?
It was dark out, yeah.
I mean, yeah, for a girl walking alone in the dark at night, like a 5-minute drive.
In a small suburban town, yeah, she's fine. Okay.
No, realistically, she could be fine, but from a young, like walking in the dark would just be like scary for a teenage girl or whatever. Right?
I guess, but I'm just trying to be like realistic here. Like I'm not going to, submit to any, retarded shit. I'm not saying what you were saying is retarded. I'm just saying like. I'm not going to play into some fucking bullshit narrative because this girl, in regards to me, is no fucking victim. She's a piece of shit. She's a liar. She's a manipulator. She's cunning. And by the way, that shit about my girlfriend dating, no, my girlfriend lives 10 minutes away from me. I met her on campus, okay? And we've been together for 2 months and we're very happy. And she is aware of the situation, obviously.
How does she know you have a girlfriend right now?
Probably because I tweeted about it. I haven't spoken to this person in a long time.
Okay. God, man. I mean, I'm just trying to like put myself in like her shoes here for a minute, and it's like, and your shoes, and it's like, were you?
I get it.
Were you her first like boyfriend that she ever met up with?
No.
Okay. But, like, it's at night, she's in the car, she wants to go home, and she tries to convince you for 5 minutes.
No, it wasn't like that. It was like a 2-minute little conversation, and, like, she stopped, like, she seemed to be fine with hanging out at that point. It didn't feel like, obviously, in the moment, if I felt like she actually, like, this is like a life or death thing, like, she needs to go home ASAP, I would have fucking done it. No question.
But in the midst of that conversation, while she's trying to get you to go, you throw in the idea of her kissing you, right?
I do? Oh, I thought you were talking about the call.
You.
The converse, like, in the car, yeah, that was me. I was like, hey, can I get a kiss? Because, like, things were cordial. Things were fine.
So would the statement that for 5 minutes you tried to kiss her, would that be inaccurate?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Got it. I guess I'm also trying to look at this from your perspective, and dude, I just don't understand, like, if things happen the way if things happen the way you said they did, I don't understand why you would ever like not give pushback in the call while she's talking to you about it.
Now,
and if anything, when you
I-
say you don't know you're being recorded, I feel like that adds like even more like credence to the idea, right? Like, because
I completely disagree with that. And the reason I say that is because you have to understand the situation. This is a person who, at that point in time, I had realized is, you know, trying to, in some, I guess, instances, ruin my life. At that point, I'm trying to appease her, keep her calm, you know, and like not, I guess, poke the bear in any sense, and slowly distance myself. Like I'm very uncomfortable with this person at this point. I'm not trying to like get like
why are you giving into her demands
antagonistic.
though, and like giving into her
Well,
narrative?
let's go back to point one. No blackmail.
But you said she didn't
I
blackmail
have this
you.
massive foot over my head.
But you said she didn't blackmail you into saying anything.
But I didn't know what she was capable of at this point. I'm not saying that she was blackmailing me into, I guess, you know, following a script for this call or whatever. I'm saying that I knew she had this shit that, you know, is really uncomfortable to talk about, frankly. And I didn't want that getting out. I know the type of person she is. I'm trying to appease her in this moment where she seems upset over things that she has expressed to me multiple times. She, I guess, hates me over because in her mind, I was forcing her to stay, and her only ticket to get home was a kiss. And in her mind, I triggered this horrible trauma from her. You know what I mean?
Did she ever state to you outright? I don't know how comfortable you are with talking about what she blackmailed you with. So I mean, people can assume things, but
no chance.
yeah, I'm not gonna
talking about it.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go into it. But what I'm saying is, did she ever say to you, if you don't do something, if you don't do X, I'm gonna release this information? Did she ever say that?
Yes, there was. Yes.
Is there any
Yes. And that's what I was referencing with the call that I had. Unfortunately, at the time when this was recorded, this was a few days after I had gotten the recordings of her that I sent to Diesel that she had later found out about. And during this time, she had asked me to share my screen. And so I had to stop the recording. She saw the recording. She asked me to delete everything. And I didn't make a backup because, you know, I wasn't thinking
Wait,
about
why
that at
would-
that moment in time. It had just fucking occurred, dude. Like it had just occurred.
Wait, why? I don't know why you would delete evidence like exonerating.
Because I was in a point. She forced me to, like, there was nothing I could do at that point. In my mind, I was being forced to do it. I'm not saying I was behaving rationally. I want to be very clear. I was not behaving rationally. Half of the shit I was, you know, hitting the bottle a little too hard. Half of the shit I, you know, was very mentally unwell, was not, you know, seeing a therapist. It was very difficult situation. I'm not making any excuses for myself. I was behaving like a retard. Absolutely. But this is just something I have to put into perspective. Because
Do you know who Dickers is, by the way?
I do know who Dickers is.
Are you and him cool?
I mean, I don't particularly like or dislike him.
Would you be willing to talk to him?
If he would like to join, sure.
Yeah, he wants in. I don't know what he has to say. What's up?
Yeah, mate. Good day.
How's it going, guys? You okay?
Yeah. How's it going?
This is completely
Yeah.
unrelated. Can you say, so guys, we did it. We reached 250,000 subscribers.
No. I think the problem is, Cam, that you've had this problem where about 2 weeks ago you called Diesel to try and get these videos removed. And in those calls, you're trying to find the evidence of this blackmail. Ever
Yes.
since then, you've been trying to find the evidence of this blackmail. Aiden is today asking you for evidence of the blackmail, and you're saying, well, let me go and try and find it. I believe at this point you're just trying to
That's
bog down
not-
conversations when people are trying to confront you. There's no way that you've looked for 2 weeks. When I spoke to you last week, you said you were still looking. Of course I'm still looking. But then here, there's a chance that you've looked for 2 weeks, over 2 weeks in fact, and you think you're going to find it now on this call.
buddy, I said to Diesel, I don't know if I
Hi,
said this to you, but I said this to Diesel. I said, during this time, mind you, she forced me to delete a bunch of calls, and I believe this was around the time of the blackmail. I said this to Diesel. I'm sure I can find... I do have a recording of that call, so I'm sure I can confirm I said this to Diesel, where I deleted these calls. I don't
Yeah, but apparently
think I
you've
made
still
a...
been looking. The point
Of course
is,
I
you
look.
think
Of
you
course
can
I'm
find
gonna...
evidence
Excuse me.
now,
Excuse me. Of
despite the
course I'm
fact
gonna
that
fucking
all
look.
along the time,
Of course I am
she
going
made
to
me
look.
delete the calls. Yeah, of course you're going to look. Why look at the calls now? You're clearly trying to bog down conversations and slow them down.
How am I trying to... I'm being asked to do something.
Or what? But why
I'm
the
being
fuck
asked
do you
to do
think you're gonna
something.
find
Why
them
would I
now
not?
When you've been looking for the last 2 weeks and you found nothing. No evidence
Why
of
would
blackmail,
I not
nothing.
look?
And in fact, in
What?
this
Do you want
call,
me?
this
Do you want me to
interaction,
say?
you've
No,
admitted
hold
that
on,
you were
hold
never
on.
blackmailed into doing anything. You never admitted to blackmailing into changing your story, into saying something
Yes, I fucking
specifically.
was.
It was just to withhold information and make her look better.
Well, to
No,
be-
You
it
can
to be-
find
wasn't.
evidence of her asking
No,
you
it
to do
wasn't.
that.
You're just
And you
wrong.
can't find any evidence of her blackmailing you at any point. Am I
Are you
wrong, Aiden?
retarded? Yes, you are. Are you retarded?
Aiden?
No, I was just gonna say to be clear, he admitted that he said things didn't happen that may have. That was like part of the blackmail. That's he added to remove.
I had to change my story.
to refute things, not to say anything like new happened.
Yeah, I had to change
Oh,
my
yeah.
story.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah. So not to actively say anything, but to not
No,
say
I had to
certain
change.
things,
I
to
know.
withhold information.
I know. The information was already out there. That's the thing. The information had already been told to Diesel. I was
The
being blackmailed to.
information.
Yes, the information.
Do you want to clarify a little bit about what the information is?
Buddy, are you fucking retarded? Have you not listened to any of this conversation?
Can you be a little bit more precise? Because when you spoke
Sure,
to me,
I'll be a little
the
bit more
blackmail
precise.
was everything. It was ephemeral. Well, the blackmail covered so many
AIDS gang
teeny tiny
represent,
things.
okay?
I just didn't want to like go through all of them. It would be too embarrassing. It would be too hard. And so that's apparently why you lied and said the blackmail was specifically about you having sex with her.
I didn't say
Now
that
the
was why I
blackmail is
lied. I said that I
everything
was.
and anything.
What? I said it has to do with a lot of things, but specifically.
Exactly.
What do you mean exact? Can you shut the fuck up for 2 minutes? You sound so
No,
fucking retarded.
So I said exactly because I'm asking for specifics now. Because whenever you talk about what the blackmail
and you're not
was
letting
about,
me
it's
get
like,
anything
well,
out because you can't
changing
shut the fuck
stories,
up.
Withholding
You're just trying to get a
things.
win,
well,
and
I
it's
asked
not
you
working.
for specifics, and
Well,
you
no,
asked me if I
because-
was retarded. So go ahead, give us some specifics.
I was trying to give you specifics, but you won't shut your fucking mouth because you are retarded. Anyways, as I was saying, the specifics. See, you can't shut your fucking mouth. Anyways,
Bro, just speak.
buddy, you either shut the fuck up or I'm just going to go back to me and Aiden.
okay.
It's up to you.
All right, let's hold.
The specifics have to do with
Aiden, shut the fuck up.
Dickers, let the guy talk.
the specifics have to do with the honeypot situation, aspects of our relationship having to do with how we met and her flirting, all that kind of stuff. And she wanted me to withhold certain information about certain things that she didn't want me to look too good on. So there you go. Those are your little specifics.
I thought it
So
was.
that's
I thought.
two.
I thought she'd do.
It's so many different things, and you can just list them out in 2 steps now.
Wait. Hold the phone. I thought she wanted you to withhold stuff that made her look bad.
Oh yeah, that's the honeypot stuff.
Okay, but
All of that.
but was that the extent of the blackmail, withholding things that made her look bad?
I mean, there's a lot more to it. I'm trying to give general specifics for this guy because he fucking didn't listen to the beginning of this call.
Okay.
I did.
That you didn't, because you would have known that, or you're just illiterate. It's one of the two.
Illiterate for
choose.
listening. Good job, buddy. Anyway.
Illiterate for
so you've
not
listed
listening.
Two things out there. There was apparently to do with the honeypotting. We already know that. That's totally fair. But you can't find any messages where she's blackmailing you at all. You can find plenty of stuff where she clearly wants you to. But at each one of these, you're saying she's blackmailing you specifically with this information.
She is a deleted user on Discord. I can go and try to find
You
fucking
can
find
you can
things,
pull
but
up DMs of deleted users. You could have pulled DMs of
majority
deleted
of
users,
this.
by the
I
way.
understand that.
Yeah,
I've
of course you
tried.
can.
I've tried. I can reach out to Discord.
No, you don't need to reach out to Discord. You know what you need to do?
He's hacking into the
Wait,
I
mainframe.
tried.
Fine,
Wait,
then.
everyone quiet. I know exactly what you can do. Hold on. So you sent
I tried
me...
through the DM conversation.
Wait.
I tried through that group chat.
Yeah, so
It didn't work.
So if you just click on her profile and then
I can screen.
you just right-click her profile and click message, I think, and that will...
I did, and I'll show you exactly what happened.
Okay,
Nothing.
I guess that could happen if... Hold on, I'll try it on my end.
Let's just be real, Aiden, okay? 1 second.
I
This
think
blackmail never happened. What he's talking about is just false. None of this ever happened. Because if it is true, the information that he is being blackmailed over, that he doesn't want anyone to know, he wants nobody to know anything about this. He's been ranting and raving, and you can piece together very, very easily what he's talking about. And in fact, he even like confirmed to me what he was talking about.
No, I didn't.
So if he doesn't want this information out, why is he talking about it so much?
So wait,
And why is he speaking so
Well,
like,
Because
obvious
Diesel
in
made it
reference to
fucking public. Or no, he vaguely. I didn't tell Diesel either. I didn't tell anyone.
You did.
you did
I
tell
didn't.
Diesel. No, you did. In
No,
the
I
call.
didn't.
You
Not the
redacted it.
specifics.
No, but
No.
the general, the gist of what happened.
Oh.
The gen.
And when-
like,
wait,
no.
wait, and when
no,
I
no, no,
called
no,
you-
no, no, no,
wait,
no, 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 no,
specifics about anything, do you?
no,
Everyone,
no,
everyone,
no,
everyone,
no,
everyone,
no.
hold on,
That- no, but that's just
but
fucking
we-
false.
But we called, okay, but we called in private, and then I said, why were you comfortable with like telling Diesel, if you were like,
I didn't give him the specifics
no,
though.
but
That's
no, I'm not asking about the specifics, the general outline of what happened, right? And then in our private call, I'm not gonna go
not
detail
even. That
but-
was an assumption made by him.
no, but when we
That he
when we
redacted.
called-
No. That redaction he made was his assumption.
no,
I
Cam,
said all I said was that it was over a traumatic event that happened, which is true.
yes, but Cam, I said I asked you in our
What was he
call.
redacting
Wait,
then?
I asked you. Shut up, Dickers. I asked you in our call.
Get him the fuck out, by the way.
asked,
I'm
hold
not
on,
talking to him.
everyone just shut up, please, just 1 second. I asked you in our. Why is he calling? Oh my god, dude, he wasn't even saying anything. Okay, in our call, when I first spoke to you, I asked you why was this information so private that she was able to use it to blackmail you into getting to like cover for her, etc., etc. But then why were you so willing to tell Diesel? And I think you said something along the lines of, well, like things had changed, you'd gotten help or whatever. So it's like,
Yeah, I was more comfortable like explaining the situation and even bringing it up in the first place, right?
So
The point is,
so you did
Excuse
tell
me.
you did tell Diesel.
I didn't tell Diesel any specifics. No, like
I'm not asking about the general outline, like the thing that happened. You told him what
barely,
happened.
maybe barely. Like it really wasn't that. You know, I didn't even give him like the topic. I just told him it was a traumatic event.
So if I get
He
Diesel in here,
redacted.
if I get
Yes,
Diesel in
yes, you
here
can.
right now and give him permission to give us the unredacted section of the call, you'd be okay with that?
No. Because that was an assumption he made that I was just kind of like,
So
yeah.
you okay, but if it was in a okay, wait, but if it was in if the redacted part, if you didn't actually tell him and it was just an assumption that it was private, then why would you have issue with him releasing the redacted part of the call?
Well, because I just fucking said that, yeah, it was along the right lines. Because I just kind of like said he's on the right track. I don't want that out there.
Okay, so he did know what happened.
I mean, he kind of figured it out. I didn't tell him.
So if you
The idea that hold on, no, hold on. The idea that this asshole Dickers was trying to make that I told him anything is wrong. And by the way, we are so far removed from this like converse. I am like kind of confused about where we're going with this. You know what I mean?
But wait, hold on. But if you didn't tell him in the course of the call, then why would you have issue with the redacted section being released?
I just told you because I kind of just confirmed that. Yeah, I mean that's kind of on the right track. It's I didn't like outright say it. I don't think in the call, but I mean I've just now I guess said it.
But
So
why did we hang up with Dickers?
because that was not going anywhere.
He
This is not a
wasn't
productive.
even talking when we hung up. By the way, he was being quiet.
Well, yeah, but initially that wasn't going anywhere, and it was very clear that he didn't because we already went over that at the
Okay.
beginning of this call.
Okay.
Like that was not going anywhere,
Okay.
and he immediately came out antagonistic, and it was very clear he's trying to push something that, he just didn't listen to the call. He didn't listen to our conversation.
Okay. So okay, let's assume the blackmail was your leg got blown up by an IED. Let's assume that's what the blackmail was. In the
Okay.
call, in that call, in the redacted section, was it established that your leg got blown up by an IED in that redacted section of the call?
No, but it was more. He was like, "Oh, what happened? Did your leg get chopped off by a mujahideen?" So you know what I mean?
So you basically established the gist of what the blackmail was.
Somewhat, yeah.
But you
I would
didn't-
say.
But he figured it out.
I never.
He
yeah,
figured out. You
yeah,
didn't give that information up to him.
Correct.
Okay. Um, I'll promise I'll be nice. I found my vape. Dickers.
I don't give a shit. He can go fuck himself.
Why do you guys hate each other so much?
I mean, I had no problem with him up until 2 minutes ago, and he was trying to he completely misrepresented like multiple things that I've said, and tried to put words in my mouth and say that I didn't say, harping on certain specifics. Yeah, the blackmail had to do with all kinds of aspects, but specifically, since we really want to nail that in here, mainly her past bad behavior with her honeypotting and certain aspects that made her look bad and made me look bad and all kinds of shit.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, it had to do with everything. I've been pretty fucking consistent on that. The claim I haven't been is the only time I was inconsistent with that was with Diesel. And that was on me, and I admit that, and I was wrong for that. You can try to catch me in lies, but I mean, if you're just gonna make shit up, I'm not gonna talk to you.
Okay, no, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, okay. So Diesel kind of figured out what happened.
Right.
And that was the redacted section of the call. Got it. Okay, where were we in this conversation?
Completely derailed. I'm still trying. I'm in the project files. I was trying to find the call. And by the way, I never said I was gonna find the blackmail here. I
thought you found the Premiere file.
Yeah, that's what I was in, but I mean, it fucking derailed.
Okay, so you have found the call. You're in the Premiere file.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for the
I think
for call 1 as you wanted.
Well, the Premiere file is of call 1, right? Because it was that's the.
It's the entire deleted video.
Yeah. So if you just hover over the parses call 1, you could click on the media.
Yeah, I'm just I'm trying to find the specific part. It's 3-hour video.
Yeah, no problem.
Fucking media loads.
Hold on.
Sorry for getting a little heated earlier, but I assume you can understand when I'm just being blatantly lied to in my face. I'm not gonna handle that well, especially with this fucking situation like this.
Yeah, I get it. It got heated. Was the door locked in the car, by the way?
What the fuck is that? I don't think so, but what the fuck is that gonna do? I locked from the inside. Oh, I can't get out. It's not a fucking infant. Yeah.
No, yeah, I was just curious.
I don't know.
It was like a Ted Bundy situation. You have the handlebar removed.
No. Yeah, you could quite easily get out of that car if you wanted to, if you were inside. Oh, that's another one. Oh, this is actually helpful. This is not call 1.
I just want call 1. I just want call 1, man.
No, I think this is important. I think this one's important. Her admitting the allegations came from a manic episode and claiming that she felt like she had BPD because of the situation.
Isn't she okay? But what I'm trying to say here is, she's young, right? It's totally plausible you could have gaslit her. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but
This is all her. This is all out of her mouth.
Okay, well, that's why I just want call 1, and then we could look at this.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds. Oh fuck! It's still generating peak file.
Yeah, no problem.
Do you work in Premiere?
Yeah, I do work in Premiere.
Yeah.
When I'm.
Anyways, there's that.
Let's look.
This isn't call 1, but I'm looking for it.
Let me listen to this.
Allie is the
Mm.
queen of contradictions at this point. You know what she said? What her biggest problem with the video was?
What?
She said, when he said that her allegations only came from a manic episode and tried to deflect everything else because of that, that pissed me off more than anything he said about me.
They did come from a manic episode. That was my words, not yours.
Exactly. You said it, not me.
I confess to you that I thought I might have BPD because of it. Like, I'm coming to these conclusions myself. You're not just pulling stuff out of your ass to make yourself look better. I'm the one who came to you and told you that.
And let's be real, you would not fucking let me get away with that, even if I wanted to.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely not. If you tried to...
I'm looking for more of like full calls than like 53-second clips. Like I guess I don't know if I'm.
That's the file.
Okay. Okay. That's why I want call one so bad.
I know. I got you. I'm really fucking looking.
You're just like scrubbing through the Premiere file.
Yeah.
Well, if it helps, you did label it call one in the video.
No,
So if you
in
just
the video,
scrub
yeah.
over, it will say in your preview call one, and then you can just click on the media.
Yeah, it's just a very long video. So like, the clip I pulled from was, what was it? Yeah, the clip I pulled from was from the video. Like that was the full cut from the video. I'm just trying to find where I cut it in the video.
Mm-hmm.
What sucks is earlier in the video, I was captioning calls, and then at some point I stopped. I don't believe I did in the clip I sent you, so it would be easier to see the text file.
All good. I tried to draw a dog, guys. It did not go so well.
You're drawing a fucking MS Paint? Well,
I have to do something now. I'd be too fidgety. People don't like.
during
I normally play video games, but people have criticized that recently. So I need to draw or something, or I'm gonna lose my mind.
at the 11th hour, during your biggest streaming moment of 2025.
I
Or
think
two.
that was when a guy like showed his asshole on my stream, but
Whoa, what?
yeah.
I think you're gonna say the Weddle interview. I guess that was that 2024 at this point?
I think it was around New Year's. Damn, you're a fan. You've been keeping up.
AIDS gang, man.
True.
All right. Where's the rest of the sequel?
I'm not forgetting about the call, people. It's just gonna be dead air if I don't create some dialogue, okay? I'm not forgetting about the fucking call. I'm waiting. I'm just sitting here waiting. I have to say something, or else we're gonna be sitting here. It's gonna be like a fucking Queeman stream. Okay, Dickers sent me a message. He said, "This is me right now. I'm so chill." I don't know. This image is pretty convincing.
I am not going to
You know,
engage or negotiate with someone
with terrorists.
yeah, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're gonna have to give me.
What are your thoughts on this
Normal.
Queeman guy? He's saying he wants to call him. I don't know. I don't know him too well.
Yeah, no thanks.
All good. I think my mom wants to call in. She has some questions.
Who the fuck is your mom?
I don't know. All right.
Where's date created? I need date created.
Do you want a screen share? Maybe I can help you find it.
Nah, I don't want to leak anything.
I got it. All good.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna
why do you need to do date created? Just go and like scrub through the timeline.
That's the problem. It's like there's a shit ton of edits. It's not like because this was like in like.
If you scrub for like I bet you do you have an original link
that's
to your
what I'm doing. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I was about to do.
Just send me the link to the original video. Just send me a link to the original like full video.
It was privated, but I'm finding the render of it. And I'm gonna scrub through that instead.
Well, did anyone archive it or something?
I don't fucking know.
If somebody like archive
the reason I private it is because I don't stand by some of the things I said in there.
I don't want to watch the video. If somebody just like has an archive to the actual video, I could.
Just give me a moment. Oh man, I got you.
I can help you out here. I just hold on. All right.
Hey.
Oh, there it is. Oh.
You got it?
No, Jay Shore.
That's not responsible.
It's actually this other Jaden.
Looks like I changed hard drives mid editing. That's why I couldn't find. That's why it looked like half done. That's fine. Okay.
First sent me other just was on the feeling and wasn't exactly
2 backups.
but
Jesus
I didn't
Christ.
all a bunch of years FBI
Excuse me.
All good.
Extremely pressured.
To do what?
You
Offline.
Better.
All. There we go.
Situation. Oh yeah, and then
You got it?
me.
And
Alex
this is a lot better.
cut here.
This is gonna make things a lot easier for me.
said
It would. I feel.
Is there a way to control F?
I can do you one better. Hold on.
What's that?
Hold on.
Oh! There she is. Revealing project.
So you got it.
Yep. Just listening to make sure there's no.
How long is it?
It's short. Oh. Oh, I don't like that ending. Why is it cut off like that?
Are you editing the call?
No.
Okay,
I'm fine. I'm looking at the original file.
got it.
Okay. So it looks like the only thing I spliced was dead air.
Dude, it's not. That's the only thing. That was the whole call.
No, there's a little bit more after, but
I'm sorry. I have a condition. That was
there's a little bit more after.
how much more?
It's not much, buddy, unfortunately.
So the whole call was like 40 seconds long. How much dead air was there, bro?
There's a little bit more. I mean, it only helps my case, so I can share it with you.
Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, let me just get this fucking MP3. Let's see, where is it? Why does it just fucking give me where it is? Oh, okay. There you go.
So this
The only
is,
thing that was spliced is dead air.
this is the full call?
The full recording, yeah.
Let's listen to this.
Did they like say I raped you or something, or?
I don't know. It was sexual abuse. I don't know what the hell that means. It could be anything from touching a titty to forcible rape. Like, they're so vague with this stuff, so that they investigate.
I believe I had stopped calling because she was,
fine.
or stopped recording because
Picked
she was
you
crying.
up, and they're
And I
trying to make
didn't
that
feel good about it.
sexual.
Wait.
I literally I didn't know you didn't like.
Wait.
It means forcible rape. Like, they're so vague with this stuff, so that they investigate it all. I'm fine.
I picked you up, and they're trying to make that sexual.
God.
I
So
literally
there you go. There's your
hold on,
call.
hold
I
on.
didn't
It's
know
almost
you
done.
didn't like being picked up. I
Oh,
put you down.
sorry.
Sorry.
It's not sexual.
I had like a Spurg freak out, and they're acting like I had a rational response.
And we settled it in private, and then it got public because you were upset at me.
I believe there is like a precursor,
Or something else
to-
completely.
like of the same call, of another recording that I also
So
stopped.
you just call her and that's how the conversation starts?
No. I believe there's a precursor somewhere in this video where she's crying.
You're looking at the original media. You went to reveal file.
They
That
are
should be the full
different. They are
recording.
separate. They are separate recordings. I stopped recording. Let me finish here, Aiden. I stopped recording because she's crying. Like she's like confiding in me. I feel bad. I don't want to like, you know. First of all, I'm not like one to record without like consent.
Can you just be honest with me, man? I'm sorry. Can you just straight up?
I am. The fuck?
Okay.
That's the file.
That's the full thing. That's the full When did you start recording? Just then?
That's when I started re-recording. I'm trying to find the
Re-recording.
precursor. Yeah. So there's a precursor where I believe she's crying about people calling the cops on her or her dad or something.
We're talking about allegations of potential forcible rape. Why would you stop recording at all? Why wouldn't you record the full thing?
Because we weren't talking about those. When that got brought up, I started recording again.
But why wouldn't you keep recording? It cuts off. It's a minute and 4 seconds. So why wouldn't you keep recording?
Because at that point, I could, I felt like the conversation was over at that point about that. It was a small blurb.
The call doesn't end. The call doesn't end there. That's not how nobody ends a conversation like that.
The call didn't end there.
So
no,
why,
the call didn't end.
But these are
she was fucking crying.
But these are life-ruining allegations. Why wouldn't you keep recording?
Because they're so false. Like there's so many instances.
If they're false, why would you stop
There are so
recording?
many instances of her saying I didn't fucking do it publicly
these are like
on
cut,
Twitter.
like 50-second these are like cut like 50-second fucking clips. That's why I want the full call to see what led up to that, like the context. I don't understand, like, these are life-ruining allegations. Why you would ever stop
because
recording
before
like that.
the reason I started recording at that point was because she had brought up that people were also talking about me. I was like, fuck, gotta get this going.
I'm not even asking about why you started. I'm asking, why'd you stop?
She's crying. The point that was driven home that I didn't commit it. Done. Okay, got that clip. I don't want to keep, recording this crying person.
Will you screen share the file?
Confiding in me.
Will you screen share the file?
There's some.
For call one, you just sent me. Just hit properties. Show me the properties of the file.
Okay. I mean.
Will you just screen share it?
Give me a sec. I can send you a screenshot.
Can you just screen share and show me the properties of the file?
Hold on. Give me a few seconds.
No problem, man. That properties button, it's tricky to find.
No, I'm just trying to get a I don't want people
I get
looking
it,
into
Yeah. Yep.
Fucking.
What are they gonna look at? What revelation is gonna be found in the file information?
I'm just trying to make sure the background doesn't have anything like any personal information.
Just
or anything.
quickly exit out everything. Should be 10 seconds. Okay, just click the X button. Unless you have a processing speed disorder, exit out of everything. Click the
processing speed disorder,
and just show the screen. Just show the screen. It should be 5-10 seconds. Watch, I can do it right now. Close, file.
I got you. I'm just making
show more option property. I just did it. On my end. It took me 2 seconds.
I'm sorry that my fucking Adobe Premiere is being retarded and is stuck on locating media.
I'm not asking you. Already located the media if you're sending me the clip.
No, fucking hold on. I'll show you. Now
I'm not asking for the Premiere file. We went to Premiere so you could find the original source file that you.
I got you. I'm saying in the background. I was trying to close out of it. I've put an untitled window because I can't. It won't let me. Fucking. I had to go back. It wouldn't locate the media properly.
Okay.
There you go.
Wait. Can you click on the file to show me it's the same one? Can you just click play on that file? Go to call one.
Sure.
The one you're pulling up right now.
Sure. I got you. Hold on. Hold on. Because of the Discord there.
Wait. Can you hit Control Z? Why'd you close the screen?
Because fucking the background. I don't want the background.
I'm not showing it on stream. I'm just looking myself.
Oh, okay. Got you. Yep, I got you. Just don't show this on stream. That's it. That's all I say.
Wait, no, dude, you can't do that to me, man. The call you're playing right now. The call you're playing right now. Go back, show me the file. Just show me the file. Don't close your screen. Show me the file of the call you're playing right now. The file
I got you.
The file you just pulled up properties for. Yeah, go to that file in your Finder.
Okay. Give me a second. Where's the fucking folder?
Before you clicked properties, the actual file.
I know. I did it through Premiere, and then it's fucking spurged on me. Is it?
Wait, that couldn't be the original file. Because
How?
if the media is offline, how would you be able to find it?
That was a different. I was looking for a different call. That's a different.
So what did you have pulled up right there? That's 1 minute and 4 seconds that you had pulled up, and the file itself's 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Different call?
That are both the same length?
I guess. I don't fucking know,
Like
dude.
by the second?
I guess, buddy.
Okay.
I don't know why they.
Wait, so it's 5 minutes and 21 seconds.
You've said it a million times.
Give me a second.
Wait, so the call's 5 minutes. So what'd you cut?
This is the precursor call. Hold on.
Oh!
Here's the precursor.
Shit! Holy shit!
That's a different call. I have multiple things labeled called 1. I hope you know that.
All good, man.
There's Jelly call 1, there's call 1, there's call 1 in H. It's in the video. There's multiple times where I say call 1.
Can you send me the 5 minute 21 second one?
I got you. I got to make sure there's no compromising information in there, but sure.
Oh yeah, no problem.
We'll censor any compromising information. If that's what you would like.
I got you.
Oh, there's that. Okay.
Got it.
No, different file.
How many
In the midst of
how many call
little
ones are there too? How many? Why don't you just
There's
send
at least 3.
Why don't you just send me all the call 1 files then?
There's at least 3 call 1s and call 2s and call 3s from different points in time.
So you knew exactly when to start up the recording. Like it starts at the second relating to like the information.
A little after she brings it up, I believe.
Okay.
Then I start recording. I had OBS open because I was recording, like I said earlier, the precursor. Yeah, so there's different files and call 1. I'll send you the screenshot. Here's Jelly call 2. And there's and call 2 and call 3 and call 6. Like there's multiple. I'm not fucking with you there. You can show that to stream. I'm not fucking with you. I wasn't thinking about the naming conventions that would come back a year later while editing this video. My apologies.
Wait, why would it take you so long to find it if you had it labeled call 1 in your media finder the entire time?
What do you mean?
Because you took like 20 minutes to find that after you found the Premiere project.
No.
Like as if you had to actually scrub
It was
through the
labeled. I changed the name for you.
Wait, so
It was labeled 2024. Yeah,
wait,
it says
you
date
just said
modified
you had
on it.
multiple files labeled call 1, which is
I do.
why
Can you not
forgot-
see it? That's what I was initially looking for.
So if it was initially labeled call 1, why couldn't you just find it when you opened it?
It wasn't initially labeled call 1. I just told the precursor was in the video. It was labeled call 1 because those were the call examples of her denying that I ever sexually assaulted her.
What?
This is like multiple layers. Okay, so there's the video labeling, there's the file labeling, there's the files that weren't labeled that. There's multiple
files. True. So you,
Like the original name was like 2024 or
so
something.
this file was modified before you showed it to me.
The name was.
So just the name.
Yeah.
So
I made it because you kept asking for call 1. That's what you kept calling it. So I gave you call 1.
Can you just go to your open up your like Windows? I won't even show it on screen. Open up your Windows file explorer. Hit home so it shows recent. Can you just do that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm not showing you all the fucking like. There's like there's shit I'm working on that I don't want leaked. No, I'm not doing
nudes?
that. No nudes, but I'm not doing that. No.
Okay.
There's shit I'm working on I don't want leaked. Sorry. And regardless, I don't think it would. I don't think it would help you that
much. For like
much.
the federal government?
I don't think it would help you that much. I mean, I could send you a screenshot. It shows my recently opened files.
I don't want screenshots. I don't want things that can be modified. I don't want you to like close your screen and then re-screen share in between the time I'm asking you to like show me the call that's being played and then the file that you clicking the properties of to make sure that's the same thing. This is the problem I have. Every piece of evidence you're giving me, you're creating chances for you to modify it or distort it. That's the problem I have with the evidence.
I'm not, but I'm sorry, I'm not thinking about that. Personally, I'm just not thinking about that.
Well, can we start thinking about it now?
I'll think about it for you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm not leaking your why do you think you've told me, you've literally said, have I leaked things you didn't want leaked in our private call?
No, I'm just like
so why couldn't you show me the reasons? So why couldn't you show me the reasons? I'll
show you them again. Fine. There you go. I'm just gonna like move the like the size of the window, but just don't show it on stream. There you go. It's the same thing I showed you in the screenshot. You see it?
Hold on.
Can you confirm? There you go.
Why didn't you just do that from the get-go?
I just didn't want.
Also, I missed that. Can you do it one more time?
Motherfucker.
I literally did. That was like 2 seconds. I didn't fucking see shit.
The same. There you go.
Can you scroll down by one file?
No.
Just one. Just one file. There's no way the most. Okay, one more.
No, now you're just being retarded.
There's no way the super secret information conveniently.
No,
is the
I'm
fifth
not
file
leaking. I'm not leaking my next video.
There's no way.
I'm not leaking my next video.
There's no way that's the fifth file.
It was the other Adobe Premiere project for my next video. I'm not leaking that.
I'm not leaking your whatever video you're working on. Why would I leak what video? You told me private shit in the call. Why would I leak whatever video you're working on?
I don't give a shit. No, you're not doing that. Sorry.
What? So
it's nothing compromising. I'm just not leaking my next video. Sorry.
I'm not gonna reveal what your next video is.
No. No. The answer is no. Hard no. I don't know why this is a big fucking deal for you. I don't know why you're having like a fucking freak out over that.
What if I don't take no for an answer?
That's no good.
That's no good?
Yeah, it's not. You shouldn't do that.
I shouldn't do that.
Shouldn't do that.
I don't like no's.
Oh.
To me, no means yes.
Oh God, that's not good.
I think you should open up the file explorer and just show me that fifth file.
Yeah.
Get it over with.
That's not happening. Sorry, buddy.
It's not happening?
No.
Well, I've heard that a lot in my life from many people.
Dude,
and then
you are being fucking weird. Just go to the next thing,
when
dude.
They said it wasn't gonna happen, it happened. Whether they liked it or not.
I know what you're doing here. You're trying to like make it like a fucking rape joke. It's funny.
Of course
Whatever.
not. Of course.
We're going to the next thing.
I would never.
What are you trying to find?
I just want to spend more time in your file explorer. Is that a big deal?
Okay, buddy.
I'm just trying to spend more time in your file explorer.
Stop.
Okay. I mean, dude, I don't even. Is there anything else you want to say?
Yeah, can we get to the actual fucking meat of the actual allegations instead of this weird semantical battle?
Yeah.
Like, let's talk. Like, actually, because this has just been some weird fucking. Like, this hasn't done anything.
True.
Like, nothing of value has come from this.
Very true.
It's actually like, because beforehand, when we were talking about it, we actually got a lot done. We like had a good conversation. We were able to like really nail in what was going on. And now it's just like this. I don't know if you're like, I listen, I get it, I stream too, performing for your audience, sure, but like, even before you said you were gonna like handle it seriously, and I just feel like you're not taking this seriously.
I am, but I
It's
don't feel
kinda,
like you're taking
annoying.
that seriously either. I feel like you're not like being super honest with me about certain aspects of this.
What?
Like it's like there's so like the problem I have is like when everything is like so conveniently aligned. Like if I'm looking at your recent files to see if the new file is an edit of an original file, it's very convenient that like the 5th file before all the first 4 files you show me are all related to what we've just been shown. So I want you to go to the 5th file, and it's very convenient that like the 5th file is going to be some like top secret information that you can't show in your most recent.
I just would rather not.
I'm not asking you to publicly reveal. I'm not asking you to publicly reveal.
I will give you a screenshot, but I'm not gonna like. I'll show you it's a Premiere file.
But why would you give me? Why would you want to give me a screenshot and not record it? Or why not?
Because I'll censor the name of the Premiere file, but I'll show you it's a Premiere file.
Why don't you just rename the Premiere file?
I'm not. I'd rather not. Like that's.
Wait, you'd rather not just rename the Premiere file and then screen share it?
This is retarded, dude. Get to the fucking point, dude.
This is just very like suspicious, man. It is very suspicious.
How in the fucking God's name is me not wanting to show you the fucking Premiere file for my next video suspicious?
You don't have to. You just rename it and then you could screen share. It takes like 2 seconds. Watch, I'll do it now. Time it.
But it's a waste of time.
A waste of time? Hold on. Let's see how much time it wastes. Rename.
I'm not reopening it to rename it.
You don't need to reopen it. You don't even need to reopen it. You don't even need to reopen it. Quick.
Yes, I do. It's referenced in other projects. Do you not make videos? I know you edited for that fat ass. You should know this.
You could literally just go as soon as you're done. You could.
You
know
it's not just in Premiere, right? Like you know that it connects with other apps. I'm not trying to fucking go through all that effort later on because you're having some retarded
I'm not asking you to open the Premiere file. I'm just asking you to rename the file itself so you don't reveal it.
No, but then I'm gonna have to go in After Effects. I'm gonna have to go in Media Encoder and change all this shit.
No, because if you just
that's just
because if
this is retarded, and you know it.
Cam, I use this shit too. If you just rename,
I know you fucking used to edit for that fat ass. You are being retarded.
If you hit copy on the original name, retarded. If you hit copy on the original name, and then as soon as you're done showing it, repaste that. It will. If you leave it in the same location, it will immediately link back.
You are being retarded.
It doesn't change anything.
You are being retarded. Just move on.
It's just very convenient that I have to move on.
No, this is nothing.
I just
look, there's the Premiere file. I censored the name.
I don't want your screenshots. I don't want evidence that you've had every opportunity to alter.
I don't care what you want. I want to talk about the fucking...
Is that what you said to her when she wanted to go home?
No. Why are you being retarded? Let's talk, like...
Okay.
Let's get back on track, dude. You're being absolutely ridiculous.
Okay. Cool. Alright. Well... Where did you want to take this?
Motherfucker, this is your interview. You're supposed to be... what do you think I've lied about?
I just, think you might have modified some of the files you've shown me. I think you have way more of the call than you're letting on. I don't think you just recorded, 6 minutes of this call.
Sorry you feel that way, but that's the case.
Okay. Wait, hold on. What the fuck?
What?
Wait, so give me 1 sec. I'm getting breaking news.
Oh, what's the breaking news?
Okay. Did you... Okay. Is it true you'd walked back the claims of blackmail before today in your previous conversations and document?
No.
Is the blackmail, relevant, at all to, is the blackmail at all relevant to your... I think I asked this before. I don't remember what the answer was. But is it, at all relevant to, your sexual exchanges with her or whatever? Because it seems like whenever I've,
very little.
It seems like whenever I've pressed you on the specifics of what the blackmail is related to, it's always related to, something about her past.
It's very little. And that was something I shouldn't have been, dishonest with Diesel about. I fully own that. It's very little.
But it seemed like the reason like you were trying to insinuate or imply the reason you would like bit the bullet on certain things in the call with her was because of the blackmail. I'm not asking you about the specifics of the blackmail. I'm not asking you what the blackmail's about.
Yeah, it's because of the blackmail. I didn't want that coming out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
So I did everything I could to appease her. That's correct.
Did she
That's true.
Did she make a threat to you before that call?
Oh, before the blackmail itself?
Well, like when you called her and were like just biting the bullet on certain things, like did she?
Oh, I didn't bite the bullet. I'm still talking.
No, I'm sorry. What I mean is like you were just willing to like concede to certain things and move on. Like, yeah, I could have happened. I don't remember it with like certain things. Was that because you're being blackmailed?
Repeat that last bit.
So like in the call when she said you tried to kiss me for 5 minutes, or like when she was saying,
are you saying like, are you asking if I
is the reason you said to her, is the reason you like said to her you were sorry, or like that
I just like that I kind of like tried brushing it off and like moving on like that?
Was it because of the blackmail? I'm
sure in my mind, yeah, that had something to do with it, like just me trying to appease her and move on. Yeah, I'm sure. I don't think I was directly thinking about that. More so my mind was just not pissing her off at that specific moment.
Okay, but then in these recordings you sent me, why were you not scared of the blackmail being released when you're pushing her in these other like partial recordings you're sending?
Because as I said multiple times in the past, and by the way, partial recordings de loca. I guess yeah, parts of the call, sure, but those were the
call was 6 minutes in total.
The first part.
I'm just asking about the call, the whole call.
The call. I don't fucking know, dude.
Can you like, give me a ballpark?
You gotta get back to like. You're. I don't know. It's been a year and a half. I don't know. This is a year and a half old. You're asking me about something that is long old, that I regret in my past, that's embarrassing to me, that I moved on from, and has nothing to do with who I am now or my current content. So, no, I don't remember how long the call is, and no, I don't have a ballpark for you. However, yeah, I'm sure it was in my mindset, and like I said earlier multiple times, she would have these like swings, and like I said, do in private, where she would be cordial and kind and feel bad and apologize to me. I have calls of her saying that she's sorry and feels bad, and yeah, like, and then she would have swings where she would fucking be the fucking demon child.
Wait, hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, this Mama Oko, dude, you do interviews like the weirdest people. So with this Mama Oko person, apparently you had stated that she actually, because what you had stated to me in this call, and I want you to deny this if you didn't state this, we can go rewind and verify this. You had stated that the two of you were in the car, it was her nighttime curfew, you were trying to convince her to stay longer, and then at the end of that convincing, you asked her to kiss you, and then she just did it, right?
I'd say at the end of the convincing, at the end, like before we left, yeah.
Yeah, so you said, no, but you said you tried to convince her for 5 minutes, and then the kiss happened. That's what I established. I made sure to lay that out like 5 times.
I don't think we did establish that.
I said, dude, I literally, like, to just get
I said, like, we stayed there for like 5 minutes, but like.
You tried to convince her, and then at the end, you had asked her, to kiss you, and then without hesitation she did, right? I wanted to establish which one happened first.
Yeah, without hesitation, yeah.
Yeah, so that happened.
I tried to convince her to stay longer, and then...
but that one happened. The convincing to stay longer, the kiss happened after that. I made sure to establish that.
Yeah, a while after, yeah, like about 5 minutes later.
But apparently, you had stated that she didn't want to kiss you because it was her curfew.
Huh?
In another interview, allegedly, that's what you stated. We could pull it up. Hold on.
I said what?
Happened there was
it
would like I wasn't forcing her to kiss
that
me.
She didn't want to kiss me because it was her curfew. I'm sorry, what?
Wait, hold on.
Is that what you just said?
No, I'm saying apparently you stated that in another clip. I'm just listening to this clip real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
She gave it to me because she thought that was her way to like go home because she was afraid of curfew. That's what was happening.
Okay.
And I just wanted to spend a little bit more time with her because we had like 30 minutes and like we were like 10 minutes away. I was like, we could spend we could spend like 15 more minutes, but she was like anxious about curfew. That's what was happening.
Okay.
And I was just trying like 30. That's what was happening. It would like I wasn't forcing her to kiss me. Okay, I want to make that very clear.
Okay.
I asked for one. She gave it to me because she thought that was her way to like go home because she was afraid of curfew.
Okay, this isn't really in
That's what was
contradiction to
happening.
anything you
Okay.
said.
And I just wanted to spend a little bit more time with her because we had like 30 minutes and like we were like 10 minutes away.
Okay, this doesn't really contradict what he just said, to be fair here.
What kind of retards do you have, like, trying to... I know that I know that there's people.
Many people have a bone to pick, man. I don't know. A lot of people want in here.
Yeah, a lot
I'm
of
keeping
people
them out.
have Diesel's cock way down their throat. And by the way, that guy's a piece of shit too. I used to respect him.
You said you'd be willing to talk to him on a call.
For a certain point, he's still a piece of shit to me.
Would you be willing to talk to him right now?
No,
Oh.
I'd like to finish this interview.
Okay.
I'd like for you to get back on track. And listen, Aiden. I think you are playing shit up for stream right now, and I understand that, but I think you need to get back to it and be genuine.
I'm not playing anything up. I'm trying to ascertain what occurred.
Yeah, but earlier you definitely were trying to play shit up. Don't fuck with me.
Yeah,
Okay?
I was making jokes.
Yeah, but like let's stick to it if we're gonna.
Yeah, what did I? Okay, I don't know if I misinterpreted what this was gonna be, but I was gonna give you pushback if I disagreed with something.
No, that totally. But I mean, some of it just seems kind of retarded, you know. Like going on for like 10 minutes about fucking not seeing my file explorer. Like what the hell?
Because it seemed like you're
stupid.
potentially manipulating evidence.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, that is what it seemed like.
I'm manipulating evidence. How?
I don't know. That's why I wanted to see your recent files. It just took you like 8 years to find like a 1 minute.
Yeah,
clip.
you're just fucking putting me on the spot here. I'm fucking looking and years old. I don't have this ingrained in the back of my mind.
I know exactly the process you would have gone through to find this. I know exactly what you would have gone through to
Yeah,
find this. And
probably
at max, it would have taken like 10 minutes.
And it didn't. It took me less than 10 minutes.
From after you found the Premiere file to when you actually like pulled it up and sent it to me, that was more
Oh
than
yeah,
10 minutes.
because you kept asking fucking questions. I'm not gonna like multitask and give half-assed answers when you're asking me something about something serious. Of course I'm gonna like respond.
Okay, if you can't multitask, you can't multitask. But
like I'm not trying to I'm not gonna listen to 2 different conversations at once. I don't know what the fuck you want me to do there.
Well, you don't need to listen, because what you could have done is
I don't need to listen to you while you're interviewing me.
No,
That
but you
sounds
don't know. You
pretty
don't know.
fucking stupid.
How do you not get what I just said? You don't need to listen to the call. You don't need to listen to the call. What you would do is you would scrub over.
I didn't know the fucking file name. I couldn't scrub over. It was in the fucking. It takes a second.
Didn't you say beforehand there were like files already titled Call 1 in Premiere?
Yeah, and those were the wrong calls. They weren't the correct ones.
Those were part of Call 1.
No, one of them was, but and Call 1 was had nothing to do with it. I realized I labeled it Call 1 in the video. That was like 2024 something whatever.
But there are multiple recordings from the same call.
There's at least 2. Yeah.
Okay, so and one of these is called Call 1.
Yes.
So why couldn't you have just given me the file name?
Because that wasn't the correct call.
But you said that's also from Call 1.
No, it's from the same call that quote unquote Call 1 was recording. We've been over this like 50 times.
I just want the call. I just want Call 1.
It wasn't the same. It wasn't from the fucking response. There was none of that content was in the thing I linked in my response document.
Can you send me the other Call 1 that was from the same call?
I can later after we've been over this. We've been over this after I verify that there's no personal information leaked in there.
Got it.
But I'm not going to do that right now because I'd like to get finished with this fucking interview.
Yeah.
I'd like to, get to the actual meat of this shit.
Yeah, well, I feel like we've covered, like...
I don't.
What else is there that you want to get to?
Well, I feel like you've just harped on the false accusations instead of, like, that's already been addressed. I mean...
Okay, so what do you want to get to?
I thought you were going to ask me about the diesel shit.
Sure, I'll ask you about the diesel shit. What about the diesel shit?
What about it?
I don't know. You want me to talk to
you? I wasn't
about
honest with him.
Okay, why weren't you honest with them?
There's a multitude of reasons. First of all, I was very untrusting at that time for many reasons. There was times where I had, as I stated earlier, where I was being pressured into saying things to appease someone, as we already went over. There were times where I wasn't honest out of pure embarrassment, and more recently, yeah, embarrassment and regret. And I do regret several occasions not being honest with them. What I don't regret is wanting an aspect of my sex life to be private, because I guarantee you, and you should know this too, having certain things about your private life out there, no one likes that. No one wants to be on the age of the internet. No one likes that. Okay. And this is something that's pretty new, you know, and that's something that, you know, I was just generally uncomfortable with on its face. And I regretted the fling. Yeah, I regretted the fling, mainly because the person turned out to be a piece of shit. Like, and everything, like, I guess, surrounding it as well. Like, total piece of shit. And I moved on. I learned from it, you know? Like, yeah, I lied to Diesel. I regret it. I shouldn't have done that. It affects my credibility. I shouldn't have done that.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
Point is, I didn't assault anyone. Never have. Never will. Not a fucking rapist. She said it multiple times. Whether any fucking call is cut or not, let's get down to the fucking meat of it. She said multiple times on multiple verifiable occasions that even Diesel published and said himself that he does not think I did these things. I didn't assault anybody. He said it on stream. He said it in his videos.
So what does he
I don't
think?
know.
What does he think you did that it was like worth bringing
He
any of
thinks
this
I'm
up?
stupid. That's what he said. He thinks I'm stupid, and he thinks it's important. And honestly, I think his whole
why don't we get him in here to explain that himself?
You can talk to him later on your own. That's not my prerogative. I know that would make great content for you.
No, you
I
said
see your
when
mindset.
you said when we called him private. I asked you beforehand. I asked you beforehand in our call if you'd be willing to talk to him. You said yes on my stream.
No, I didn't. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. What I think I said was that I would be fine if you talked to him beforehand or afterward or whatever.
That's not what you said, but
I disagree with you. I don't think I would have agreed to speak with him. No. Because like that's just gonna turn into some argument that I don't want fucking like that's gonna turn into some clip chimped argument.
Well, okay, but when we did call, I did ask you, right, if I could record the call, not to only release if you claim something happened in the call that didn't happen. So if I find a clip of you giving me permission for FPS Diesel to go.
Okay, boo fucking who? Then I changed my mind then, or I misspoke at the time. Boo fucking who? I don't want to talk to him. Point blank period.
So you could have
there you go.
You could have said that.
Maybe I misspoke.
Okay.
But I didn't want to talk to him then. I don't want to talk to him now. I don't want to talk to him regardless. You should know that.
I feel like you have a lot of like gripes with this guy, and I feel like publicly confronting him would be like the thing you would want like the most.
Publicly confronting him? Absolutely not. I'll let people. I don't give a shit what you would do in my shoes. Frankly, no offense. I love you, but I personally don't give a shit. And in my perspective, I don't have any. Like when I was gay upped on stream, you think I want to continue to talk to him there when he was like criticizing for me for doing the exact same thing he's doing, getting glazed live on stream? Like,
how did he gay up you?
What do you mean how? He had some idiot, some self-described F word, you know, have pull him onto the stream while I was being interviewed.
I feel like if you're like purposing yourself to be like the next content cop or whatever, I feel like you should be able to like handle a aggressive.
Did I know? Did Ian do this in the past?
Aggressive question.
I can handle aggressive questions. What I don't fuck with and what I'm not gonna engage with.
I don't think Ian was like in a controversy such as this, like in the past, where he had to like answer for anything.
Yeah, but was he gonna go on fucking someone's stream and look when his girlfriend came out with fucking OnlyFans or something?
If Ian at the peak of his career, pre-Anissa, was being
he was a virgin,
being falsely, but if he hypothetically was being falsely accused of rape, Ian at the height of his career, I'm certain would probably go on to someone.
No,
I'm certain.
Totally disagree. Totally disagree. And first of all, and second of all,
if he was being falsely accused,
I have no problem with aggressive questioning. Don't get it twisted. What I have a problem with is the way that some of this shit's framed and the way that you're like harping on really retarded little fucking points. Like, get to the fucking meat, dude. You can do better. Okay, you did just fine beforehand, and you were confrontational a little bit. Like, you could see through shit typically.
No, our first call, I was like super fucking light, way lighter than I'd normally be. Like,
yeah, and I mean, I was kind of shocked by that. I thought you'd be like, but I also wasn't expecting you to like just assume certain shit or just like go on weird fucking tangents that don't have to do with the allegation at hand. Let's be real here. You're asking me about files for my next fucking video.
This absolutely has to do with the allegation at hand because you yourself are the person that invoked call 1 to when I first asked you.
Oh my god!
Wait,
this is so dumb.
Wait, when I first asked you about the hugging situation, you brought up call 1. You said you used it in your document. You said here is an admission by her that she wasn't sexually assaulted or whatever.
And guess what?
It seemed out of context, so I wanted the full thing.
How did it seem out of context?
Because
the context was laid out immediately. No. Excuse me. The context was laid out immediately.
By you.
Exactly.
You.
And she responded. She responded to it. You're
a party. Wait, hold on. You are a party that would have interest in presenting this a certain way. So of course.
No fucking shit.
Yeah. So of course I'd want the full context of the call that led up to her
answer.
And
you got it.
No, I didn't. You gave me a 1 minute and 4 second clip. You gave me a 1 minute.
And guess what? That's fucking longer. You got it.
That is not.
You got the full fucking context of the recording, dude. Or if you're gonna keep harping on this.
That's not the. I just listened to it. That's not the full context at all.
Of the recording, yes, it is. That's the full recording. There you go. You fucking got it. Congratulations.
I just don't think anyone would interpret that as being a full recording. But
don't care. I genuinely do not give a shit.
Does like a full recording exist? You just don't want to release it? Like,
no. What the fuck else do you want from me?
I'm just asking questions.
Yeah, no. I've made that clear. A full recording does not exist. There's a precursor recording and then that recording.
We could have just said that before you went and looked for it.
I said that. Well, I didn't fucking know. It's been a year and a half, dude.
Okay. The other thing too is you, by your own admission, you admitted like you recorded calls of you two just like goofing around and shit. So I don't understand like why there would be such a short recording.
Because
of this call
she was crying.
When it relates to pressing.
She was crying, talking about something really personal. She started bringing up certain personal things.
Well, then you wouldn't have to release that. You could have just released like these are pretty.
I just don't feel comfortable recording something like that, dude. That's just not something I felt comfortable recording.
If she's lying about you sexually assaulting
at that point, the allegation was already debunked back then.
First of all, it was never debunked. But I don't want you
to. Yes, it fucking has been, dude.
What do you consider debunking?
She said it herself multiple times. She agreed with my fucking context of the situation. She said multiple fucking times she was never sexually assaulted. The full context is out there. It's very fucking clear at this point that she was not sexually assaulted.
It sounds like she's being fucking held hostage. That's just why that's all the only reason I just want.
Sounds like she's being held hostage. It does. She volunteered it.
She's in tears. How do I know she volunteered it if I'm a 1 minute and 4 second clip?
I don't fucking know. How does it sound like she's being fucking held hostage, dude? She's crying and confiding in me. I'll send you the precursor clip.
Send me the precursor.
You are wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let me listen to this.
I'm not sending it to you right now. I'll send it to you later.
Well, why can't you send it to me right now?
You know why? Because there might be... there is compromising fucking personal information there that I'm not sharing.
It could be anything from touching a titty to forcible rape. Like, they're so vague with this stuff.
Sorry.
Who is they when she says they're so vague with this stuff?
she's talking about the subreddit that was originally accusing me, which in the first point of my document, I linked their post because at that time, I understand to the commentary community that would not be understood as to why that was important to the situation, but and I guess the Yandere community, it was because those were the people that were pushing these allegations. They like grilled me for the fucking 11 hours. I gave them, context and whatnot. I understand that it's just a Reddit post to a lot of you people, but like in the community that exonerated me because like they were.
Wait, what got her to the point of tears in this call, by the way?
She was talking about people, I guess, essentially trying to like swat her. In her eyes.
They're so vague with this stuff, so that they investigate it all. I'm
okay.
fine.
And claiming that she was being sexually abused. Like that's how it started. Like.
It sounds like you're being confrontational in the call, which I wouldn't blame you for. No. By the way. Your tone is
no. My tone was more griping about people saying that I sexually assaulted her because at this point in time she was agreeing with me that I didn't do that.
Also, if she's you said you felt uncomfortable recording because she was crying, but this, by the way,
then the topic got brought up and I'm like, oh shit, if more evidence the merrier. At the same time, there's that human side of me that's like, oh fuck no. I'm not gonna like let that go. But then once that's over, I stopped recording because again, I still felt uncomfortable with her crying and what we were talking about.
That only went on for 1 minute and 4 seconds.
Yeah, it was a short.
But if you're recording, wait, hold on. If you're going into this recording her, you're obviously attempting to get something, right? And I would assume it'd be evidence exonerating you, correct?
More so at that time, I was just trying to cover my bases because I mean, at that point.
Yeah. So why wouldn't you keep the conversation on that?
Because she's confiding in me about something that's complete. When someone's crying and venting to you about something that's happening to them, I'm not gonna go in there and be like, "Oh, but me."
That's happening to them. Allegedly, this has to do with her falsely accusing you of sexual assault. So it would be about
not the
you.
context. Not the context of this call initially. No, it wasn't about that.
What is she talking about here, though?
People were claiming that her father was sexually abusing her.
Well, this recording, is that what that's about?
That's what the initial part. That's what part one's about. Then she brings up me that I was mentioned, and then I start recording again.
Wait,
I'm like, I didn't fucking sexually assault you.
So this 1 minute and 4 second clip is about her father, not you?
No. The precursor clip, again, listen, you got it.
I know.
Is about her father. Then, once I stopped recording, she started talking about me. Now listen very carefully. I start recording. No, I don't think you are because this is the third time.
I'm listening very fucking carefully, man. I'm actually taking notes as we speak.
I hope so. You got this, Aiden. Then I start recording again because I'm brought up. Hey, I need to cover my bases. We talk about that. Then it's over, and then.
Hello?
And hello? You hear me?
Sorry, yeah, you cut out. Keep going.
Where did I cut out?
Your internet went out for like 3 seconds. You said you covering your bases or something.
Covering my bases, yeah. Talking about that. I mean, any more admissions that I didn't do this shit is the merrier, So, and then once that's over, I stop recording because again, this is in the middle of an emotional conversation. I don't want, to do anything else about that. I'd gotten what I needed, and then we continued the call. So I don't know where else it went from there because it had been so fucking long, but yeah.
Okay. Oh, dude. Fuck me. Why is Dickers calling me again? Dude,
I don't know.
This Dickers guy really wants to talk to you. I don't know if he has a crush or something. You're sure he wants another chance. He didn't have his vape. I'll keep him on a tight leash.
No, he's not getting one. Sorry. I'm not doing this.
You're not gonna help a guy out?
No.
Okay.
You can go jerk off with his 1,000 subscribers. I don't really give a shit.
True. We're in the presence of fame itself.
I'm not famous.
Oh, okay. Why is this Parry guy? Do you know who Parry is? Okay, I'm keeping this on track, dude. I'm getting a million calls. Okay. So I don't really know like where to take it at this point.
Well, what are you not, what else do you want to know? because we're gonna wrap this up. So what else do you want to
like
know?
all I want to know less. I want to see more. I want to see more calls. I want to see recordings of shit. Obviously I'm not gonna get that. I don't really know like what else to ask.
Well, first of all, let's lay out some facts here. Okay. So accusations made a year and a half ago. She goes back on it. She says this didn't happen. I say it didn't happen. The context is established. It didn't happen. I cut her off. She's upset with me. Goes to Diesel. And then like another important piece of context is later on she still tries to get in contact with me and like ask for forgiveness. And then at that point it's over. Like it's not happening. I could try to find that as well if you'd like. But again, this is someone who is crazy, has a big history of lying. Not just to Diesel, but to everyone.
You keep saying that, but you both have
Ask fucking FPS Diesel later.
I know.
Ask
He
FPS
said it.
Diesel
He said
later.
it. I know she's lied about things. I know she's lied about things to protect her
Not
own
about
interest.
things. She lies about everything.
To protect herself.
She's lied about.
I know.
She's lied about her
But
whole
you've done
life.
the same thing.
No, not just to protect herself.
What else has she lied about?
She lies to get fucking people that she doesn't like in trouble or do things. Like she's a very malicious individual.
Has she ever lied about sexual assault before?
I don't know. Probably.
Do we have any? Has she ever claimed this before? I mean,
she's claimed to have been molested before, but I mean, she still talks to that person who apparently did it. So, or off and on, she still talked about that. Talked to that person, and apparently was on cordial terms at a certain point. So I don't know, but that one seemed a little weird to me after a while. But that is, for me, at this point, I believe unverifiable. So I mean,
okay. All right. I don't like if you're willing to leak stuff like that. I don't know why you would like care so much to protect your personal info in the call itself.
Because I'm not gonna dox someone.
Oh, it's her docs?
I mean, yeah, like her real name is said and shit. Like I'm not gonna.
You're like you're referring to her by her like real full name? Oh, is it just her first name?
I'm gonna leave it at that. That's all. Like I just don't want to dox this individual.
Nobody's out. Like I don't think anyone's asked you that question.
Yeah, that's it. I just want to redact anything personal or any personal information.
Yeah, nobody's asked you to dox her.
Like yeah, that's all.
Yeah, no, I mean I get it, but like, are you just like when you two talk to each other, are you just like referring to each other by your full name?
I mean, I referred to her how I knew her, and I knew her by her real name, and I don't think she would want that out there.
So is it just her first name that's in the call?
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
So if we get her permission, if she says she's okay with you revealing the call, will you just reveal the full uncut call?
I guess, but that's if she wants to.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't want you to do it without her permission, of course. Was it her first name or her full name?
I know I've referred to her by her first name multiple times. I don't think I ever referred to her by her full name. That'd be strange.
So the private information in the call is relating to her first name?
Yeah, and then there's other things that she goes into that I don't think I'd be willing to release without her consent.
In a 5-minute call?
Yeah.
How
like
elaborate is this 5 minutes?
Talking about her family and personal like shit like that. And I believe she also, I believe she also talks about like where she's currently at. Like, because, this is involving, like, she's talking about people calling police on her and saying that her dad is, like,
So how much of this call was actually about the situation that happened with you?
Nothing. Precursor, nothing.
So why was it even...
That's why I stopped recording.
I thought that was the Wait. Okay. So why was that even in the video? Or in your Okay.
The reason that was in the video was because it had to do with the subreddit that was... Like, she was claiming that the subreddit was the one calling, and then I was trying to give an example.
Wait, apparently her first name is public.
It's not.
It's like Allie or something?
No, that's not her real name.
Okay.
She has multiple pseudonyms. Anne, Jelly, and Jane were the main 3.
Okay. Actually, I think that to be charitable, I think that is true. I did hear that she just uses like a million names and pseudonyms. That part is like totally true. I I mean, what were you calling in the call that she released of you? What were you referring to her as?
Her real name.
In the call she released of you?
Yeah, that censored part.
Oh, it says she censors. Okay, got it. Got
There's
it. No,
that
got it.
call is edited. It's censored.
I didn't remember hearing any like cuts within the call. I could be off on
No,
that.
there's a bleep.
Okay. So, give me a timeline of how this call went down.
Which one?
Like how we got up to the point of her admitting you didn't sexually assault her.
Again? Okay. So, I get a call. Naturally, I'm trying to cover my bases at this point. I already, debunked the false allegations, whatever. Still trying to cover my bases. The more the merrier. Start recording. I answer. From what I hear in the recording, she's talking about, being upset with people who she believes is tied to the subreddit at the time. By the way, take anything that she says with a massive grain of salt, because she's not very trustworthy. I personally don't think the subreddit actually had anything to do with this now. At the time, I believed her.
We get it. She's not trustworthy. We don't need to keep reestablishing that.
But yeah, she was saying that they're claiming that people in her family, like her dad, are doing sexually assaulting her, sexually abusing her. She's currently being sexually abused and whatnot. And she's telling me that she's not, and she wants to be with her significant other and all kinds of stuff, and she's afraid to leave her house. She's upset about all the reports, and I stopped recording because I felt
Yeah, but how did you get her to the point where she's accusing you of sexual assault to where she's admitting that you didn't sexually assault her? Like, what happened?
I have been over this a trillion times, dude. I don't fucking know. She claimed at the time that it was a manic episode, that she had BPD or something. That's what she was claiming. That she was going, because she would have moments where she would feel apologetic.
Did you ask her for a follow-up? Why did you change your mind?
She had told me it was because of a manic episode in private.
What is the BPD line from?
So in my initial response, I had talked about how she had told me in private that when apologizing to me initially after making the allegation to someone else in private, she said that she was having a manic episode. She thought she had BPD and all that. So one of the original accusers, who has also backtracked on these allegations, deleted their video about it, everything. Individual named Ali MCC had said that I was deflecting because of a manic episode, and I talked to her about that, and she said on her own, I thought I had BPD because of it. It did come from a manic episode. If you tried to put words in my mouth, I would try to ruin you.
So so she threatened to. Got it.
So she threatened me in that call. I don't know if that counts as blackmail, but I mean that was probably referring to it.
Wait a minute. I have another thing I need to ask you about in relation to this. I'm not changing the subject.
Okay.
So when you're on Snapchat with her, essentially saying to her, it was an accident, just hear me, let me explain, let us work this out. I had no bad intent. I beg of you and everything, you're my life. What did you... And then she's saying that you sexually assaulted her. SSD, is that what that stands for? Or
SSD?
No, okay, that's not what sexual assaults. I don't know what SSD means.
What?
All right. Wrong one? What do you mean wrong? Huh?
Sexual sadism disorder? What are we talking? I know what you're referring to. This is a Snapchat conversation where she had blocked me because she found out I accidentally leaked something to a YouTuber, and we were still in this fling at the time, and I felt horrible, and I was trying to fix things with her. But yeah.
Got it. Wrong one? Well, you're blocked for life. People are like, Aiden, wait, before you hang up, you need to see this, man. Before he leaves, you need to see this. And then I get a message, and then I pull it up, and then those same people are in my chat being like, wait, wrong one. It's not me fumbling. If it's the wrong one, don't fucking send it. If it's the wrong one, maybe don't send it. Have you ever considered that? Has that ever gone through anybody's minds? Sorry. I have problems, man.
You're good, man.
Okay.
Yeah, let's wrap this up.
Yeah. Okay, one sec. Fuck, dude, okay, anyways.
Let's go.
Yeah, I guess that's about it. I don't really have anything else. Wait, one more thing. Anyways, okay. Sounds good. So she never blackmailed him during this interaction? That's retarded. That doesn't prove anything. What are you talking about? Are you fucking, why would she, what are you talking about? This brief interaction, there was no blackmail. That doesn't mean anything, you fucking retard. Go more, the blackmail.
This is my point, though. Like, this is like the people that you were like grabbing from.
This guy's just retarded. That doesn't get rid of the broader context. This just proves absolutely nothing. It's like in this brief exchange, she doesn't blackmail him. In this recording,
like these are just a bunch of fucking orbiters of people who just don't fucking like me. That are just like, I guess,
why would these people not like you? Like, I don't understand why. Dickers,
because Diesel doesn't like me.
I guess Dickers doesn't even know Diesel. Dickers, like, I'm pretty sure Dickers is more pro H3 than he is Hassan.
Is he?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
So I don't understand. Like, I don't know why. Why would people not like you? These are people with, like, no preconceived, like, bias against you. Is it like perhaps because like everything that's presented to people like indicates maybe like dishonesty or is like suspicious?
I think some people are rightfully upset that I wasn't honest with Diesel. I think some people are mad that me and Diesel don't fuck with each other. I think some people don't like that I attacked Hassan.
I don't think anyone here even likes Diesel, to be honest with you. Like, I just don't.
That's a fucking lie.
I don't think anyone even likes the guy here.
That's wrong.
Honestly, if you hate
Diesel, just let's wrap.
If you hate Diesel and want to hit a ditch tomorrow, one's in chat.
Let's go.
Okay, I don't think anyone likes Diesel. So I don't understand. Like, do you think everyone who's coming after you is just biased against you because they're Diesel fans or something? I don't even think I have a layover audience.
I'm not saying that entirely now, but I think there are certain people who don't want who see that and just don't fuck with me, and that's whatever. They have every right to not fuck with me.
Okay.
But if that's their prerogative. I don't really give a shit.
Yeah. Well. But
I'm just saying a lot of these people don't have the objectivity intention in mind is what I'm saying.
Got it. Well,
objectively, I didn't sexually assault this girl. I didn't, do anything nefarious. Okay, I didn't. The worst thing I did was lie to Diesel, point blank. And that was over embarrassment and a bunch of other factors that we've already been over, and I regret that. Shouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Some cases, I think maybe it was a little bit justified in the sense where I was embarrassed. That doesn't make it right. But there's some parts where I'm like, I can understand that, and I regret it, and I regret the bringing up the blackmail to say that I didn't have sex with her. That was wrong. I shouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
That totally understand how that can be seen as manipulative or emotionally manipulative, and I own that, and I should not have done that. That's not in my character. Shouldn't have done that. That was so fucking wrong of me, and I regret that.
Do you own it? In your video, you used multiple recordings, not just call one, to like provide. Are you willing were any of these recordings part of a full call, like where you didn't start and stop and restart? Like, were any of the recordings, was there a full length call to them?
The full length call, a lot of these recordings referenced a full length call, full-length call that was in my initial response video, which is all
The
there on
recordings
Diesel's.
themselves. The recordings themselves.
Yeah, they're all on Diesel's channel. Yeah.
Were they a part of a full-length call?
No, the full-length call is there. It's there as is.
The
The
one
initial one, yeah. The one that where
The
she
one
says
they're
another sexually
referencing, but-
assaulted her. The one where she says we didn't have sex while listening to Big Dick Randy. All that. That's full call, as is.
All right, there were several, just to be clear.
Yeah, but I mean,
But you're not gonna send like those ones. You don't need to.
I mean, I'll
right
send any relevant calls if you'd like.
Yes, please do.
But
As unedited as possible, preferably.
yeah, I can send as many relevant calls as possible, but some of them aren't relevant whatsoever because it's just like either goofing around or like stuff that's completely unrelated for just ranting.
Did she ever file a police report against you?
No, because I
Okay.
didn't sexually assault her. There were people who did try to file police reports back when this initially happened, and nothing came of it.
Got it. All right. Well, my final question we'll leave you with, because I like to just ask feedback from all my interviewees here at Aiden Underground Incorporated. What was your opinion on the interview today? Where do you think we could have improved? Were you happy with the way things went?
I think you should have been a lot more prepared.
A lot more prepared in like what
Yeah.
sense?
Yeah, there was a lot of moments where you're frantically just taking shit from who I assume are not very reliable sources.
Well, a lot of people have gripes to you, which is why I preferred you talk to them instead of me. I'm kind of like.
Why would I talk to people with malicious intent? That's retarded.
They don't have
You know better.
They don't have. What do you think malicious intent
Yes,
is?
they do. They don't like me.
Wait, but why don't they like you?
I don't fucking know. Ask them.
These are people with no preconceived notions about you.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
didn't
totally
know of
do.
you
It doesn't.
before?
It doesn't. Listen. It doesn't fucking matter. The point is, they have malicious intent.
They're just people that disagree with you.
Don't care. They have malicious intent.
So it's
don't
malicious
care.
if they disagree with you. So you're almost
No, it's not. I'm not saying that whatsoever. Don't try to put words in my mouth.
I'm
They have malicious
just the
intent.
logical follow-up from what you just said.
No, it's not. That's
Yes,
what
it is.
you
Ace gang represent,
tried to say.
okay?
I'm saying they have malicious intent for a variety of reasons. You can figure that one out on your own.
What reasons?
It's pretty fucking clear.
Why do you speak in ciphers?
I'm not gonna platform it.
Why? Okay. Why do you think Dickers has malicious intent?
I'm not gonna platform it. Done. Not gonna platform
You're
it.
not gonna platform why you think he's malicious intent.
I'm not gonna platform it. You can figure that one out on your own. It's pretty fucking obvious. But
All I
not
know
gonna
is that he
platform it.
disagrees with you.
no, I mean, look at the way he framed shit when he got in here. He was completely wrong. He didn't listen to the beginning where I already had explained this multiple times, and he totally tried to do some fucking failed gotcha. It was pretty embarrassing, honestly.
He came into here with a notion of disagreeing with your narrative and tried to get a gotcha
No,
into
no.
that narrative.
And it was incorrect. His total notion was already incorrect because it had already been addressed in the interview.
So why
And I
did you
didn't even
correct it?
contradict myself. I did. But he wouldn't let me fucking talk.
Well,
So I had to correct it outside. Excuse me, I had to correct it outside.
he wasn't talking when you left. Just to be clear.
Yeah, because you were going on some tangent, so I fucking moved so I could correct it. Because I knew the second I started talking, he'd fucking start yapping his British fucking mouth.
All right. I would suggest you should your next interview should be with Purple Parry. He's a
No,
do you know him?
I know. I constantly like tagged me and shit and like threatened me. So no,
He
I'm not doing
threatened
that.
you?
Yeah,
What the fuck is wrong
thre-
with this guy? He's fucking.
he threatened me on Twitter. But yeah,
He
yeah,
literally is in my DMs making threats against my life right now. So it's actually
nice.
a good point. So you make a good point. All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we do this again soon. And yeah, best of luck.
Yeah.
What's so funny? What, you don't want to do a follow
Yeah. If you come more prepared, maybe
I
I'll
will.
think about it.
I'm telling you, next weekend, I'm gonna like take a.
I don't. You know what? No. Yeah. I'm done with this like whole situation because it's frankly retarded. Like, this is such a fucking nothing burger. Most people who are coming into this looking at the situation have stated they feel it's a nothing burger. Okay. And frankly, I do not give a fuck what anyone at this point who really thinks this is some horrible thing that actually happened. Anyone with an ounce of fucking know-how, knowledge, who isn't malicious, would be, it's so fucking obvious, okay? So I'm not engaging with this further. I'm just going to keep making good content, and it's over.
We'll be watching, man. We'll be watching.
All right.
Take care, man. Bye-bye. Okay. Okay, I got so many donos, and I didn't read any of them, and I don't know if there's a way I could go to my history to read them, and I'm really sorry that I, like, didn't read your dono. I was very sidetracked. Mama Oko, $5. I'm still waiting to see a police report, but this really doesn't help me feel wavered towards either side now. Klungo with the 10. Digest. Bobby B with the 5. At first, I was neutral on this guy, more or less, but with how he is, now I want his downfall. Godspeed. Glad you were finally black-pilled on the... Oh, you already read that? All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I was honest. I didn't fucking... I know it's my cope every time. I actually didn't sleep. I wasn't super prepared, but I think that for interviews like that, sometimes it's, like, really good to, like, not take as much... This is going to sound like cope, but it's good to not take as much of an active role and let them kind of dig the hole themselves, which she kind of did, right? Like, I mean, there were parts where it was just, like... he should get acting lessons or some shit. I don't know. You missed my other dono? Just write it out again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My bad, bro. I was, like, super distracted. Let me just read. I got some donos on Streamlabs. We'll read those real quick. Where are we going with this? Hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone, people. Hold the phone, everybody. Hold the phone. Chud's brother, tip 3. Who's this fella? I don't know. Navakva, tip 3. The teenager tricked me. The inexperienced high schooler tricked me. Get this embodiment of where my hug at out of here. This guy's a worse liar than Boogie. Just to, like, put it into perspective for you, right? Like, there's a pretty good argument. I don't need to be the one to tell you, but, like, with the kissing shit... There's a pretty good argument for coercion. With that being said, her allegations are not, like, simply related to... that's bad enough on its own, but her allegations go farther than that. And he is right. Apparently, she does have a history of lying, which he established about 80 fucking times. So does he, which is why I found it, like, a little odd that he kept hammering in that point. But she made some pretty, like, severe claims about him, which is why it's, like, even more weird to me that he was, like, willing to stop the recording at certain points and delete exonerating evidence for her. I don't understand. I don't understand any of this. You should have pressed him on the line. What are you talking about? That's what the whole fucking thing was. That's what the whole thing was. What are you smoking, bro? Hello?
Hi, Aiden.
Hi.
Man, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's
Listen,
up?
Aiden, I hate to be like a Debbie Downer or anything. That was an okay interview and all, but what the hell, man? What's going on between us, man?
What do you mean?
I can't get no sugar. You got that the Dickers retard.
Yeah,
and he didn't have anything.
Parry, I like you, man. If I got you in that call, you would have said something where he would have left, and you know that as well as I did.
He was gonna leave,
you wanted to ask him
when Dickers came in. He was like, "Oh, I'm gonna leave, or you kick him." So that was gonna happen anyway.
But I couldn't predict the future. Okay, I thought Dickers would be more reasonable with how he handled it.
So you thought the uninteresting, unfunny, retarded loser was gonna be? I guess because he's boring. I see.
Parry, you could have
at least Parry
could have at least
brought up the suicide stuff.
Parry wanted to come in here and ask him about being molested and his suicide attempt when he was 15. Why the fuck would I bring you in here? It wasn't a real
attempt. It was a fake attempt.
Why would I bring you in here to talk about that?
Okay, so the suicide thing, it shows a history of him lying. And I would have asked it. Obviously, I wouldn't ask it like in an aggressive way.
You have no evidence there's no evidence.
There is evidence. The video, you can watch the video, and it's obvious that he's lying. But I mean, or just believe the liar. And it's important to show that he has a history of lying because he tries smearing jelly with that same marker, and it would have been put him in the corner. But anyway, listen.
Do you think he would have stayed in the call if you came and brought that up?
Well, he would probably have done what he did with Dickers. He's like, oh, this retarded. Either kick him or so what's the issue? So it's the exact same level of
the difference
chance
is,
he loses.
I don't know him super well. I don't have like a good predictor of his behavior. With Dickers, I didn't know he would react that way. So this is all just like hindsight bias.
Just say you don't respect me.
Of course I respect you. Of course I respect
Just say
you.
yeah. Say it as a full sentence then.
I respect
Parry,
you,
I respect
Parry.
you. Say that.
Parry, I respect you.
That does make me feel better. So.
I don't think you respect me, but I respect you.
Well, I tried helping you out in your DMs. I think that's.
You were.
I wouldn't have done that if I didn't respect you.
In between all the death threats, I felt like you were a big help.
Well, no, that was once you added someone who wasn't me. Then I got upset.
I get it.
But
No,
before that, I was giving you, like, there was the parts where I said, he's saying he wasn't aware he was recorded, so that makes what he says less. He wasn't aware, but then he recorded her without her knowing. So you could. I mentioned stuff that you could. Do
you want to talk
anyway.
to Dickers? I think he wants to talk to you.
Sure.
I don't know what's going on here. What's up, everybody? Wait, he's not here.
I also, yeah, he's afraid of me.
Alright, what's going on?
Anyway, I also didn't death threat that guy, to be clear. I didn't death threaten him. I said I'd release the full convo between him and Diesel and Jelly if he made another video on his tweets. That wasn't a death threat. It was a threat that I'd release a video. And I will, by the way, Cameron, if you're listening. I will release the full call.
You have the full call?
Yeah, and I'm going to release it if he ever does like another content call or whatever, calling the deputy. I'm going to release it, Cameron, just so you know.
How did you get that?
Well, let's just say it's like 3 layers deep. I had to go 3 layers deep. I don't want to say the source because then it's like, it'll give him a starting point.
Who is giving this guy this shit, man? He gets everything.
Except a fucking moment to insult Cameron, I guess.
It's not going to be Diesel.
Well, okay. Apparently,
you wouldn't know, would you, Dickers? You probably begged both of them. You probably send them pictures of your shriveled up priest molestation machine of a penis.
Nice trick.
In order to priest molestation machine of a penis in order to be like, look, this is the penis I used to rape children. Oh, I'll be epic. It'll be epic if you send me this because you can just show me my.
All right. Yeah, that took way longer than it should have to hang up. You're so incredibly lazy, Aiden. That is why Parry has everything. Yeah, everything except the viewer count above 100. So true. So true. Okay. Well. All right, is it working? With that being said, what are we? We're 2 hours and 30 minutes in. We have a Bowblax crash out that we need to cover, apparently. And then we have, like, some other shit. I need to get a coffee, and take a quick break. So, in the meantime, stick around. Like, sub, more content coming your way, folks. All right? Only a few more weeks, and then we're doing daily fucking streams. But I'm going to take a quick break. Here's my conversation with Rose Malay on the Liam Donovan drama. I'll be back in a few minutes here tonight on Aiden Live. I should get some like ESPN or NFL music to play me out. All right, here's Rose Malay, everybody. All right, is it working? This was, I think, the second part, but it's still funny. This is absurd. Actually fucking absurd. Okay.
Oh yeah, I was like blaming myself for being like the reason the stream got taken down when it was that monkey clip, and I was like, oh, everything is my fucking fault, and I'm like constantly blaming. It was something related to, but that wasn't related to like why you brought me on here.
Yeah. So I got you on here because we were discussing the outsider. I was giving you insight into the outsider perspective and why people are not reacting the way you expect them to react to the whole like lyric shit. You kind of expect everybody to be outraged about this clip, and I'm kind of explaining why that's not the case and why people are sympathetic to lyrics on this front. Even if you, with your reasoning for why you said the things you said, you have to understand, like, for a lot of people that's still not gonna like negate it in their mind, and a lot of people are probably not even gonna believe you. I don't not believe you on why you said those things, because it is very like strange things to say. I don't know why someone would say something like that. So I do believe that this could have been like a result of, you know, your trauma or whatever.
I mean, am I supposed to explain like my whole life story to people? Like people are, I think lyrics that even said to me like, oh, you know, if you stream, people would understand you better. I don't fucking know. Like,
well, for a lot of
I just had a very interesting life experience.
well, okay, it comes off for some people as like post hoc rationalization for something that happened 5 years ago. And I'm not saying I'm just telling you how it comes off. I'm not even saying that I necessarily believe that, right?
And then it's also like the hypocrisy. It's like, oh, well, this person can say like all the crazy shit that they want, and then it's fine. But like when I say stuff, it's like the worst thing ever. And
yeah, but
I don't know.
His comments were in response to crazy shit being said.
Oh, so it's okay when he says it, right? Okay.
Well, it's a completely different context. If
right, something I had said 3 years prior, he went on purely for the intent to make fun of me.
If I have a guy that's like making like pro murder tweets or whatever the fuck, and then I say to him like, okay, I'm gonna kill you or something like that, like people are gonna be
that would be awful. Like you listen, you don't understand. I went on debates. Like my whole thing is pacifism. Like my whole thing is just because somebody does a bad thing, that doesn't justify them responding in a bad way. That is like my whole thing.
Yeah, but
so, like this is consistent to everything I've ever said.
Yeah, but your level of pacifism like negated self-defense.
Like, I mean, yeah. I'm just very against violence in general.
Okay,
but
okay, so
that's just who I am as a person and what I believe.
So do you still feel this way?
The rape shit, of course not. Like I don't believe in like violence. Obviously, like I didn't suddenly, you know, I'm not pro-gun.
Do you
but
believe,
like I look back at the shit that I said and I cringe. I cringe. I don't agree.
Okay, but you said a few things. Do you believe if like a woman is like being raped in an alleyway and she has a gun in her purse and should she shoot it out and should she pull it out and shoot the rapist?
I'm having this rape debate again. So what it used to be is I used to be outraged by it, and now I just like realize like first of all, it's a scenario that's very unlikely to happen, right? Like most people don't carry guns with them all the time. Most rape is like people that you know, not like in random alleyways. So, but if this scenario were to happen, I think the normal reaction is like to just not make a big deal out of it. Like, oh yeah, well he shouldn't have fucking raped her. Like that's what a normal person would say, right? It's like, well, you shouldn't be fucking doing that shit. And so I get that now. I don't know why I didn't fucking get that. But at the time, I was just like, no, murder is always evil. Why are people defending murder? What the fuck? Murder's like the worst thing you can do to a human being. So,
but you think,
yeah, like my opinions on this have changed.
But
I mean,
so presently, as we talk today, you do believe that a woman can defend herself with physical means if she's being raped?
I wouldn't personally do it, but I wouldn't make a big deal out of it like I did before.
Like, do you think it's wrong?
I mean, I don't think that people should fucking rape people, and I understand, like, people wanting to defend themselves. Like, no one should be forced to go through with that shit. It's kind of like how my opinion on abortion evolved over time, because I used to be pro-life. It's like, okay, I can understand this perspective now.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I mean, you know, I am, like, growing as a person.
So you wouldn't... I just a bit to take it. You wouldn't personally defend yourself. Why are you against?
No, I personally would not defend myself because morally I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean.
So wait, so you do believe that like it's morally wrong. The self-defense in these cases is like.
I'm saying what I personally wouldn't do if it were me. That's all I'm saying.
I know, but you're saying that because you believe it to be morally wrong, right?
I'm saying that I wouldn't do it personally.
Okay.
Just like people could be like pro-choice, but they wouldn't personally have an abortion.
I mean, I hope that you were never in a situation where you need to do that, but I feel like you would feel a lot differently in the moment.
I would just dissociate and not think about it. But I wouldn't.
Like, it's really hard to not. It's really hard to like not think about like being raped if you're actively, you know, being raped.
I'm just desensitized to a lot of things.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if I feel like this is like one of those situations where like you're kind of like you think like in the moment the way you're gonna react is gonna change from like when you can logically like think it out, right? and in the moment, the fear, etc., etc.
Well, you know how people have like a freeze, like fight or flight? I would freeze. I know myself what I would do in that situation. I'm not the kind of person who carries a gun, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean I want people to fucking shoot me. Doesn't mean I support like people murdering me. But I'm never gonna carry a gun because I wouldn't like feel comfortable doing that.
Do you believe?
You know what I'm saying?
Do you believe that self-defense is like contradictory to pacifism?
I mean, like I said, like I'm at the position where it's like, who the fuck am I to like tell people what they can or can't do? Like that's not.
It's just
like that's not right to like, because people like, if someone's being like, rape is like one of the most evil things someone can do, and so like if someone feels if they need to do that to like defend themselves, then yeah, like I was being stupid before.
Okay.
But you know, the thing is, I was so focused on like I would personally never do this, instead of like, you know, looking at, you know, someone else being in that situation. So like I understand my positions better, and I think had I been like more mature about this, I wouldn't have said the dumb shit that I said. I would have got myself in these situations. But here we are.
Yeah, I wish you hadn't said what you said either. It's kind of always going to be like a defining mark on
Yeah, but now I have to live with it.
That's not even true necessarily. I think with your current explanation, like if you like do something that's entertaining enough for people, they'll eventually not care if your content is entertaining enough. I mean, I don't watch you.
I hope so. I mean, people just don't understand me. That's the thing. It's like, I mean, even just talking to me now, it's like, holy shit, like Rose is like fucking crying. It's like I cry all the fucking time. But I'm constantly like all day am thinking about the shit that I said. Like it's like I can't escape the shit. It's like my mind is like stuck in a prison, reliving the shit like every day of my life. And
all right, sorry folks. I know that was a minute. But I got my coffee. We're ready for the rest of the stream. All you lost viewers, once again, the content happened. A lot of people were here. I don't care if people tune out. It's just cool. We had so many people watching. Anyways, let me get back to this. Whatever the fuck it is we were doing. I'm getting very mixed reactions to this interview. Obviously, you aren't going to satisfy everyone, but I tried. That's all that matters. Actually, I didn't try, but it still went okay. So that's all that matters. And to be honest, sometimes it's just good to let these people do most of the talking. If you're still here after my long as fuck break, you're a real one. I'm remembering you. When I go to the top, see you around Ben's. Okay, we got this Bowblax shit to cover, so we're gonna check that out. I thought you did fine. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. It's nice to have some positivity every once in a while. Geez with the Canadian 10. Welcome back, Aiden. I hope the big camping trip with the Cabal was fun. True. Diorio ate our whole food supply, and one of us died, but no biggie. He picked someone who probably had no knowledge. I had enough knowledge to, like, let him dig holes and, like, show inconsistencies in what he was saying. Like, that interview, like, 100% makes him look like a fucking liar. Right? Alright, let's look at this. Augie RFC. RFC Mania. I have the night shift. I did the night shift last night. Why does he have 2016 to 2020? Oh, is After Hours dead or something? Alright. The Bobby call was... They're streaming forever, dude. Was the Bobby call on day 2? He was condescending as fuck? Yeah. True. Okay, I think it was here.
No, Nicholas. Something like that. So. Nothing like that is not what Let's making fun of me. I don't know which one it is really. They don't want to watch my videos. I don't know. He has no clue what's going on. Still hasn't been able to figure it out. Has no idea where he even is.
It depends on the person.
Today I could not think 3 times a week, so he was always trying to adapt. It's a rare Manchi acknowledgement moment, which is very difficult for him to.
Multi-hour long stream, and I was just curious, and I looked, and you were reacting to me
Got it.
talking about some things, and I was just like, well, wouldn't it be easier if I just like call in?
Oh, really, Bowblax? For those of you that don't know, I've been trying to get this guy. This guy's spoken about me on stream. He's made false claims. Said I leaked shit that I never leaked. Right? Said I leaked that he said I leaked that there was like legal trouble between him and his mom. That never happened. Okay, I don't think I ever said there was a law. I never said there was anything legal happening, right? But he refuses to talk to me. He'll talk to them, but he won't talk to me. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I guess so. I mean, you said that we haven't really got into the parts that you
By the
talked.
way, I love how they've been going so... Connor has, like, jizz on his hair. Augie's, like, growing a full beard, by the way, at this point. I mean, this is... Why would you do this to yourself, man? These, like, 8-day streams.
About me and Connor about, but so far you've said a couple things. I mean, I'll do me first and then I'll let Connor speak for himself. You said that my main issue with you is that you're trans or something like that, which I find to be...
No, I did not say the main issue. I just said that's like an aspect. Because didn't Gokunaru ask if that was an aspect of why people dislike me? And I'm like, I don't think so, but like, I know Augie's not like cool with transgender kind of in general, so maybe that could like...
I think he says the primary reason, because you then say that the primary reason is your meltdown. And for us, that was one of the primary motivators that started it. But Augie never mentioned that to you once. Even post Fallout, he didn't DM you about anything regarding your identity or non-binary.
Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Quick question. Do you guys think the file stuff was, like, unnecessary? Because, with Cameron. Because my point going into that was that his, like, exonerating evidence of her admission was, like, seems super out of context. I wanted to know, this is... Right, I don't think the age gap is, like, a huge problem. But at the end of the day, she is young. And to me, it could have been him, like, berating her or gaslighting her into just, like, saying something and then recording that and taking it out of context, right? Or convincing her. This is very common. Like, you know, I have no proof that it did happen between them or whatever. But, like, it is not uncommon for accusers to doubt what happened. And he could have played on that doubt and berated her in a call. And that is... what I wanted to see the context that led up to that, and I think he did have the context and was like totally dishonest about it, which was evident by him trying to find fucking files for like 30 minutes that reasonably could have been found in 5. I don't know. Aiden, I wasn't here. Can you call Cam again and go over everything? Yes, dude, just for you, Toki.
Kind of in general, so maybe that could.
I think he says the primary reason, because you then say that the primary reason is your meltdown, and for us that was one of the primary motivators that started it. But Augie never mentioned that to you once. Even post Fallout, he didn't DM you about anything regarding your identity or non-binariness. He gave you a laundry list of ways that you fucked up and lied to try to help you.
Gifted, I have Xander apostrophe 4,000.
Yeah, I mean, I'll speak for myself on this segment.
I also, to be honest with you, I think another big reason he can talk to people like Augie honestly, it's a way for him to reframe. I mean, it's no secret Augie's like right-leaning or right-wing or whatever. He can reframe Augie's hatred of him as like a transphobic perpetuation from like a neo-Nazi or whatever the fuck. I'm somebody that's like been pretty openly progressive for like a very long time. And he's not really going to be able to like reframe my contesting of Bobby, my contesting of his claims in the way he could with somebody like Augie. It's disingenuous, by the way. Augie's issues with him, I don't think are rooted in like there are a million reasons people don't like him. There are extensive videos going over this. There are several lies. Anyways.
Just because I don't want it to be like a complete pile on or something like that, right? Like I'll let you speak when we go over what you said about you in this thing. But yeah, I mean, the idea that like, you know, the reason why like I, you know, quote unquote turned on you is because you're trans is just completely delusional. I mean, I laid it out on the stream earlier. The reason why is because first of all, you were mentally, you know, being psychotic. You're being psychotic to Nick, which on its own is not something that I can cut somebody off for, but it is, you know, it is like a red flag if somebody's that like crazy or whatever, right? On top of that, though, you were lying about key details when it came to like the timeline of events. I was like asking you specifically in DMs for details. I forget what it was specifically. I'd have to like look back at our last DM conversation.
It's not about politics, but Bobby really wants it to be. Well, when I had that private call with him, I had stated to him, you know, because I kind of read that he was going to try to flock over to like the progressives, a left-wing audience. And I said to him, you can't, this was before Augie cut him off or anything. I said to him, you can't ride this line of like, you're on RFC, you're the RFC co-host, and then still like fucking trying to like cater to the progressives. Like, I'm so heckin' wholesome, validate my identity or whatever, right? I that was never going to work. I said that to him. And I think that Aiden making fun of his ex-best friend for being himself again, getting a little so true. But that seemed to be the angle he tried to go with, and I don't think people bought it. I remember on Reddit and shit, people were like, this guy like was involved with this for years. People always use whatever victim card they could use. I'm Latina. I could easily just tell everyone disagrees with me. They're racist and sexist, but I'm not retarded, thankfully. True.
But remember I asked you something about the timeline of like when you were going after lyrics and you completely lied about the timeline of events, and then I called you out on that lie, and then like you took a few hours to respond, and then you were like, I'll try not.
By the way, we're creating a special clipper role in the Discord server for people who clip the streams and post that in stream clips on the Discord. You'll get the special clipper role and access. Okay, I've just received a DM from Cameron. Hey, Aiden, with all due respect, I will not be sending you the call. Nothing in there is relevant to the situation, and I have no interest in further engaging in a situation where I know I didn't do anything to this girl. I'm not giving irrelevant information for it to be twisted. I'm just moving on with my life. Have a good day. Okay. Cool. Okay. Yeah, the files shit was so irrelevant, Aiden. Why'd you get involved in the files discourse? Because he was clearly fucking lying. He was obviously fucking lying. Why would I not go down the file pathway? It's clear he cut some context. Like, people are criticizing, you shouldn't have fixated on the files. That was super fucking relevant. It made him look like a total liar. I was pressing him to provide crucial context to the evidence that he provided that supposedly exonerates him. In what world is that not fucking relevant?
To lie again, or you said something where it was like, oops. It was basically what it amounted to. So you were crazy. You were lying about, you know, a bunch of like details on events when I was just trying to ask you questions about basic information. And then on top of that, you're being vindictive to people like lyrics.
I will never satisfy people. I'll never satisfy anybody. There's nothing I can do where anyone will ever be satisfied. And it's not like, oh, poor me. It's, I'm done catering to these people. I'm done trying to appease these people. It's constant disrespect. It's constant disrespect, man.
Which led me to believe like, okay, well, if you have this pattern of vindictive behavior, why the fuck would I have you around in my life? I'm obviously going to cut you off, right?
True. And Augie should have done that for Flamenco the second the Xander Hall's mom shit happened. Actually, way before that. I think Flamenco, like, being super involved with, like, the VTuber community, which red flag in and of itself, having a debate with me on stream where he defended the Confederacy, being a former co-host of the Kill stream, being like a regular fucking like mega poster on fucking Kiwi farms. Like, these should have all been, I feel like, enough like red flags to cut the guy off. I don't know about you.
Like, it has nothing to do with you being trans.
Yeah, of course. And those are all valid reasons. And I never, what I meant with that was that, like, you're transphobic in some ways, and maybe that played a factor in you hating me at that current moment, which was like after the fact, right? not like the impetus for it, but like why you might currently still hate me to the.
Yes, Flamenco defended the Confederacy. He uses the common pro-Confederacy cope that the Civil War wasn't about slavery. It was about states' rights. And then you go and pursue the dialogue. I know it's like a meme, a state's right to do what? I came up with that line of questioning on my own, and then it's a very easy line of questioning, so it became like a common meme. But at the time, I'm like, yeah, what state rights? What states' rights? And then we go, that's about economics. It's about agricultural economics. What agricultural economics? Well, it's related to the cotton industry. It's related to the cotton industry. What about the cotton industry, sir? What about it? Please, go into more detail.
State, potentially. That was kind of how I was interpreting the question. But
hate is even like a strong, like, I don't even think hate is like an accurate word or whatever. I don't really hate anyone.
Thank you, Juicy Dog, for the 10. Have a nice stream, little sissy. Hope you go easy on Bowblax. He's really turning his life around for the good recently. I think we should also show some support. True.
In the fucking world, right? But it's just like the reason why I cover you and I fucking make fun of you for the most part is that you become a complete lolcow. Like, on top of your vindictive nature, right? You also you've been completely, like, you've made horrible decisions, career decisions and life decisions that I find worthy of mockery, in the same way that you've, like, found a lot of...
And he's a pathological liar. Like, I've said this before about Bowblax. Like, at some point, if he was just doing his own thing on his own corner of the internet, not tweeting anything, this is going to be a cringe word. But yeah, if we just, like, kept covering him every time he spoke, at some point it would just be, like, bullying, right? And, you know, you could say that's cringe or whatever. The problem with Bowblax is he doesn't sit on his own corner of the internet. He tries to win over, like, any ally he thinks he can still get, because everyone is, like, seen through his shit. So, like, when he can win over Technicals and reincite a fight between Nick and Technicals, he'll make up lies that Nick is Comment Cop, to go and, like, reincite this fucking battle. So he doesn't, like, sit on his own corner of the internet. He actively, like, takes shots. He actively takes shots and then, like, acts like people are obsessed or like a psycho stalker for talking about him. And by the way, right, you're gonna have to take my word for this one. Diorio shared his DMs with Comment Cop to me. They have 7 years worth of DMs. I knew Comment Cop before he was Comment Cop. I think he was like the Australian Gamer Police at one point, like 7 years ago. I've known about Comment Cop for a very long time. We've spoken briefly in chat, not speaking in VC or anything. Like, I don't think that Diorio was DMing himself for 7 years to prepare for this moment.
Of shit that was worthy of mockery when it came to Tipster. So, I mean, if you're wondering, like, why I quote-unquote farm you or something like that, because I noticed you in this Gokunaru video, you talk about farming a lot, right? It's just because you've made a lot, and we can talk about...
You'd have a better argument that I was Comment Cop, because I was following the guy and interacting with him, like, way before people like Diorio.
Different things you've done.
I think Comment Cop was around when Diorio was still in, like, the IBS community, right? So you'd have a way better argument that somebody like me is Comment Cop, or somebody like Turkey Tom is Comment Cop. I think I know who Comment Cop might be. Genuinely, I think I know who he might be. I'm not going to name names because I'm going to look totally insane if I say it, but I have a general idea of who the guy might be.
That I find, like, worthy of mockery, but I mean, that's really what it all comes down to. It's not just you victimize, you have a pattern of, like, victimizing yourself a lot.
Yeah. I'm just interrupting slightly because I don't want to, like, get off track to what you're saying.
$10 from Klungo. I am Comment Cop. Thank you. So you guys are being super generous today. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. If I missed anybody's donations, please go and tell me what you wanted to say in the chat, because I did miss, like, a fuck ton of donations when I was talking to Cam. So anybody who has, like, anything that I missed, please go ahead and type. I didn't mean to miss your donation. When the stream's over, I'll see if I could find past donations, and then I'll go read them out next stream.
Fuck, can you, like, repeat what you just said, like, just prior, real quick?
I don't know. Basically, what I'm saying is that,
what's their national? I think Comment Cop's Australian. I mean, his name literally was, like, the Australian Gamer Police, but I think the time zones he operates, etc., etc., I think he's Australian. In high school, some kids are compulsive liars who dressed head to toe, dressed in all Hot Topic anime gear, and would tell you lies about their life, suspiciously reminiscent of anime storylines. So based. So based. If your life is uninteresting, just make up an interesting one. Those are lies I don't really care that much about. When you're like in high school, like exaggerating or lying about certain things to seem cool. I did that when I was in like elementary school, okay? Yeah, I used to be a pathological liar. When I was in, I think it was like kindergarten or something, I got in trouble because I like convinced some girl I was like a vampire. Yeah, apparently that scared her. I don't know what happened with that. Those are lies I don't really care about.
I don't know. The reason why I cover you is because you
oh yeah, okay.
Yes,
I remember
okay.
now. Sorry. So like yeah, so I was answering like
Aiden, read chat. What am I missing? This is not a threat, this is a warning. Refrain from ever speaking about me again, or someone will get forcefully Yeah, that's obviously not the fucking real one, you morons. Oh my gosh, that's the real one? Yeah, dude, that's totally the real one.
like questioning that you might
Is this
just like
the real one? I swear to God, dude, these fucking, like, chatters are the most gullible fucking people on earth. I can't do jokes anymore, where it's like where it's like me kind of acting into a bit. Because they can't tell. They genuinely cannot tell. Chatters will believe anything, dude. Literally anything.
me due to like the trans stuff because I didn't understand like what would be criticizable like in terms of like the lolcow behavior. I'm like, well, I didn't see it as lolcow behavior, so I'm like, I guess maybe that's like an aspect of it. But I guess in that conversation, listening back, because I am listening back to it now through like your stream a bit, I did oversell it, and maybe in the moment I was just on some sort of wavelength where I did think you were maybe more transphobic than I, in terms of me specifically, than I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, these people probably are transphobic. Okay, doesn't take a fucking genius to tell. I think Augie is like quite verbatim stated, "I am transphobic" before, right? I think he said that before, like, outright. It really doesn't take a whole lot to, like, but that's not why they don't like Bowblax, just to be clear. I don't like him either for the exact same reasons they do, and I'm obviously not fucking transphobic.
I apologize. I went too far probably with that assertion, especially since, you know, I haven't talked with you in, like, a very long time.
Yeah, it has been quite a while.
Obviously, I wouldn't know.
Do you think Chud? Yeah, probably. I mean, does Chud deny it? Yeah, probably.
How transphobic you are or not outside of your tweets, which are very hyperbolic in nature, of course.
Well, I mean, that's the point of fucking Twitter, isn't it? You know? The whole point of Twitter is saying the worst shit you can think of, the most negative shit that's on your mind.
Countless words.
Yeah, so
right?
potentially maybe, like, you said something and, like, that...
Wait, Chud Logic is transphobic, dude? No way. No way. You know, when I think of Chud Logic, I think of Amon Goth, his portrayal in Schindler's List, when he, like, gets that Jewish maid, and he's having this, like, internal conflict where he loves her, but he, like, believes in the propaganda that she's, like, her people are, like, vermin. So he's dealing with this, like, cognitive dissonance. That's kind of like Chud Logic when it comes to trans women.
That got in my head when I was talking with Gokinaru, but regardless, yeah, I apologize. I went too far on that.
Okay,
sure.
well, fair enough. If you apologize for that point, I mean, can we just? I don't know how. Can we just address the elephant in the room? Like, can we talk about 111? Like, just. Can we just? Can we just talk
first,
about?
But prior, you laid out all of the reasons that, like, you dislike me.
I think Bowblax is super lonely, and if Augie, like, extended a hand of friendship, he would be right back. Bowblax wants to be a co-host of After Hours again. Very obvious. If given the opportunity, he would take it in a fucking heartbeat.
Weren't and I kind of would want to like.
Okay. We'll get to that for. I mean, there's so much you've offered.
There's like a timeline, right?
There's an infinite amount of things I just would love to ask you about, but we can address the personal shit first.
Yeah, because that's more why I'm inclined to talk to you here and on this platform. Because you know, we've been part of this platform for a while, and with you and Connor.
$10 from Klungo. Admit it's me, John Swan. It's so true.
And Nick.
And it's from Australia. That is John Swan. I've wanted to talk to that guy for a very long time. Do you think John will come on stream?
Particular, it like you guys like were my friends, right? Like outside of content and everything, we were pretty close, especially like me and Connor working together for so long. So I do feel like
they were so close that Bowblax felt comfortable sending him like these bizarre photos in a dress. That's how close they were. And Connor, keep in mind, Connor entertained it for months. For months, people. The timeline in between Connor cutting him off and him receiving those photos unsolicited was months.
It doesn't have to be a public platform, but I feel like publicly or privately, it probably is good just as human beings to get our kind of potential grievances out. So when you bully me in the future, it's less of like, oh, I hate this person, and more like for less personal reasons, and more like he's a lolcow or whatever, you know. So
you want me to cover you?
Connor can't. Dude, Connor always has a smug ass fucking smile on his face. This guy cannot contain his laughter.
Lolcow and less as well. I mean, I think that's how.
Well, no, I'm just saying like the reason I'm coming on here is so. Partly is so
because I want you to take me back in, Augie. It's been so lonely. I've lost my house. Bobby needs an online caretaker, and he's begging for. He wants someone to come in, like the H3 community. He wanted them to adopt him, but they'll kind of laugh at him, sometimes with him, but for the most part, they're not involved. They don't really follow his shit. They don't give him an active audience. The lefties, they rejected him. Technicals kind of liked his false comment cop claim, and then nothing followed from that. Bowblax is not being adopted by anybody. He's looking for a home. He's looking for an online home, and he's coming here to try to get it. Move the camera. I can't see Connor. True. You know, actually, this is how we should watch the stream.
So that there's no animosity on like a more personal level, if that makes any sense, like outside of content.
Well, the problem is that, you know, I do have some animosity for you just because I think you're a compulsive liar. Like even just the other week, you come up with this lie about how like Nick DiOrio is comment cop. I mean, do you really believe that? And I know you don't. I know you want to focus specifically on personal stuff, but that is related to your personal behavior. Your vindictiveness and your willingness to lie.
Why doesn't he go fucking wash his hair, like, real quick? Or wash this out of his hair before he... I mean, dude, can you imagine, like, the smell of the room they're in right now? This has been going on for days. Days.
About people that have, like, burned you. I mean, what the fuck was that about? You just pulled that completely out of your ass, right?
This guy looks like a serial killer. Okay, looks creepy as fuck. My first time ever shooting a gun was with Connor. Okay? In hindsight, worst mistake of my life. I'm so lucky the guy didn't put a fucking bullet in my skull. He's literally a serial killer in the making.
I've known for a while that Nick was content cop.
Do you have evidence for that?
Through a screen share, but
it slipped through a screen share. When did that happen?
In a call we were in.
Has he ever claimed that before? Has Bowblax ever claimed that when he was reiterating that DiOrio was comment cop, or is this the first time we're hearing this?
Yeah, a private call between you and Nick.
Yeah.
It was what year did this happen?
Not private, but it was in a group chat.
It was in a group chat.
Not a group chat, a server.
What server?
Terms,
which server?
The one that everyone hanged out. What was it called?
The Cabal. You mean Xylee's Cabal server?
Yes.
So was this in 2020?
He shouldn't have answered that. He shouldn't have. Augie shouldn't have given him. He's making it up on the fucking spot. He's literally just making it up on the spot. Augie's giving him the answer. Let him come up with something. He's not smart enough to think of that.
2023 or something.
2020? No, it's 2024.
2024. So Nick was screen sharing and he had login access to Comment Cop. So basically, like, Nick accidentally did what you did with Throbbing Horsecock, where he was just switching Twitter accounts, and you saw Comment Cop in there.
Yeah, it was like, yeah.
I've ever seen.
Interesting.
Who else? Was anyone else on the call, or was it just you guys?
It was me and like a couple other people. I think it might. I don't remember who though.
You don't remember there was only like 15 people in that server. There was only and like 5 of them were active. We could go and DM all 50. There were 15 people in that fucking server. I was in that server before they kicked me out. The Cabal shit, just so you all know, they were actually mad about that. They were all very mad about that, just so everybody knows. I was not controlled opposition. I got banned from every server by the human fucking fossil that's on the internet. Xylee Gets Real. Okay? The dodo bird isn't extinct, and it streams on a YouTube channel from some shithole in the south. Its name is Xylee Gets Real.
Like what you guys are talking about. This,
but Xylee, maybe this is all true, but Bobby was in the VC with Xylee Gets Real, and Xylee is so old and decrepit, her Alzheimer's has prevented her from remembering this occurrence. Do you think that's what happened? This could all be true. This could all be true. But this fucking dinosaur of a human being, such brain rot, the gray matter has reduced, she just doesn't even remember.
time was it like a drama call or something?
No, it was like a.
I heard Animal Services had to take Xylee's dog from her because she was feeding it 30 times a day because she didn't remember that she already fed the dog. I mean, prayers in chat for this poor woman.
Random meme call. It was not a drama call.
So you guys were all just fucking around. Was it like Chris the Narc in there? Where it's like another YouTuber in there?
No, I don't think it was like another. Well, it might have been like some guys from Now Recording maybe, and like people like that. So they are content creators, but like.
Did anyone notice like what you noticed that Nick had revealed?
I don't know. I have no idea.
And also,
I was going to mention.
Bobby would have called this as it happened. He's making this up on the spot. He would have called it. He said, "Wait a minute, Nick. Wait a minute," because at the time when they're all friends, there would be no reason for Nick to hide this from everybody. It would have been funny. JS Urban Adventures raid. Welcome everybody from JS Urban Adventures. Just so we're all here, Biden won the 2020 election. The 2024 election was once again stolen from Biden. Biden was the greatest president in United States history. The Inflation Reduction Act, his sweeping infrastructure bills, which he did sign himself, okay? Even though he used auto pen, which is the same thing used by his predecessors. He's on video acknowledging and explaining these bills in depth, proving that he did know what they were and what he was signing, even though you like to cope about that. The vaccine was effective. It worked. Yeah.
I was going to mention it, but then like I couldn't get the words in because they were like just kept talking. There's no space to talk, so I just like I think I forgot about it and then just.
Oh, and I love Dr. Fauci. Okay, I love Dr. Fauci. Hold on. Dr. Fauci's my hero.
This is 2024.
My mind, you know?
Would this have contributed to why you were upset at Nick then, maybe in mid 2024 because you knew about this? Okay.
Yeah.
So when you were kind of crashing on Nick in his DMs.
Why, yeah. Although, yeah. But I wasn't mentally ill when I found out about Content Cop, but I was when I decided to lash out. Right?
Is there any reason
that's not how mental illness works, by the way.
Why you didn't confront him on it at the time in the DMs when you were lashing out?
Rattles off for Destiny invented liberalism, folks. Destiny invented the Democrat Party. So fucking true. Destiny invented the acceptance of vaccines. Destiny invented liking a president. So fucking true.
I don't know. I don't remember.
So you basically this thing.
I was lashing out about a lot of things. There's a lot of things I did and didn't mention.
Yeah.
In that, you know.
But like, it wasn't enough of an impact for you. The fact that you had an alt account where he made like a video attacking you years ago, that didn't cross your mind at the time. It was more just, I guess, the Destiny drama was recent on your mind or something.
Yeah, it was just like getting my frustrations and points out to him. And
I'll go over the story again, folks. Bobby calls me. Okay, I always like to emphasize this, to emphasize how well somebody was making fun of me earlier. They're like, I can't wait until someone says they're from some obscure country, and then Aiden proceeds to go and tell them he loves their country and lists some obscure historical fact that nobody cares about. I like other cultures. I'm geographically literate. Problem? Issue? But I was walking the streets of Prague, drunk. And I speak to Bobby, because it was the day the crash out happened. I speak to him, and he says, yeah, I'm DMing Nick how I feel. Well, he explains it to me super reasonably, super calm, super collected, okay? And he says to me, I think Nick is being very unreasonable, fake friend, yada yada. I want to get your opinions on it, whatever. So Bowblax shares his screen and then shows me the most unhinged succession of DMs I've ever seen in my entire life. And at that point I said to him, please, for the love of God, apologize and stop DMing.
I didn't know, I guess it wasn't like necessary or relevant to bring up to me. To like get my point across, you know. But again, like I was like, that was like peak like. Or one of peak craziness, like
this is like an interesting.
I read the text and it barely makes any sense even to me now, you know.
This is such an interesting thing for me to like listen to because because in my mind, like you find out that Nick DiOrio is Comment Cop, like if I were you, I would have pressed him immediately because of that video that Comment Cop made on you about the whole Let Me Speak situation.
You know
like,
about that.
That would have been like the first thing on my mind, right?
To hide that only until your career was ruined and you have a gripe with DiOrio is like very fucking convenient. Wait, hold on. Here's what we're gonna do to make this a little bit better. Wait. Do 50 on the side. No. 100? 200. 1,000. No, that's too much. No, I'm trying to take off the left. Wait. Wait. Because then look. We could do like a little half and half for the face cams. So I'm not covering anybody. Professional streamer? Look, isn't this cool? We could do like a half and half, alright?
Know you as a person, you do get very, hung up on videos that are made on you, or things like that. Like I did mention before, you're very...
Aiden, very important, can you tell me why there's cum in Connor's hair? Maybe for the same reason, on the first day of the stream, when he was fighting Augie, he had a massive fucking bulge, okay? Bulgy Connor came in with his giant fucking bulge on Augie's stream. And I'm not kidding, by the way. Not kidding. Connor has been, like, sweeping this up for days. Bulgy Connor. Trying to hide the fact that while fighting Augie, you could see a ginormous bulge through his pants. Hold on. Where is it? We'll bring up the evidence. Why are you looking at his bulge? Because if you're looking at the screen, it's very hard to not see his fucking bulge, okay? It's kind of hard. Whoa, I shared the... Forget it, I'm not pulling up the picture. This is too complicated. I just fucked up my whole thing. Cool. I just fucked up the whole stream.
Vindictive, right? So somebody with your personality, especially, I mean, even somebody with my personality, I would have like instantly jumped on Nick and been like, oh, so you're a Comment Cop, like, so you're the one that...
I don't want to admit it, I stole Alex Gekmo's tweet. I wasn't even watching the stream. Alex Gekmo tweeted it first, and then I stole his tweet. I even announced under his tweet I was going to steal it, because God promised it to me 3,000 years ago.
made that video on me. Like instantly,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be able to like.
What are you sleeping over? What are any of you sleeping over? Tell me what you want. Tell me what you want. Wake up. Are you awake? Come on, folks. Let's fucking go. Wake up, people. I need energy. I need fucking energy, okay? I'm back streaming. We're back in the game. We're back in the grind. You're not sleeping on me, man. You're not sleeping on me. Wake up.
Talk to Nick without addressing like the elephant in the room in that situation, right? So it's just
Dude, I look like I'm on meth right now. I'm like sweating. I have like scabs on my face. It's rough, bro.
Very difficult for you to believe that you would just kind of notice that, and you know, maybe you want to speak up. And
No,
you
it's
get talked
part of
over
why
and
I
you're
was
like,
angry. It was definitely
Take this guy's mod for life. So funny, dude. So fucking funny.
on my mind. It was part of why I was angry at him, and it like me being angry at Nick was like like the comment cop thing, and like a bunch of combination of different things.
Get it, guys? Because he said a racial slur.
And then you know I addressed and ranted at him about some of them, but not all of them, I guess. So.
But even in your psychotic breakdown with Nick in July,
that's what I'm talking.
Stop calling it psychotic. You're playing into the narrative that it was psychotic. When Bowblax, it was manipulative. It was like a catharsis of autistic rage. Okay, a catharsis that he's previously had because he kind of like releases all of his emotions at once. There was no psychosis involved in this crash out. I spoke to him. He was totally fucking reasonable after the fact.
For lack of a better term, I'll try to be respectful.
He's just unself-aware and can't control his emotions. And this is a reoccurring theme, and the difference is he's previously had people to rein him in.
You know what I mean?
It was psychotic. I had a mental.
It was not. See, he's even reaffirming it. It was psychotic. Yeah, because Augie's now like buying into this narrative. It was not psychotic. That's a total lie. It was not psychotic. For some people with autism, and this is not for everybody, and autism does not explain why he's like a piece of shit pathological liar, because autism doesn't make you a liar or a piece of shit. But for some people who are autistic, emotional expression can come all at once in like this quick successive burst of like of anger that could then just like completely dissipate. And this has happened repeatedly with Bowblax. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not a doctor. It seems like it is, though, because this has happened repeatedly in like situations of high intensity and high stress for him. You saw it in Among Us. You saw it in the Boo Boss stream. You saw it with Mr. Girl. You've seen it in his call with me. When he gets frustrated, he can't control himself. That's not psychosis. There was nothing psychotic about his beliefs.
Yeah, exactly. But even in that conversation, it never came up like when you're just like listing all of your grievances, because you list a lot of like stuff that's clearly been on your mind for a while about how like, oh, I built this community.
I'm not diagnosing him. I'm saying it's just like, that's my assumption, and it's like pretty obvious. It was psychotic in the colloquial sense. The problem is Bowblax is not using it in the colloquial sense, which is why he sent people like pictures of his hospital bracelet and originally lied that it was BPD and then said it was mania and is now saying it's psychosis. He's not using it in the colloquial sense. He wants you to think this was the result of some uncontrollable mental illness that caused him to be unreasonable and is not reflective of who he actually is. That's a lie. It's not true. And he's never using it colloquially. He's just lying. And we shouldn't reaffirm that lie. He was very obviously not fucking psychotic.
I deserve more.
I was there that day. I was there that day, dude. I was there that night.
You respect Destiny more than you respect me.
I think neurodivergent people get overstimulated more easily, and that causes them to be triggered and overreact. Very true. And that's not for everyone or even most people with autism, but that is like a very legitimate thing that can happen to people who have it, right? Overstimulation, intensification of emotions, and then it all just like kind of comes out at once, right?
You never mentioned Common Cop, which is something else that has been, that at that point had been brewing in your mind for months. Like that, for some reason, that you kept tucked away. But all this other stuff that had been brewing for months, all that came out. I mean, I just personally, I find that extremely hard to believe.
I'll say this, because yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Did you tell anyone this revelation that you had, or that you saw? Sorry.
No.
How long does actual mania typically last? It varies, but it is not for like an hour. Okay, mania is a part of cyclothymia, bipolar disorder, schizotypal personality disorder, or it can be drug induced, I believe. Or it can result from like there can be manic-like symptoms. If it's drug induced or hormonal related, I don't know if it's classified as mania or symptoms presenting like mania. But mania will typically last anywhere from like weeks to months. It's not or a couple of or like a few days. Typically it's like a week or over, I think. It's not like a thing that happens for an hour. Okay? That's not mania. Now you can have hypomania, which I think with like cyclothymia, which is like shorter, but even then I don't think that's like an hour. People can experience mania for months, just depends. Yeah, exactly. But they don't. But it's not. But I've never heard of mania that's not like drug induced. That's only lasting for like 1 hour. GPT warrior over here? No, I took abnormal psychology course once. Bro's just making up words. No, I'm not. I used to want to be a psychologist, but I think it's kind of like it's like a super speculative field that takes itself way too seriously sometimes. And like half the people involved are like batshit insane. And you have to like do a ton of schooling to make any good money.
No, I kept it very secret.
Okay, because it's confusing because like obviously you say you and I talked a lot, which we did. And sometimes
I usually have 2-day manic episodes if I don't take my meds. Yeah, typically you take something like lithium carbonate or a mood stabilizer. He was not on a mood stabilizer, and the fact that like the only time he's supposedly manic is when it's like shitty behavior. We've never seen this happen before. We've seen temporary crash outs before, which is exactly what his comments to Nick were. A temporary crash out. That's for an hour or two. That is not mania. That's more like autistic catharsis of emotion.
What you told me about the whole
mania is anger displacement. No, it's not. Like with mania, typically, and this isn't always the case, you could have like mixed manic episodes where it's like a mix of like negative feelings and mania. But mania, I think, typically presents as positive emotions, and people are like, oh, that doesn't sound that bad, but it's like every fucking synapse of your brain is firing at once, and you have this like rush of euphoria that can lead you to like totally erratic behavior. Like I told this before, I've heard of a case of a guy who had like mania mixed with psychosis, which is more like schizotypal, but he believed in an old family rumor that he was descended from Julius Caesar, and he believed he sold the family car, he sold the family house, he took the money, he went to Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas under the belief that his ancestor would help him win some like game of like I don't remember the gambling game. He bet all of his money on one round and then lost like literally everything. It's like overconfidence. Yeah.
Conversation you had with Nick later, I think after it happened, I believe we had either a call about it or a message about it. I can't remember what exactly, but you didn't bring that up to me. You didn't bring.
Yeah, the thing is, mania is totally a real thing. Like, it's not like like psychology made this up. Mania is a real thing. If you look at like the brain of a bipolar person, in like a manic episode versus a depressive episode versus when they're neither, like it's actually super fascinating. I think it's like an MRI or it's an ECT or something. But like every fucking synapse is just lighting up when they're manic.
Bring it up to Augie. You didn't bring it up to maybe, I don't know, your Trashy Trio friends, King of Nothing. You didn't tell King of Nothing about this? Like no one?
Well, I haven't talked to King of Nothing.
I did a report on this. I could talk about this for days. I'll move on in a sec. I did a report on this. There are like, what is it? There are like genes that can be, I forget what they're fucking called. But there are genes that can be responsible for two totally unrelated traits, and there's like a dominating theory of like there's a theory of like a link between like bipolar and mania and like creativity, and it's like believed that some of like history's most famous artists during like created their magnum opus while they were manic. That's not how mania normally presents. It's normally pretty life-ruining, but I've always found it interesting.
Since like before July.
Well, I know, but you and King Nothing were friends like when him and Nick were beefing, right? And so no one in your sphere or no one in your friend group, you never decided to say it until you publicly made this accusation.
Psychology is not total bullshit, okay? But it's very speculative, and when they hit the nail on the head, they really hit the nail on the head, but they get shit wrong all the time too. And it's good to not, and there's like varying perspectives of it. It's not like oncology or like cancer where you can get an objective diagnosis. There's differing perspectives in psychology. So it's not to be taken as like the be all end all. And you get like a million different opinions from different psychologists. But there are disorders that definitely exist, like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder. Like these are totally real things. But then there's more kind of theoretical things.
A couple weeks ago.
Well, I don't tell them. I mean, we don't really talk about YouTube drama that much.
Well, this is less YouTube drama, more just like something that's personally bothering you.
Yeah,
right.
And it is like
that a friend of yours.
I mean, I will say, yeah, if Nick is coming, that is like crazy. That is crazy.
Oh yes,
objectively, that is wild.
Well, I mean, it would be wild if Nick was Comment Cop, because that would mean he'd be like lying about stuff like that, and it would just be like, okay, this is kind of weird that you have this weird alter ego that exists or something like
you
that,
made this
right?
video and you denied it too. Yeah, I would agree.
Obviously,
like, that's nuts. But you saw that. As
well, what I talk about in my personal life and with other people, like, yeah, I mean, it's some people.
You have no personal life. This guy shares every detail of his fucking life. There is no personal life with you. He tells everyone everything. There is no reason that the internet should know about your non-binary sister's sexual assault unless it's coming from her mouth and with her permission. You literally tell everyone everything. You don't have a fucking filter. Your personal life is not personal anymore.
People knew about it, but not anyone like online, because like it's not something I wanted to like share that I knew, because it's like kind of like whoa, Nick is Comment Cop, you know? And I was still like,
he didn't tell anyone this. He did not tell a single person this.
Friendly with Nick, like in those psychotic DMs, like you even see me hear me say stuff like or see me say stuff like,
I'm suspicious of the existence of the supposed sister. I am too. I am too. It's funny. I read people like this is not. I'm not gonna go on another 50-minute tangent, but like people like Ted Bundy. The only way they could get him to talk about his crimes is if he was talking about it like it was another person who did it. And maybe that's what Bobby does with his sister. Not in regards to crimes, but like any like traits that he's just like very insecure about discussing.
Oh, Nick, we're still best
friends. Or he's trying to like justify some like personal relation to a situation to excuse his anger.
Friends if you want to be, or whatever I said, or what have you. Not that I think he's my best friend, or thought he was my best friend, but I don't know, whatever. I said that stuff, and I didn't want to like expose him, because I know if it comes out public.
Pimpleton Skinwalker, bring up serial killers. I used to have a fucking true crime channel, okay? I used to have a whole channel dedicated to true crime. What are you talking about? Aiden, I'm being accused of being your alt account. Everybody is. Just play into it at this point. These people are totally delusional. I hear about like 10 people a day that are accused of being Aiden alts. Just roll with it at this point. We're all one at this point. It's a fucking cult.
That he's Comment Cop, it looks bad on him, considering he made that video on me. So of course I didn't want to like tell and like, you know, have that get out, because I was still having like
he would have totally confided it in at least Augie in a moment where he was angry at Nick. There's no way he would keep a secret like that for several fucking years. Okay, this is a total lie. This is not how Bowblax operates. He's just lying on the spot.
Nick's best interest in mind.
So
you threw that interview so hard. Why did you just let most of the questions were posed by me. He dug a fucking hole for himself, demonstrated himself as an insane, unhinged liar. Couldn't pull up the fucking clip. What are you talking about, bro? You're totally fucking delusional. You people are insane. You'll never be satisfied. The only way that would have satisfied you is if I was fucking beating him to death with a stick on stream. Okay, that is the only way people would have been satisfied. Chill. I am chill. I'm playing it up, okay? I'm playing it up. I'm playing it up, but I am genuinely frustrated with this people trying to discredit my W.
Obviously, with the drama that's been with like
do your own research. Why would I do my own work when I can make $100 off other people's work?
The farming that's been going on since, that's not the case anymore, right? So he's comment cop, you know.
I mean,
how did I throw? I don't get this. How did I throw the interview? Almost everybody was satisfied with it. In what world was that interview thrown? People will be reacting to this for days while simultaneously saying I threw it. I'll never get this, man. I'll never understand it. People will watch my content, react to it on their streams, and then simultaneously say I bring no content. The disrespect is unreal. The disrespect is so fucking unreal. I'm done with it, man. I'm done with it. You're either with me or you're against me. Everywhere I go, all I get is fucking disrespect.
I guess I'm just curious what pushed you over the line then decide to reveal this information that no one online knew.
Over the line was how he had shared personal information about me online that was gathered in ways, and it was like spread online and shit.
But like nothing else, no.
Keep in mind, Maggot Edits, whoever that is, like I genuinely don't know who she is. I think she like some now recording Orbiter person, accused me of like essentially leaking this and doxing him or something, if I remember correctly. I never leaked the court case, and as a matter of fact, when I was told that there was a public court record, I refused to cover it. I refused to cover it unless it had already been covered, and somebody else covered it, and then I was okay talking about it. But when I was like first presented with this, I could have gotten the scoop and then gone live and like been like, look guys, Bobby's like having a court case or whatever the fuck. I didn't.
No other coverage of Nick before that.
This is just insane to me.
Well, no other.
My only critique is that Aiden kept getting talked over on his own stream. Be assertive. Normally I would. I'm a bit fucking tired, man.
Coverage that Nick did.
Well, yeah,
that's true. That's good criticism. Criticism like that I appreciate.
Obviously, him like leaking my personal like finance shit pissed me off more than like anything else that he's done up to the point. Yeah, I'm gonna be more mad that got leaked than like it's him saying like I'm cringe, or like a horror cow or whatever.
Well, here's something you did accuse him of as well. You accused him of outing you as non-binary, which was a lie. And I don't know if you corrected the record.
Good
on
one.
that.
Good
no,
call.
Why
did I say that?
Yes, you said in a tweet
I'm
that was
pretty
deleted
sure
that he outed you as non-binary. And
I said I
when
felt
you accuse him of that, how can we trust you that?
I'm pretty sure I said I felt pressured into coming out as non-binary because
that's what he said.
To explain the drama.
That's what he said, but then that's why Diorio leaked the DMs, because the DMs proved that Bowblax could have totally discussed the drama without telling anyone he was non-binary, because it wasn't a central point to the DMs at all. It was like a kind of like part of the DMs and like a little funny bit, but like the bulk of the DMs had absolutely nothing to do with that, and the drama had absolutely nothing to do with that, and he could have totally gone and talked about the drama without lying that Diorio had pressured him to reveal he was non-binary by virtue of releasing part of these DMs, which is just like so stupid.
Because like the drama was about the non-binary tweet, so I felt pressured into being forced to come out in order to share that DM.
If their follow-up question isn't what forced you to come out, I'm gonna be very angry. How did Nick's tweet force you to come out?
To give the context of what was going on. So I didn't say Nick forced me into coming out. I just felt forced by I felt forced by the situation to reveal that.
He was planning on coming out. We literally had a discussion about this.
Info in order to explain the situation. And obviously in hindsight I didn't need to do that, but that's what I felt pressured for. So it's my responsibility.
So will you correct the record that Nick, nothing in that situation had anything to do with your identity or your non-binariness? That has no connection to anything that involved with your meltdown with Nick. So you correct the record that was incorrect?
No, other than like, the tweet about that I got mad at Tom about being like the non-binary, like that being the subject matter of that little exchange, obviously. But besides that, no. It's like pretty much irrelevant.
Wait.
There can be, okay, to be fair, there can be pressure online. It was just non-existent here. I think there was a case where I argued this. Someone was like, he had a choice whether to join the call or not. And I'm like, yeah, but all 50 of you were going to like bully and harass him and accuse him of running if he didn't. And he's like some young kid. I'm not talking about Bowblax. I'm talking about another situation. So like, obviously there's like some pressure there. Like the internet is his whole fucking life. It's just like pressure can be applied over the internet. It's just like, there was no pressure here to reveal his identity. Is that egg on his head? No, it's Augie's seed.
Wait, hold on. Nicholas Diorio in chat says, hey, so Bowblax straight up lied. Tipster reached out to me today to tell me the fake Comment Cop Xylee server story hours ago. He absolutely told other people.
Oh, what?
Nick says Twitter DMs are down right now, but he
I told people about how I found out about Comment Cop after I tweeted about it publicly.
Yeah, but he supposedly knew about this he supposedly knew about this for years. He supposedly knew about this for years, right? Or a significant amount of time. Him being able to keep his mouth shut for that long, over finding out that Diorio was an account that like engaged in like publicly humiliating him is such an unbelievable fucking premise.
Yes,
when
that's
when
all
did you talk to Tipster about it?
Yeah, when did you talk to Tipster?
He DM'd me. He asked me if it was really like true. Like I think the day of me tweeting it.
And so you said this story. You said the story the same day, but you're saying that before you outed it publicly, you never told anyone.
Yes.
Interesting.
I
mean, it just seems like, I don't know. To me, it just seems like
Bobby thinks people watch Twitter versus for his personality. That's why he always gives his own opinions, despite no one wanting them in his videos. He actually, I don't even think he thinks that. I think he wants that to be the case. Because if you look, let me show this to you real quick. If you look pre-drama, and I think this is what caused all like the animosity towards Diorio that just like came out that night. No pun intended. If you go to Bowblax's channel, this was pre-drama. Right? If we just go right... Wait, fuck. If we go to Bowblax's channel... I was briefly talking about this. Now, at least you can find his channel now. You know what's super funny, by the way? You know what's super funny? He dropped Twitter versus Carl Jobst, which is... Nobody cares if he's embarrassing, cringe. Nobody's watching for him. Right? They want someone to summarize drama and read tweets. They don't care who's on the other end, so he could totally keep a career doing this. So there's a drama happening. He drops a video with a clear title that it's related to that drama and summarizing it whilst that drama is happening. So people obviously watch it to get a summary. Okay? He sees 39,000 views. It literally outperforms Twitter versus version, or internet versus version of the video. So what does he do? Does he keep making, content, or does he keep making videos doing that? Yeah, he does it actually 1, 2, 3 more times, and these videos are getting views. 40k, 33k. Okay, nobody cares about Twitter versus businesses. Nobody cares about Twitter versus Tomodachi life. I've said this to them before in the call. They want Twitter versus an active drama relating to an active person that's happening. So this is doing well, but you know what he decides to then start doing because he just can't recognize the pattern? Online fundraising is getting out of control, where he does like a video linking together 3 like totally vaguely related like separate situations. He links together Denims, Shiloh Hendrix, and then gives it a vague title that doesn't indicate that it's going to be a drama summary, so nobody's clicking on it. He has a very clear marketing strategy that works, and he just doesn't keep utilizing it, and that's why he's going to fail. He can succeed, but he won't. But what I was saying prior to this is that Bowblax, obviously, it's one thing to do YouTube for creativity as a side gig. I do this as a side gig. I make side money doing it. Speaking of, don't know if you support the channel, like, sub, which is nice on the side, but this isn't my main, I'm in college. This isn't like my main thing, right? For people like Bowblax, when this is your job, you don't have as much room for those creative decisions. You have to treat it like a job. because it's the thing that you're relying on to make money. Bowblax was a topic-dependent creator where people only watched him for the topics as opposed to his personality. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. If you're doing it for the sake of making money, I've said that about a Cheeto before. Like, you can make slop to make money, right? I don't have an inherent problem with that. I don't expect a McDonald's employee to take pride in the burgers that they're fucking flipping. But he decides, instead of going on a new channel and experimenting while maintaining his job, he decides he sees Nick doing well. He wants to inject his personality. So he then goes, the guy that people don't watch for him, they watch him to read tweets for them. He then decides, where is it, dude? Did he delete the video? Did he take it down? Okay, I think he took it down. He made a video called The Best of Bowblax, pre-drama of just like stupid jokes he made that nobody found funny or cared about, and like everyone shit on him for it. He has Mayo Monkey to test on, no? It wasn't really, it was just like trying to entertain the Augie fans. That wasn't like to break out to a new audience. It was never going to succeed. He was going to run out of tipster content eventually. But he tries to do it on his current channel. Okay, he deleted it. It got a fuck ton of hate. He took it down. People are like, best of Bowblax, you fucking read tweets. He then tries to do like a daily dose of internet thing. The guy clearly wanted to inject his personality. He unfortunately was not aware that there's nothing interesting about his personality, and we just want him reading tweets and shutting the fuck up. And he saw Nick and saw how Nick could succeed with a personality and have influence, and that made him envious.
Shares this post of her in pants with the caption, I made the...
Just put the fries in the bag, bro. This is it, Bobby. Keep it up, and you'll be the next Sniper Wolf in no time. Please stop. Good job, Bowblax. Now you need a giant steak watermark during the entire video. It's not even April Fool's. That's so rude. I don't give a fuck. This guy lied on my fucking name. You think I care? Think I care? I don't. Wait, where's the... Oh my god, dude, did I lose the timestamp? Fuck. We have to go back. Fuck, I lost the timestamp, bro. Let's go to the transcript. Fuck me. Comic Cop.
with like the farming that's been going on since. I didn't want to like expose him because I know if it comes out publicly that he's comment cop, it looks bad on him considering he made that video on me.
Okay.
Yo, thank you so much for the donation, Patrick Starr. Aiden, you Pinocchio-nosed, noodle-haired, greasy, goblin-looking motherfucker. I deserve respect for supporting you in the RFC chat, so you have to buy me a mansion in Malibu, remove the graffiti you spread on my Lambo, and help set up a date for me and your sister. Okay, thank you, Patrick Starr. Very much appreciated.
So, of course, I didn't want to, like, tell and, like...
Anyone that was supporting me amongst the mob of hate in the RFC chat, you're very much appreciated. You're a real one.
You know, have that get out.
$10 from Klungo. Dr. Cop is now my name since Comic Cop is taken. True.
Because I was still having, like, Nick's best interest in mind.
I do not have a sister, no.
So
well, obviously, with the drama that's been, with like the farming that's been going on since, that's not the case anymore, right? So he's comment cop, you know.
I mean, I guess I'm just curious what pushed you over the line then decide to reveal this information that no one online knew.
Me over the line was how
we already saw this.
You censored the address and you said, Nick's getting his house foreclosed on.
That would be
Have
bad.
at
I
it.
wouldn't do
Have
that.
at it.
I wouldn't.
Nick, and the city that I live in.
And you're a public figure.
You know.
And your personal information on stream. New York.
Yeah, Nicholas Yorio, New York City.
Or what have you,
Right.
you know? Just because you can do it. Those people.
How far back was this? Why did Bowblax run from interview
so
with you? Will you have him on in the future? Because he can't paint me as some like fucking right winger, and he knows I remember every one of his lies.
You said this story. You said the story the same day, but
Yeah,
you're saying
and I
that
said that
before you
story-
outed
yeah.
it publicly, you never told anyone.
Yes.
Interesting.
I think it was right
I mean,
about
it just
here.
seems like, I don't know, to me it just seems like that is the golden card for you to play.
Exactly. There's no way he kept it a secret if he knew. He just totally made it up to it because he wanted technicals on his side, and he knew that would make he knew that would get them on his side. He desperately needed friends.
Against Nick, and I don't know why you would have waited for so long to say that.
Well, out of all of your grievances, like that you had with Nick over the summer, this is like one that could be legitimate.
Yeah,
right?
again, like I said, if Nick was Comic Cup, I would be like, whoa, that's crazy.
But it's like instead you
But I
play
don't
all these
believe
other
it.
cards that's like Nick. I mean, I forget what
Pressure
exactly
me to
you
be
were.
non-binary.
Well, I-
Nick,
Yeah, exactly. You use a bunch of bullshit
No.
instead of like alleged.
Come out as non-binary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never had an issue hugely with Nick until like he just keeps going on with this coverage of me where to the point of like leaking my
That would only, but he like doesn't understand. Like he acts like there's like nobody, he's not doing anything, and people are just randomly covering him. People stopped covering him. The coverage was dying down, and then he goes and just starts taking shots again, making completely false accusations. Like, I would think it was excessive if people were still covering him and he hasn't said anything about anybody to this day. I think it would be excessive, right? But that's just not what happened here.
personal information and stuff like that, and then like even before that a bit. But like during the whole like craziness, like yeah, I was mad at him.
The craziness, the psychosis, it's all a way to diminish his actions, and anyone who calls it like psychotic or whatever, don't even be colloquial about it, because he means it literally, and you're just playing his game. This guy is a fucking coward.
Was like mad because I want to get over it and continue being his friend, not in the way I am now, where it's like fuck Nick, I'm never gonna be his friend again, type shit, you know.
Interesting. And when you say personal information, are you talking about the segment he did on the
On
what is it, the house?
The house stuff.
Okay, so like a public court document, basically, is what you're talking about.
Yeah, except you have to like pay to like find it, and you have to like manually.
By the way, nobody would ever look for a court document if he didn't go and then reveal on stream that he was actively in a legal battle with his mother. Okay, nobody would have even known there was anything to look for. Would I have gone and looked for that and then like streamed about it and been the first one? No. Okay? No. Even if we already know somebody's full name and everything, I still think it's shitty to go and like dig up private info that they haven't publicly volunteered. The problem is, or that isn't even like that isn't relevant to any controversies. The problem we have here is he did volunteer this info. The only reason people even looked is because he can't keep his fucking mouth shut, which is why it's so hard to believe that he just never told anybody that he thought Dioria was content cop for all these years, and then conveniently it comes out when he has like some axe to grind with Nick.
Search it up. It was like private info that you can bring up publicly, and sure.
No, it is public information, just to be clear. It is technically public information.
But that's, you know, people can look up info of people online and like find people's last names and find people's addresses or what have you,
Right.
you know? Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should dig in and then share that info out, right?
Right. Was he...
And I know he censored a bunch of shit, but like, you know, he continued with sharing that alongside the people who, you know, didn't censor it and stuff. So
Yeah. So your name.
Alongside, what does he mean alongside? There were other people that also shared this very embarrassing information that he told the world existed and could go look for. So therefore, like, Diorio's like guilty because he also covered that and actually did the due diligence of censorship. Great fucking logic, Bowblax. Great logic. With a genius like this, I honestly don't know why his videos emphasizing his personality never worked out. Honestly, I don't fucking understand.
It was already public, right? And I believe your YouTube, I think, even used to be, and maybe your Twitter.
Yeah. It's crazy to me that he told Tipster Diorio's aim was to bully him to death. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I could agree with that if they were covering him for months with no prompt on every little detail of his life, right? Like, then it would be totally unfounded, and it's like, what do you guys want? If Bowblax was, like, super mentally unwell, Bowblax has a mental illness, no doubt, but, like, anybody who has, like, shitty behavior, any of, like, the so-called, like, lolcows online all probably have a diagnosable mental illness. But that's different than, like, mental illness that, like, diminishes your responsibility for actions in its entirety. But if Bowblax was, like, truly super mentally unwell and people were covering him for months and months and months and months without him, like, doing or saying anything to provoke it, then I'd say, okay, yeah, their goal is to bully him to death. And I do worry about that sometimes with coverage of people. I don't want to, like, overstep a line, and like, it's sometimes there's drama against people that is so dragged out. I don't want that person to then go and fucking kill themselves. Mental illness isn't an excuse. It's not. Of course not. No. It can be an excuse. Like if you're like fucking schizophrenic and believe that you have to kill, God tells you have to kill somebody to save all 7 billion people on Earth, then yeah, I don't think you're responsible for the murder because you couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Your mental illness was so incapacitating. I think that's the legal standard, right? That's like when it's an excuse. But if it's like something that like contributes to like an inability to control your emotion and like amplifies the negative aspects of your personality that you still have control over, it's just a bit harder, then no, it's not an excuse. $10 from Klungo. Actually, ignore my last donation. My name is still just Klungo and nothing else. Well, thank you so much, Klungo. Dude, most of my donators coming from the land down under. I want to go to Australia, man. That's next on my list. I'm doing the thing people accuse me of. Glazing a country. But someone I knew went recently. They liked it a lot. I think I'm going to go at some point. It's not an excuse, Aiden. It's an explanation. It's so true. I was high, and I was mentally ill, and my wife left me, and I'm non-binary, and my house, I'm losing my house. Not an excuse. Just explaining. I'm just explaining.
Said your last Nick, everybody knows my last name's public.
Well, here's the thing. It's like
last name, dumbass.
Anyone can look up, if you have somebody's like name, your full name, and the general city that you live in, right?
I also don't think we should set the precedent of, the thing is, Bowblax himself has like streamed and given his full name while streaming. If Bowblax was doxxed without his permission and then tried to divert as much attention away from his full name as possible, even if it was technically public, I'd still think it would be wrong to go and like use it and cover and discuss his full name, right? But the thing is, Bowblax himself has openly used that name. So therefore, he's now a public figure.
Anyone can look up public record documents or whatever, right? Yeah. Like if somebody has like a DUI or something.
Hold on, and are you saying God didn't actually talk to Joan of Arc? No, I'd never say that.
Something like that, right? I mean, anyone can like look that up. If I know like, fucking.
Do you live stream Mexico going to a cartel spot? I've discussed it with Lumpy Willie. Me, Lumpy Willie, and Toki we're going to Tijuana.
I don't know.
Nicholas Diorio, New York.
Yeah, Nicholas Diorio, New York City. Like, if he has
It's late for me. You aren't still up from yesterday, are you? I am, my friend. If you couldn't tell by my fucking eyes. I was not smoking pot, okay? I've been up since yesterday. But I don't really consider it up since yesterday, since I woke up at like 6 p.m. So it's not like I don't feel like ultra tired.
Any fucking documents that exist of him where he's ever been like fucking
but if those
sued or something
documents
like
have
that.
like private information on it, like
Well, at that point, the information
not private
isn't
if it's a
private
public
anymore. It's
document,
public.
right?
But it's still
I
like
can't nap. I can't nap. I honestly can't nap. It takes me forever to fucking fall asleep. And if I try to nap, it will take me 3 hours, and I've already pissed away the day, like just trying to get to sleep.
my address that can get doxxed. It's still my address. Like, don't.
I'm thinking. I'm considering sleeping pills at this point. It was like a last resort, but I think I might go in that direction. We'll see. My life genuinely might improve for the better if I start taking them.
You see, like, the harm in a bunch of people online knowing my address and other information about me, even if it came out through a public document.
Well, what's your address on it?
What, did he show it?
Nick didn't show it, but
he censored it. Diorio censored it. He censored all these things. These things, who people dug up because Bowblax acknowledged their existence by acknowledging he was in a legal battle in Canada in which said information would be published.
Like, so other people who got the information, the base source of it has like information like that.
Seroquels help you sleep if you don't. I was given them for sleep very briefly.
So here's my question then, like, are you saying like people like Turkey Tom or people who cover kiwi farms or content on there are just as guilty because you...
I was on Seroquel very briefly to help me sleep, and I had trouble waking up. Do not use them. My friend got hooked.
May have information that is on that website. Like if Turkey Tom does a video about you and he covers what someone said and
Trazodon's the best sleeping pill ever, no dreams. I also took that one briefly and I couldn't wake up.
in your Kiwi Farms thread, is Turkey Tom now doxing you and revealing your personal information on stream?
Dude, Trazodone knocks you the fuck out. I took that shit and I'm like, okay, I'll just wait for it to kick in. And I was like falling asleep at my fucking desk.
No, but I can dislike him for it.
Okay, but
I didn't say Nick doxed me. I said
that's not an answer to the question, though.
No, you're accusing him of revealing your personal information on stream, and this was the impetus for you revealing content.
No, sharing the revealed information. Someone doxed me, and then Nick shared information from that dox.
Well, it's not a dox if it's a public record. I mean,
that's retarded. Okay, that's retarded. That's retarded. Public information can absolutely be docs, okay? Everyone in this chat, their name is probably public somewhere. If it's an award you got in high school to like a public sign up for an internet service that got like leaked in a data breach, everyone's full name in my chat is technically public somewhere online. That doesn't mean it's not doxing if I go and dig it up and then release it. And I think Augie knows that. I'm not like criticizing him for this. You know, I think he knows it. His wording was just a bit off. The thing is, any piece of information that people dug up was used or referenced by Bowblax himself. His full name, he's used it in his official streams. The acknowledgement of his court documents or the acknowledgement of a legal case was done by him on a stream. So in that case, it's not docs. Okay, if I go and tell you about some like, if I tell you the name of my high school and an award I got and it got published in the paper, and then you go and dig that up and find it, that wouldn't really be a docs, would it? Because I've made it public.
Fucking government.
It's the same outcome. My address got out. It's the same outcome. Personal information got out. Just because, like, you can look it up. I could probably find a bunch of information about you if I just started like
you absolutely
certain terms
but
in Google.
that's the thing. It's like,
should I start like saying it on this?
Who's the guy above your face cam? My hero, Dr. Anthony Fauci. I mean, my name has like been public on some articles about me. I still don't like people mentioning it.
Dream and shit.
Well, no. The thing is, though, is like if there's a public document of mine that exists or whatever, right, that people can retrieve, I just have to eat crow at that point. That's just how the fucking world works. You know what I mean?
It's your L.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's like that's what I get for telling people my full name and the city that I live in.
And you're a public figure.
You know,
and you have a public court document.
Yeah. When you're
to be clear, okay, my biggest. Can we ban this guy? Do mods do? Oh, thank you, Toki. Toki W. I almost criticized you. It's my bad. It's my bad, Tokester. What was I gonna say? People who dig up your address maliciously is doxing. Yeah, of course, of course. But if you go reference that you're in a public legal battle and give out your full name, and then somebody goes and finds the document relating to the public legal battle that you've referenced and takes every precaution to blur sensitive info such as your address and the name of family members, they're not doing anything wrong.
What I get for telling people my full name and the city that I live in.
And you're a public figure.
Augie kind of...
You know,
and you have a public court document.
Yeah, when you're a public figure, you do like lose some of that.
The argument that Augie's having with Bowblax right now, I had the same argument with Augie. I think he's realized in hindsight how dumb it was. But Augie, like, posted a photo with his mom on Twitter. And then Salvo came and started, like, making fun of his mom and shit. And he was like, this is, like, too far. And it's like, not really. If you're like posting a photo of her, like it's just, you're a commentary YouTuber. It's just like going to be expected that people are going to go and like make fun of it. Right? I think he knows that now. True, pancakes.
Basic
Moms
right
should be
to
off limits.
privacy.
What the fuck? They should, out of rule of decency, right? But if you're posting photos of your mother as a commentary YouTuber, I don't know what you're expecting.
Right?
So if people were sharing around Nick Diorio's docs, is that like okay?
If
like
he had a
people,
court
like, sharing
document
it in
where
videos
his
and...
If Diorio got on stream and said, I'm going to court for domestic my name is Nicholas Diorio. I'm in court for a domestic violence case. It would not be doxing if somebody then went and got the court records and blurred his address. That would not be doxing at all. No.
Stuff.
Well, if it was
Are they going to bring up that Bobby himself referenced it? No, they're not. They should have got me on the stream. I could have called this all out.
Or
But
document.
no, his name is fully out there. People found his address and everything just by his name being Nicholas Diorio
you
and
asked
him
the
saying he
question.
lives in New York, Long Island. That's enough info
The answer
for
to your
people to
question.
find his docs, and people ended up doxing him off it.
If Nick
Or is that now like, is it okay if people like talk
Nick-
about that and
Nick-
share because it's out there? You know.
Nick didn't look up Bowblax's address and then read your address on stream. That's like what you're saying. The equivalent is if Nick.
No, that's
if
not what
Nick's-
I'm saying.
To answer your question, if Nick had a court document against him that his house is getting foreclosed on, and you decided to fire up a male monkey bully stream.
No, but you have to mention, like, the key component here is that Bowblax himself alluded to it. Why can't they mention this? Because they don't know. They don't know the lore. They don't know this guy's lies. I know all of his lies. I have them memorized, okay? That's why he won't get in a fucking call with me. But I think from now on, we're just going to spread the narrative. If he can claim that Diorio's comment cop, I can claim that the reason he won't call me and he's willing to call them is because of my ethnicity. That's the only common like trend I can see here. He takes issue with my ethnicity, and that's why he's unwilling to speak to me. Right, guys? That's the new narrative. We're going with that one now.
You censored the address and you said, Nick's getting his house foreclosed on.
That would be
Have
bad.
at it.
I wouldn't do
Have
that.
at it.
I wouldn't even if that
It's a
happened at
public court
Tipster. I
document.
wouldn't have done that.
Oh, okay. That is a lot.
150% would. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, he's so righteous. So righteous. You 150% would have. This is a total fucking lie.
100%. Just like how I did. Just like how I say like that. His the docs of how where he like
absolutely
worked.
would have done that.
But there was literally a situation during my Tipster bully.
There was nothing funny or like content worthy about where he worked. There's something content worthy and funny about like a lolcow whose only job was to fucking read tweets getting their house foreclosed on. That's like worthy of content. So if Tipster had some really embarrassing facet of his personal life that was technically public, you would have totally justified that and used that for content. This is like total like post hoc cope.
Like stuff like during the year or so I did it, where something came out about like Tipster's job and like where he worked and shit, and like people were covering it. Like I think Chris and Ark did a thing on it, and other people, and I didn't cover it. So that's an example of
Where's
an
the
equivalent.
beach drawing? It's gone. It's gone.
Well, I mean, I'm
It's private
thinking of, like,
information. I want to bully his content, not where he works or what his finances are
Yeah,
or whatever.
my issues with his content, not him as a person. The LGBTQ ally goes on to state as he mocks Tipster for his like proclaimed sexuality, his marriage, every time he goes live. So true. It's not his content. I'm just criticizing his content.
Ever. I'm bullying him and his fat ass and how he acts.
His weight.
I'm thinking of like old situations, whatever, right? Like with Deaf Noodles, like people, like when commentary was going in on Deaf Noodles, they found like old stuff about his previous divorce and like his previous marriages and stuff like that.
Yeah, and I never covered that.
That stuff is weird. If he doesn't mention it himself, it is like weird to go and drag that up. Okay, I agree. The difference if Deaf Noodles went and started talking about his divorce while under his full name and talking about his bitch ex-wife or whatever in their court proceedings, then you could justifiably dig that up. The difference that's what Bowblax did here.
I mean, if you have that standard, I guess, and you've been consistent on that, then
if you've never ever
The craziest part of this conversation is it just came out of nowhere. They mentioned Bobby on stream. Bobby desperately wants friends. He desperately wants attention. He's lonely. The internet is his supplementation for a social life, which he desperately craves but can never have because he's such a strange person. So the second he sees someone launch up a stream and he has the opportunity to converse with another human being, he will immediately take that. Well, actually, that's not true because he won't do it with me, but he'll do it with them. Because he still envisions a world where he could get back in on RFC.
Any kind of personal information about anyone ever.
But I mean, at the same time,
okay, no, Connor. We made the establishment.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, that's the standard.
There's
right?
not ever any information ever.
Yeah,
like,
you're saying that
me
you've
covering
never...
Anisa talking about Ian shitting in like a clip is not the same as what we're talking about. Don't say anything ever. You're being hyperbolic. You're being hyperbolic.
Being very specific. Personal information.
No,
so you're holding yourself to the standard. You never talk with this personal information, doxing information ever. You've never done something that could possibly lead to someone's dox in your entire internet history. And if you have, you would see this point, Nick.
Yeah, like using Kiwi
the
farms,
way you're talking, there's no way in any circumstance ever over the 14 years of content you have ever made where
he makes Twitter versus videos. I guarantee there's at least one Twitter versus where a Twitter user probably dug up the court record of another Twitter user and he put that in his compilation. I guarantee it's out there somewhere. I fucking guarantee it's out there.
I might have read out a tweet that could have been information. I don't remember. I've made
He probably did.
So much content. We made
and you don't remember because this was never a standard you have. You only care now that it's being applied to you.
Like 6 years of drama content. You know that's a fucking slimy little.
It's not slimy. It's the point is that you're holding the standard. You are doing drama content. That's the truth. And the truth about drama content is being a public figure. No, the truth about drama content is being a public figure.
It's a standard I've always had. Is there content that maybe breaks that standard in the past I made? I have no fucking clue. But it's a standard
it's probably not a standard you've always had then.
Personally had this whole time. Maybe like my definition of what is or isn't that has like matured over time or what have you. But
or is it just
so maybe there's a video like 5 years ago that I made where I read out a tweet where it had a certain thing and I wouldn't do that today or whatever. But generally, yes, I have.
I mean, the standard just sounds like it's impossible to use Kiwi Farms as a source because when I go to somebody's front page on Kiwi Farms, it lists their name and their address.
I've never used
Turkey
Kiwi
Tom
Farms
should delete all his videos.
Wait, you've never used Kiwi Farms as a source?
Except for in one video, which was the Sonic pooping. Like a poopy diaper.
So you're against using Kiwi Farms as a source because it can lead to like unethical sharing.
It. I just haven't personally ever done it because I don't
so
like.
You're not against it.
Onision's court hearing? That's a little bit interesting. Wait, what is this? Twitter versus Onision's court hearing. Oh wait.
So why? Huh? So then, what's the point of this dialogue?
Let me send this to you.
I might have went on Kiwi Farms a little bit for that. I'm not sure.
Wouldn't that be like totally contradictory to the standard and precedent you've just set?
Sure. Generally, I don't
wait,
use
is this
Kiwi
a court
Farms
document of Onision? Wait,
hold
hold on. What is this? I just
and
didn't
if
see
it links to
pull
Kiwi
it up?
Farms, I'll use it. But
I told you I did not pre-watch this. I said I guarantee there are Twitter videos where he's like bringing up people's court Twitter versus videos where he's bringing up people's court records.
I don't generally.
Well, is this Kai Jackson, James Jackson? They're full.
I can't pull this up because I'm not logged into my Discord.
We're getting into like really weird, like nitty gritty, like.
I established a standard for what you did to me is wrong, and now you're proving a contradiction. Stop worrying about the semantics.
5 years ago, you went on Kiwi Farms, and Kiwi Farms does something, and now we're getting into this and this and this and this.
Yeah, because he only takes issue or sets standards when it happens to him. This is like a reoccurring theme with Pokimane, right? He initially got big, I think, and met Augie and everybody. I could be off on this, but like calling out Pokimane for striking his archival content. And then he goes and strikes archival content for it not being fair use. We all of a sudden cares about fair use. fucking people making fun of his gender identity when he was like going after Tipster for being pansexual. Like the standards only come in when it involves him.
Well, it's testing your standard because you want privileges that as a public figure you've already.
My standard is what I've uploaded in my content. As of
open
late,
the first second of the video on stream. Can you? Oh, you're not logged in.
I'm not logged into my Discord, so
you're
I can't
logged into my
pull up.
Discord, right?
I think.
Is it Twitter versus Onision Court stream?
I just sent it to myself.
I think I set the standard with the tipster example, right?
Onision.
Well, no,
that's something other people covered and I don't, so that's like generally like I guess the line, right?
For those of you that can't see, Connor and Augie have just pulled up. He's throwing in a court record. He's using the full names.
That's
I'm going all in on tipster.
Nick says play the first couple videos.
He doesn't even blur the names of like the accusers.
Play the first couple seconds. Okay, I'll share it. I'll share it.
Or wait, he blurs the names of the minors. He doesn't blur the names of. Wait, no, Kai wasn't an accuser. Okay, I take that back. No, he did blur the names of the accusers. I was wrong.
Second.
I was wrong.
How do I do that? Share screen. Okay.
For a sec,
So this is the
for a
first-
sec,
oh, is
I
it-
thought Kai was like the accuser or something.
It's an address. Wait, what address is that? Room 239, Tacoma, West.
Well, it's probably a courtroom address.
Yeah, that's a courtroom. I don't think someone's house address is room 239, Connor. That's the Pierce County District Court. Nice one, buddy.
Room address? Okay.
It's probably.
Is court stuff public in the States? Yes. Yes. The only exceptions is you can have a record sealed if you're like a victim of domestic violence, and like there's some other exceptions.
So it's names.
Onision took Chris Hansen to court for knocking on his door.
Wait, yeah, so the
and
address
Lexion
of
to
the
court for
courtroom?
making videos about him. Yes, this is real. And
So
despite
we're
how
reading a
silly
public
it is,
court
it
document.
had to go to court, but unsurprisingly,
And what's wrong
it
with
got
this?
immediately dismissed.
Yeah, it doesn't mention his address or anything. Mine mentions my address because it's about my house, right? About my place.
Knocking on
So
his
it
what?
mentions
Knocking
it.
on his door?
This
Wait,
doesn't
Which is
mention
why
it.
I told the whole world.
The
Only
filing for knocking on his door doesn't mention the address? Hanson's house?
Does it mention his address? I don't fucking know.
So this is a standard that's unrealistic to hold. I mean, we're in drama. That's the
Well,
thing.
like,
We're
as drama
drama
creators, you're going
Hero
public
video.
figures.
Doesn't doxing mean someone uses information, whether it's private or public, with the intent of harassing someone? Bowblax saying Nick doxed him is far from true. Yeah, but like also like there's a colloquial way we use it, where like even if you don't have intent to harass, we still call things doxing. Like if you go and drag up an anonymous YouTuber's full name, even if you're not trying to harass them, you'd still be accused of doxing. But yeah, this isn't doxing at all. Bowblax volunteered this information.
Do your
public
standards
figures.
not change in life over like 6 years or so?
So now when Onision...
Like, that's a good point. If it wasn't that like every standard is only conveniently changed when it can benefit him personally. Right? It's not like a I've changed with time kind of thing. It's a I've changed when this comes back to bite me in the ass kind of thing.
Onision and Chris Hansen were filing lawsuits against each other for showing up to each other's house. We should avoid that as drama tubers, is the standard you're saying now.
No, there's no rule. It's just my personal rules.
There's no rule. It's just a rule that should be applied when you're talking about me.
one else has to adhere to my rules. It's just my personal rules.
But you're criticizing
of morals.
Well, I guess if nobody
he's actively criticizing Nick for not adhering to this rule. Huh?
You can dox whatever you want on fucking YouTube.
Well, the thing is, you're calling it a dox, but it's like, first of all, Nicholas Iorio censored. You're talking about Nick specifically, and he censored your address, right? I don't believe he even shared a link to it, right? Now, obviously, I guess
I don't like him because of it. All we're amounting to is I don't like him because of it. And I think he's a dickhead and an asshole for getting into my personal shit and posting it online.
You revealed it. You fucking revealed it. Why would you reveal it? It's not personal anymore when you tell the whole fucking world about it, you moron. Oh my god. What a fucking idiot.
I don't like him. He can do.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a piss real quick. I'll keep this running. One sec. Dr. Fauci will keep you guys company in the meantime.
Do it. I don't like him for it, and that's why I mentioned the comment cop thing. Not because he's not allowed to do it, because I was pissed off at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like I don't know.
It's not about like fucking like getting into the weeds of what I did or didn't say or weird hypocrisies or like whatever. It's just I got pissed at him, and then I fucking told everyone he was comment cop.
I just to me, it just seems, okay, so you said you told IRLs. You said you told IRLs that he was Common Cop. Like you've been to this for IRLs about that.
Sure,
it just seems like what? Like are these like?
But maybe not like saying Common Cop. I'm like, there's this guy in an alt account, you know, because they're not like into drama shit. Generally,
you have quite a few alt accounts yourself that you've been caught using, like a Stone Dagger and things like that. I mean,
sure, yeah.
I don't know. It's a little rich for you to.
Do you not have second Twitter accounts, second Reddit accounts, or whatever? To,
actually,
like,
no.
Anonymously?
I have I have a secret YouTube account that. Well, it's not a secret YouTube. It's my personal YouTube account.
Do.
Right. Most YouTubers have alt accounts that they sneak around on.
Yeah.
And self-promote.
What, sneak around on?
I mean, I don't know. You were posting the H. What was he posting on?
He was on the H3 subreddit, like promoting himself in the third person. Like,
yeah.
Bobby's doing this. Bobby's doing that. As if he was like someone else.
Yeah, like
or
a couple
something.
times to boost engagement on Reddit. Everyone's done that from time to time.
I don't think people pretend that they're someone else. They just posted themselves.
Right.
They just like like as Bowblax, you just post your own video.
Why does it matter which one I do it as?
It's just a strange thing.
It's just kind of weird.
Like,
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, there
it's
you
like
go.
a weird thing. And also that you were talking shit about commentary and Turkey Tom before the fallout happened. Like you're posting like Bobby was always right about commentary in like July of 2024.
Like in third person, you're just like posting yourself up there.
Oh yeah. I was pissed off at how Tom was reacting to the non-binary tweet.
Yeah.
I ranted to you about that, Connor. I ranted to Nick.
I know.
About
Well,
it,
that's more
and
normal. It's a little bit strange to talk.
Yeah, that's
as if
definitely
you're a third
weird.
person.
Yeah, I was manic. Yeah, you definitely do weird things when you're
Well,
manic.
this was more than just you were self-promoting as the third person. This whole content, this whole account.
I don't really.
The whole account
I
was
see
like a
those
different
as
person to
kinda
you.
like a bit of a world apart, right?
The whole
Promoting
account
one
was
of
a
your
different person to
videos
you.
versus
In your mind, when you were logged in as Stone Dagger, in your mind you were a different person. Whether it was self-promoting, whether it was shitty talking on commentary, you were acting as if you were a different person promoting Bobby every time you did something.
Sure.
Which is strange.
Yeah,
It's
like a 3 video. Yeah, I promoted on a video on Reddit. I don't see that.
All right, guys, I'm back. Did I miss anything good? Hold on. Let me rewind. Sorry. Augie's gonna DMCA me for stealing his content. GG's with the 5 Canadian. Aiden, is Bowblax wearing the Bob Lazar glasses? I don't know what that is. I appreciate it.
That isn't.
It was more than just you were self. You're a
Definitely
third
weird.
person.
Yeah, I was manic. Yeah, you definitely do weird things when you're
Well,
manic.
this was,
I was manic. Who said you were manic? Who told you were manic? Don't let him get away with this, people. Don't let him get away. He's trying to reframe the narrative. He was not manic.
was more than just you were self-promoting as the third person. This whole content.
There was he had a mania doesn't last for 1 hour. Okay, mania doesn't last for 1 hour. He had a fucking freak out because he had built up anger and emotions, which he said several times before. I was in a call with him that day.
I don't really.
The whole account
I
was
see
like a
those as
different
kinda
person to
like
you.
a bit of a world apart, right?
The whole
Promoting
account
one
was
of
a
your
different person to
videos
you.
versus
In your mind, when you were logged in as Stone Dagger, in your mind you were a different person. Whether it was self-promoting, whether it was shitty talking on commentary, you were acting as if you were a different person promoting Bobby every time you did something.
Sure.
Which is strange. It's
Yeah, like a 3 video. Yeah, I promoted on a video on Reddit. I don't see that as an okay.
I mean, that's a great way to completely minimize what
He
I'm
wasn't just self-promoting, okay? That's like the funny bit. He wasn't just self-promoting. He was going and like arguing on his behalf under an alt, being like, the commentary community is so mean to Bobby under an alt. They should be bringing that up.
saying, but I'm saying it's a weird thing. People look at and they say, this is strange, and this is delusional, and you look a bit crazy.
Stop saying delusional. Stop saying crazy. It's literally what he wants. He wants you to say this so that he can remove responsibility from his own fucking actions, and you people are playing into his hand. No crazy, no delusional, no manic. We need to use words like moron, pathetic, manipulative, liar, stupid, not words that let him diminish his responsibility. Anytime we're discussing Bowblax, the word psychotic, the word mania, the words mentally ill, etc., cannot be used in my presence, okay?
Okay.
All right, can we talk about...
There's no disagreement here. You're just saying it's nuts.
Temper tantrum. Yeah, I like that one. Temper tantrum, manipulative, poopy head. That's a very sophisticated one.
Promote yourself, and I'm not saying it isn't.
Yeah, you beg for Ethan's audience like support. Yeah, I mean,
here's something I want to ask.
Okay, like wow, it would have probably only gained like 50 more views or like whatever amount of views. It's like barely anything.
We're not talking about the quantity of how much. We're not talking about the quantity of how much you get. We're talking about the action.
Okay, then you can think it's weird.
Okay, here's something I want to ask about. This is in relation to Connor. You said in this Gokanara video that a lot of the shit that you got from me and Nick comes from, almost everything comes from Connor, because Connor became your editor. You guys became really close. You started talking every day. And allegedly, according to you, Connor was sending a lot of dirt or whatever to us to get us to turn on you so that we would take you out.
That's
and
not true.
Said that. Whoa, what is this fanfic you're like?
Well, I mean, it's the fanfic you were saying on the Gokanara video. You basically, the argument is that Connor convinced us, me and Nick, to hate you because he became close to you.
Never said that.
I mean, we just listened to you basically say that on the Gokanara video. You said all of the.
Didn't I just say that any reason that like you or Nick might dislike me in that moment?
One in chat if we just heard Bowblax say that in the Gokanara video.
Wait, you just interrupted me.
To be clear, you didn't let me speak. I didn't hear that video, but like that, he's outright implied that in other instances.
I was just saying what I said. You can watch it. We can rewatch it.
Yeah, I mean, I literally heard you.
Because you clearly misinterpreted what I meant, or what.
It's a misunderstanding. Everyone's misunderstanding everything. If people are misunderstanding everything you say, then you should stop speaking. Everything is a misunderstanding and a misinterpretation.
All right, let me pull up the Gokanara.
You're recapping it in a way that doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, you said something.
You said you were close. He said like I was closest to Connor, who. He said something about that.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's just pull it up.
I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of, I'm closest to Connor, so whatever, like, info that Nick or Augie might have about me to hate me that doesn't come from me directly probably comes from him.
Okay, well, that's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
but the thing they just accused you of saying.
But I'm saying in the moment 2 months ago, not, like, last year. I'm talking about, like, the reason why they might
give me an example.
in that
Like,
moment.
Let's be more specific.
That's just like how I was talking with the non-binary stuff.
All right, let's play your words directly. You said, let me find when you said Connor.
Oh, closest with Connor.
Okay, let's listen to this right now.
Here,
right.
Which included not talking with me. I was actually closest with his friend Connor. And then Nick. Okay, now I hear. But
wait, Augie's friend Connor, is that the guy who hosts?
Yeah, Augie's friend Connor.
That's the guy who hosts with Augie now.
My editor.
Go back. I didn't hear the. I'm not trying to insult him. He looks very odd here. Yeah, I would agree with you, but I have no room to talk right now. I look like I have been smoking meth, unironically. I'm in no position to insult. Besides the egg, I can insult the egg on his head. Okay, I've never gone that far. Is Aiden alive? Yeah, I'm alive. I'm alive. Why? Why do you ask, sir? Barely. $5 from Bobby B. Bowblax is the kid who got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and he keeps digging deeper and deeper. He knows what he did. Yeah, obviously. This guy's fucking... And he just can't, like... Can you imagine a world where Bowblax came out and said, here's a list of the shit I did wrong. Here's why it was wrong. I'm not gonna do it again. I don't expect anyone to forgive me. It was super shitty, super cringe. And yeah, I'm sorry about all that. And I never did it again. That'd be like so cool. That'd be so cool. Can you imagine like after the Alex Gekmo shit, he just comes out and says that? There's no mental illness. There's no, yeah, I like lied about several things because I was embarrassed. I've done this in the past. No excuse for it. And yeah, super shitty. I wish you weren't. You make me cry, sir. When stream ends, I'm gonna cry because of what you type. You know, there's a real person. There's a real person on the other end of the screen when you type your comments. Autism 420. And Boobs Jiggler 69 and Poop Swag. There's a real man with real feelings on the other end.
Like every day.
Go back? Okay, we'll restart it.
Hear the beginning.
All right.
I don't know.
Because you tell me, but like, who did you think you were like the closest friends with in that group? Like,
he's not gonna say me because he knows it's not true. We were only close friends of 5 years when it benefited him.
The end, definitely Nick, because Augie was AFK for the internet for a year,
right.
Which included not talking with me. I was actually.
By the way, this is bullshit. Just to be clear, I talked to you as much as I talked to pretty much anyone else. I mean, I did talk to Nick DiOrio the most, right? But I mean, I had like one conversation with Tom. I hit you up a few times. So I don't know why you.
Yeah, so it's the same with everyone. Well, yeah, that's what you did. You just.
Well, you make it imply that like after I left the internet, like I specifically stopped talking with you because I just.
I don't know if it was. I didn't know if it was specifically me or.
Well, I mean that's the implication of what you're saying.
You said it to Nick. You said it to Nick.
Well, I didn't know.
Yeah, you also said you complained to Nick that I basically blew you off after I left.
Yeah, I
got a soft spot for Josh because he reminds me of some clients I worked with. Definitely Spectrum. I would totally agree with you. And if this is your first perspective, I don't blame you for having that opinion. But when you just like look at his history and aggregation and like how hard he's gone on other people, and like the extent of his like manipulation, I'm normally very sympathetic to people who are like pretty autistic. But his bad and shitty behavior has absolutely nothing to do with autism. Some of his like emotional outbursts could potentially be linked to that, but like the essence of his behavior, the lying, the manipulation, the like vindictiveness, that's just him being a bad person. Please keep streaming until 8 p.m. As soon as this is done, I'm ending, man. We've been going for 4 hours. I'm fucking tired.
I thought it was only to me. I don't know if it was to everybody.
Well, I mean, that's a shitty thing to assume. Why would you assume that about me?
And then spread it publicly.
Yeah.
What?
You had an issue.
I'm just saying what happened.
Well, you're come on, dude. I'm not a fucking retard.
Well,
I'm not fucking
how do
3
I
years
know
old.
that you're doing?
My bad, bro. Why are you apologizing? That was a totally fine comment to make.
Everyone or just me? That's irrelevant.
Well, that's the point, right? You don't know that, right? But you assume that I'm specifically blowing you off. And
I
you're
never
complaining
said that though. You're making that assumption.
You said that to Nick
I never said that.
You said that to DM, and Nick DiOrio DMs.
Dude, I'm not fucking 3 years old. Okay,
like you said that to Nick DiOrio DM.
Can't even stream for more than 4 hours. How much do you stream, Nico? When are you live? Huh? When are you live? Why don't you just get in here, get on Discord, get a mic, and you'll just stream. We'll call it the Nico Show, okay? You're just really aggro today. How am I aggro? I'm aggro? Really? I thought I was being pretty fucking laid back. So you apologize? You didn't have to apologize. His comment was fine. Green's comment was fine. I understand his comment. I'll tone it down. I didn't mean to be aggressive to anybody.
Yes.
You literally just what's the point of even bringing it up then? If I'm doing this to everybody else, then it's not a fucking problem. So why are you bringing it up?
I'm not being fucking aggro, you moron. It's just not happening. You're living in fucking La La Land. I'm the nicest guy ever. I'm never aggro. And Underground. Are you the same person that runs Aiden Underdog? Because I actually want to talk to you about a potential job. Aiden, are you vampire? Is that why you sleep during the day? Yes. So true.
I didn't know you were doing it to everyone else. I only found that out just now. What?
Okay, then why did you bring it up? What was the point of bringing it up then?
He says he yells. Wow, you've arrived at the joke. Nothing gets past you, Ellie. Absolutely nothing. We're working with a real fucking genius over here.
Because I felt like you were only doing it to me.
Yes,
exactly,
which is shitty. That's the point. That's what I'm getting at. That's
How would I know though? What?
Well, you don't know.
So you act shitty to everyone,
assume...
and then one person reacts, and you're like, "Well, I'm shitty to everyone, so it doesn't."
Aiden Underdog, DM me on Discord. I have an offer for you.
Matter.
That's not what I'm saying, you fucking idiot. I'm not saying I was shitty to everybody. I was just saying, like, when I bounced from the fucking internet, I didn't talk to very many people. Okay.
But you still talked to Bowblax also.
Okay.
Yeah, but I still talk to you just as much as I talk to other people, right? But you mentioning that implies that you have a problem with it. I mean, this is just basic one-to-one human interaction.
I did have a problem with it.
Well, then why didn't you confront me about it? Instead of talking shit about it and assuming that I'm being shitty to you.
Because you literally like left the internet and were AFK to everything.
You have my phone number.
Why would I ask you? It wasn't that big of a deal.
Friendship is a two-way street.
I'm friends with Augie. Okay, I'm friends with these people. I'd call him, but like outside of an internet context, I'm not really gonna be like hitting people up that much. You know what I mean? If you're reliant, like, there's online friends and real life friends, and if you feel abandoned to this extent by an online friend leaving, for a bit, it's kind of pathetic. To be fair. Okay, Augie did talk to me while he was away, but friends is a strong word. It means something totally different online. I use the term friend a lot when I don't really mean it if I'm going by my actual definition of it. It's more acquaintances for me with most people. Like, true, like, friends, I have a lot of acquaintances. True friends, it's probably like 3, 4, something like that.
Had my phone number, you could have texted me if you felt like I was blowing you off or
you were away too, and you know what, Toki, you could have texted me. You could have you never wondered where I was. You never said anything.
You could have been like, hey, like, I feel like we're not that close anymore.
You like start like hating me and stuff. After
you left us for a year, I do that.
You mean
that amplifies.
This is like
back.
This is like way before
it doesn't
that.
matter that much, but looking back, I'm like, wow, I guess you really didn't give a shit.
Yeah, so you feel that, but you just said it right now, implying that this is something you've always felt, right? You've always felt like I didn't give a shit about you, right? And I'm saying First of all, that wasn't true.
Well,
Second of all, if you felt that way, why didn't you talk to me about it?
Looking back on it now, not in the moment.
So based on how I've treated you now, you think I always...
That's the conclusion I came to. Yeah.
Well, this is interesting, right? So you think based off of how I've covered you now, like I never gave a shit about you this whole time?
Yeah, that's how I feel.
Why did you say?
What are you talking about? He swept for you when you were a liability to him. You offered nothing to his show, and he gave you a co-hosting position because you were literally he was all you had. This guy privated VODs that made you look bad. He swept up your fucking messes. When Diorio was calling out Bowblax on the Boo Boss stream and was obviously right, Augie took Bowblax's defense. What a selfish fucking prick, dude. This guy, Augie, listen, I have my differences with him sometimes, but Augie is like a very loyal person. He genuinely does care about people, and I think that's one of his strongest traits. And he's not a bad guy, right? Augie genuinely is super loyal to people, to a fault, to be honest. I think like half of the controversies or problems he's had were just purely rooted in loyalty. But Augie absolutely cared about this guy, and with everything that Augie did for him to say Augie never actually cared is just like so stupid, bro. Like, what do you want? What else could Augie have done for you? Did you want him to fly to your house and give you his fucking kidney? Like, I don't understand.
It's a Nick in July 2024.
I'm having that interview in, what was it, like March 2025.
I know, but you said the same thing.
Next segment, newsflash, there is no next segment.
You're asking why my feelings aren't the same. A lot of things changed between July 2024 and March 2025.
No, I'm saying this didn't change.
So my feelings on different things and different people change. You can't just fucking compare one thing to another.
It's changing. It's changed. Everything's changing conveniently when it benefits me. Dude, we've got the consumer jack, the what is it? The doomer. We need the noticer. We need the changer jack. Okay, can somebody draw a changer jack? Every 2 seconds when he's caught in a contradiction. I've changed! Dude, somebody needs to draw that shit. We need a changer, Jack.
Be like, oh, you're hypocritical.
I'm saying these are the same things. I'm saying your feelings didn't change from July 2024 when you said the same exact thing to Bowblax, and today when you're saying now that I reflect on it, I feel this way. Didn't change from July 2024 to now.
What did I say in July 2024?
You said the same thing that you told.
Sir, why did you dismember that family of 5 with an axe last night? That was like 24 hours ago. I've changed.
Which is that you feel like I was shitty to you because I was ignoring you when I left the internet.
You said that to Nick in July 2024.
Then I felt that way in July.
Thank you. GG's for the 5 Canadian. Can you do a side-by-side between Blowy and Connor? I guess. Because then people are going to say I scammed if I don't. Bowblax. Alright, let's do a side-by-side. Bowblax is a cameo now? Oh, I forgot. We're checking this out when I'm done. I forgot about that. It's not even, like, comparable. They just both have glasses. So people can't change? Yes, they can change. But if all of their change conveniently aligns with them previously holding a standard at somebody else's expense, and them losing that standard when they're caught in some sort of contradiction because they've engaged in the same behavior that would be condemnable under their previously established standard, then it's probably not that they've changed, it's that they're spineless and have no standards at all.
2024 as well.
Okay, well then, okay, we established that.
I don't remember that time. I was manic.
My point is that if you felt that way, why didn't you confront?
Why nobody calling him on this? It pisses me off. I was manic. I was psychotic. I was this. I was everything that negates responsibility. You weren't manic. You were having a temper tantrum. He was having a temper tantrum. From now on, if anybody calls this fucking guy manic, psychotic, or anything else, okay, anybody can voluntarily check themselves into a psychiatric hospital, by the way, or an emergency room, by the way, which is what he did. But from now on, if anyone uses that word, I need you to correct it, okay? If there's ever a favor I needed you to do for me, it's this. Anytime you hear someone referencing this situation, do not refer to it as mania, do not refer to it as psychosis, and correct others. Call it a temper tantrum, call it manipulative, call it moronic.
on me about it, you know? And also, you didn't message me.
Because
you know what I mean?
You were
it's not
gone
like
from the fucking internet.
What do you mean?
I did try to message
I died? You think I was in like a fucking stasis? You think I was in a fucking
account?
Bro, do you think I was in a
fucking?
fucking?
You don't answer. What do you mean?
In a cryo chamber, just like freezing to death? You couldn't just call me? You think like when I left the internet, I was just gone
What? I
from
have
the world?
to call you?
Yes, if you have a fucking problem, that's what friends do. If you have a fucking problem with somebody, hit them up and be like, hey, I have an issue with you. Why aren't you talking to me? Blah, blah, blah. Let's talk it out. Are we close? I feel like we're not that close anymore. But instead of doing that, you fucking talk shit about me.
Yeah, it's an effort on both ends. And if you've made zero attempt, I called Augie when he was gone. He picked up the phone. It's like, and I didn't complain that he didn't call me. I'm also really bad at calling people.
To fucking Nick and say that I'm being shitty to you, and I'm now telling you.
Just like Aiden, I answer all your DMs, but your DMs, you don't start conversations with me. You'll just say something random, and then I'll reply, and there's just like nothing to go with. It's like you'll just reply with some random shit. You're not like starting a conversation. There's nothing to like follow up on. Like you just sent me a picture of like Augie, Salvo, and Flamenco. You sent me this GIF made by Nico, which is like, honestly, like psychological terrorism. Hold on. This GIF is insane. Okay? How do we start a conversation when you're sending me this? How do we go and start a conversation?
But that was a shitty thing to do, right?
Yeah,
You're making assumptions about me.
I was saying a bunch of things that I would have done on
this isn't just a manic thought, though. This is a thought you genuinely had.
Today you have.
Yeah, okay.
And today
when
you
you're
have.
manic, the genuine thoughts.
He's reading WebMD summaries. Nobody said this to him. He's reading WebMD summaries, and they're gonna let it fly. When you're manic, they're gonna entertain the possibility he was actually manic, even though he said that he was never told he was manic by a doctor. He was not told he was manic in the emergency room. He said that in his call with me when I spoke to him. He's never referred. No doctor has said to him he's manic.
Amplify.
Tired Cyborg, you won. Tired Cyborg, Jewel, they're both typing quote unquote manic. Manic. Everyone, it was BPD, it was mania. Yep, people are picking up on it, but seemingly Augie and Connor count.
And you do crazy things based on small things that normally you wouldn't take action on immediately otherwise.
But this is a thought you had since I left. I mean, let's just be honest, right? Like, you were like, oh, Augie's gone and he's not talking to me.
Yes! Yeah, it was a little weird that you left, like, jumped off
By the way, I asked him for the symptoms of mania, and he couldn't give them to me on that live stream. So it's not just that he's self-diagnosing. He's self-diagnosing himself with something he doesn't even know what, like, it is. He self-diagnosed himself with BPD. When we caught it that that was a lie, he's just switched to another thing that he also hasn't been diagnosed with. And people just, like, let him get away with it.
Face of the earth and left, but, like, it wasn't like...
5 from G's. Why are you skinwalking Destiny? This is getting old, man. The skinwalking... I'm gonna ban the term skinwalking from chat. Okay? Because... you just engage in normal human behavior or have an opinion on something. If it aligns with someone else's opinion, even if it's like an obvious opinion to reach, you're just gonna be accused of skinwalking. So I can't take it anymore.
That much of a bother until, like, you know, I'm manic and it gets amplified and I over-exaggerate things.
By the way, if you're watching, like the stream.
And stuff, and then I care too much. And now I'm trying to, like, explain things like that, you know, I was manic in the moment, so yeah, it's gonna seem it was too extreme. It was over the top, and I
was manic in the moment. That's not mania. You're not manic for 1 fucking hour. You come out of it, and then you become manic the next hour. That's not what mania is. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He shouldn't have access to the internet. He should be in a just world. This fucking moron would be in a care home, not because he's mentally ill, psychotic, manic, but because he's fucking retarded. He's a moron. He's a fucking idiot that lies about having various illnesses because he's too much of a fucking pussy to take accountability for the fact that he throws temper tantrums like a 9-year-old little girl in his friend's fucking DMs. This guy sucks.
I was shitty to you and I was shitty to Nick and stuff, and I've apologized in private and public the best I can.
It does matter what it's called. It does matter what it's called, because if he calls it manic and he calls it psychotic, he's reinforcing in the public's mind that these actions are explained by some mental illness that gave him no control over said actions, thus removing responsibility and agency from him. And that just isn't the case. He has control. He's just so used to getting his way when he cries and throws a fucking temper tantrum. I.e. the Boo Boss stream, when Augie defended him, ended the stream, and then privated the VOD to protect him because he threw a fucking temper tantrum, that he'll keep doing it. And this time, it didn't fucking work.
So...
What if you apologize for? I mean, you apologize to Nick for the conversation or whatever. I don't think you've ever apologized to me for anything. I mean, not that I'm asking for it. I don't really give a fuck about apologies, but I'm, just to make that clear for the record. But anyway, look, that wasn't the point of playing this clip.
I'm pretty sure I didn't tweet out a public apology mentioning you, but
mentioning me. Okay, well maybe I missed that one. I'll have to double check that. But just I'm not asking for a fucking apology.
Regardless, I mean, I apologize for it now. So
okay.
I'm regretful of that entire time period, which I'll claim from like July to, let's just say, like October.
I'm regretful of it, but I'll keep rewriting history whenever I'm given like the chance to actually fully elaborate on it. I'll either anything embarrassing that I can't explain, I'll excuse with a mental illness that I was never diagnosed with, even though the initial criticism was me lying about having a mental illness, or I'll just like totally downplay it and lie about what happened. Things like, these are my favorite lies that he tells. I said to people that I was 99% sure that I had BPD. And that message makes it sound like he was speculating that he had BPD. He only said to one individual that he was 99% sure he had BPD. He said to 4 others that he was diagnosed with it by a doctor, which wasn't true. He knows the criticism isn't over the speculative 99% comment. He knows it's the other 4 comments, but if he just addresses it from that one comment, he can easily negate his actions as speculation and not an outright lie, which it was, because that's what he said to 4 different people, that he was conclusively diagnosed.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's probably a decent time frame for all that. So,
well, listen, this wasn't the main reason why I wanted to play this part of the fucking interview. I want to hear what you say.
$5 from GG's. When are we getting custom emotes and memberships? I'm going to make the AG4L logo my membership sticker. I don't have any other ideas. If you guys do, please let me know.
About Connor, but I wanted to fucking address that because I've heard you say that multiple times that I blew you off or something like that, and
him off.
That's just not true. So anyway, let's keep.
They were sharing a room together at VidCon. Bowblax blew him off. Bobby blew him.
Playing this
because
they were blowing each other.
Everybody off. Right.
Well, I mean,
you're talking to
everyone
to you all the time.
To an extent, but it's like I talk to you as much as I talk to anyone else on the internet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But at the time, I did.
How many times?
Wait,
didn't we check? Did Bowblax ever reach out to you once when you were gone? I think we looked. Yeah, Bowblax never messaged you first. First.
Yeah,
I don't think
first.
Yeah.
I hate when people do this. They get mad that you're not calling them, and they've never taken the time to pick up the phone and like ring you.
I don't think so.
On Twitter.
Oh, on Twitter?
Twitter and Discord, yeah.
You DM'd me on Twitter? I feel like that's not. I mean, I pretty much logged off of Twitter.
It wasn't about like you being gone or whatever. It was just like, yo, what's up, dude? Stuff like that.
I don't remember getting a DM like that. I gotta be honest with you.
You probably just weren't on Twitter that much.
I can't check. I mean, I can't check because we have each other. We have each other blocked.
It makes sense. You're saying like you were ignoring a lot of people and everyone. You blew up.
Don't listen to him, Josh. Augie never stopped calling me ever, says Nick in the chat. So.
Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, man. I guess it's over for you.
Shut the fuck up.
All
right.
Dude, I don't respond to people. I blow people off all the time too. And don't respond right away and then come back to it.
I would have done this call 10 times better. Nobody's gonna like to hear it. Okay? Nobody's gonna like to hear it. But this was a call I would have done 10 times better than any of these people because I remember it all. I remember all of it.
Do it a bit later or, what have you. It's just, it's not that big of a deal.
Let's play what you said about Connor, and then I want to dissect that because I'm curious about that.
Tell me, but who did you think you were the closest friends with in that group?
Toward the end, definitely Nick, because Augie was AFK for the internet for a year, which included not talking with me. I was actually closest with his friend Connor, and then Nick. Wait, pause. Wait. I can't believe we had that entire conversation just based on me saying that, that little thing.
What do you mean it's a little
thing? These little things I say and blow it up it was horrible. Augie's such a victim and it was so horrible that I implied that he was the only.
Didn't he literally record an entire call and the whole crash out began because Lyrics made an offhanded comment about him being manipulative, which he objectively acknowledged was true?
person to like allegedly blow me off or whatever.
You've literally been
in
saying
that
this
clip,
over
I was
a
just
year.
like, oh, we didn't mention it.
I'm sorry, dude, but when somebody says bullshit about me for a year, I have to
You
correct
said this
it.
for a year straight. You had a meltdown. You had a meltdown about Among Us over this.
What do you mean that little thing?
For this, by the way.
You're indicting my character by saying that I didn't give a shit about you. You're making an argument that like the whole time
you said this for a year.
Okay, just own it, Augie. There's no this is an attack. This is an attack on my character. It's not true, but in all honesty, it will actually make you look better in hindsight to fall on the sword that you never gave a shit about him. You should do that. You should just own it. Be like, you know what? It's true. I actually never gave a shit about you.
That deeply about it based on that little
You've
comment.
said this Does everything you say just have no meaning to it? Is that how you avoid responsibility
Dude,
for
you
anything
really
you say?
think that's how people came away from that? That
that's the obvious thing.
Why are we talking about one single? Wait, the clip doesn't matter. You've made this argument for years, dumbass. We're talking about your overarching argument and feelings you've made in multiple different
But
avenues.
you made the argument based on the.
You said this to Nick. You said you had a meltdown about it Among Us over Discord about that Xylee was your only friend. You
That's
made this
behind.
argument.
That's not public though.
You
said
yes, you had Among
publicly
Us
indicting
meltdown.
your character.
That's all
not
part of it.
me talking
You
to
have made
Nick.
this argument for over a year.
Me talking to Nick is different than me
And
talking
then
to
you're minimizing this argument that you made for over a year and that you stopped for over a year into one little clip.
Minimizing.
No, but you're making it as if it's one little clip.
It's not
That's
that
not
big
what
of a
it is.
deal. That's why.
It's something you've
You
said for
really
over a
think it's
year.
that big of a deal? You really
This
think
is what you do for every argument,
that
though.
me,
You minimize
that I
everything you
was
do.
publicly.
He does minimize everything he does. I just called it out with the 99% I said I was 99% short comment in regards to BPD. He does constantly minimize. It's like one of his favorite fucking strategies. Add as moderator. I gave you mod, James. Don't fuck it up.
That Augie is a horrible friend to everyone. I was really giving off the impression to everyone that Augie was such a horrible friend while he
You
was
said
gone.
that to Nick.
You know, I
directly.
had people come up to me like at
VidCon,
VidCon, like really excited, like, "Yo, when's Augie come back?" Like, I don't know, but I hope
Dude,
he's
I gotta
soon,
be honest.
It's true. Nobody gave a fuck about him. First thing I see, hey, Bowblax, where's Augie? I'm kidding. I knew where Augie was because Augie was calling me and not Bowblax. But, dude. This is a gay friend group. Yeah, nobody cares about these points. We just want to watch him get humiliated. He'll never talk to people who are competent, like me or Diorio. He'll only talk to Bulgy Connor, who is just like totally soy-filled, can't get aggressive or raise his voice. Kind of just like sits there and be like his whispery little voice. Go to a fucking Starbucks and clasp your mug with two hands and sip your hot chocolate out of it on your MacBook, Connor, because that's what you look like you fucking do. You're in no position to have a confrontation with anybody. And Augie here is like super caught up on, you made me look like a bad friend.
The guy.
I gotta be honest.
I would never trash talk to you, really.
I gotta be honest, dude.
Other
Maybe
than like
the way you're arguing right now, I'm starting to believe you actually are a woman. Like, holy fucking
bro,
shit.
Dog fucking.
I'm just kidding.
It's terrible. It's like terrible.
That wasn't a transphobic
But
joke.
literally, dude, I was like one of your biggest fans behind the scene. I wasn't like really hardcore shit.
I was your biggest fan. Dude, do you think if Augie got in a car accident, imagine Augie driving through northern Canada, he gets into a car accident, it's like Bowblax he wakes up, Bowblax is standing over the bed. I'm your #1 fan. You ever seen Misery? Good movie. Good movie. Augie is Bobby's Paul Sheldon.
Shit talking you behind the scenes or anything like that, other than like me giving out a couple grievances to Nick when I'm like fucking manoing crazy. Like seriously, dude. Like you really think that I was
Xylee, the retired hallway monitor? Please don't insult hallway monitors like that. Xylee is the first dinosaur brought back to the modern age through genetic experimentation. Jurassic Park is no longer science fiction, ladies and gentlemen. We have living proof of a fucking dinosaur, and she's on YouTube.
Was going around,
yes,
like smearing your name and making you seem like a shitty person.
It's
you
not
really
about
think
me
that?
being a shitty person. It's about you saying that I basically thought you were shit and I didn't give a fuck about you, right? Which would be shitty.
Which
yeah,
to like Nick.
I mean, that's the argument you're making. You can try to minimize it. You can try to minimize it right
You
now.
don't
Like,
vent about
oh,
people,
it was
even
just a
your friends,
little
others.
vent that I made or whatever, right? But that's indicative of my character, is what you're saying, and it's indicative of the way that I treat you as a human being and as a friend, right?
You is that what Nick took from me saying? And,
Doesn't Xylee literally live in a... Yes. Yes. People think I'm joking about this. Yes. Xylee lives in a meth house.
And I was also manic at the time and going saying a bunch
I
of...
was manic. I was manic. Yeah, no doctor diagnosed me with mania. I was manic. Call him on it every fucking time he does it. We need to start doing a lie counter of his lies.
No shit, but also, you really think like
you were manic, you had a temper tantrum. You were manic, you had a temper tantrum.
Well, Nick doesn't even think that about you. Nick's like cool with you now.
We're not talking about Nick. We're talking about you, bro.
Are you like mad? But that's the person
obviously
I
Nick,
told. What are you mad about that I did?
It doesn't matter
I
if
told
Nick. It doesn't matter if Nick walked away
Can
from.
we get a manic count in chat? True. Or Nutto. Nutto was my favorite one. At least bring back Nutto. Okay.
That thinking like, wow, Augie's a piece of shit. Or if Nick
I was Nutto, man. I was Nutto.
walk away thinking of that, Bowblax is lying, like Augie's great. That doesn't matter. The point is that this is a feeling that you have, that you've expressed, that is based off of bullshit. You thought that I was blowing you off, and you thought that means
I don't care about
in March 2025, in an interview in March 2025, because he's asking me about commentary coverage of me during the time out, which was,
You just do display capture.
This is good news.
Is Discord just fucked?
based on how you know me. So you would be given advice on like, oh, Bowblax did this, or he would do that, or whatever, potentially, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a complete retconning what you said, but whatever. If that's what you meant, then
That's
nothing,
what I
nothing
meant.
else. Okay, one
just had like a spasm in the chat.
Does Bowblax rejoin the call with Nick there? Does Bowblax rejoin the call while Nick is there?
I don't have him blocked.
You can also switch to my account again if you want to real quick, because we're added.
Lie that you're comment cop if you're so thrilled that you would be comment cop.
What are you talking? I've made thousands of dollars. Thankfully, he came to his senses in the next 10 days to find his brand new principal position.
That he's held.
Great segment. Just keep fast forwarding. I don't want to hear about their stupid interpersonal beef. I'm waiting for the time he argues with Nick. What did I miss? Tell me what I missed and I'll fucking rewind.
Also, you know, like I don't like when people call me an asshole or something like that, but I also call other people assholes
too. Okay.
Let me try and.
5 possibly came from you finding out 8 months ago. We were talking together for so long, and like you knew about like my thought process with content creation and a bunch of different things. So yeah, any like new thing that people are like, oh, about Bowblax or whatever, like yeah, you now that you hate me and you're making videos against me and shit, you probably would, you know, say that to Augie and Nick. That's obvious, right?
Well, no, because we're talking. He asked you a question. Who were you closest with during this time, right? And
Yes,
we're talking about during the time of when the fallout happened. And then you say, and most of the coverage that came from this was from Connor, right? Connor, most of the commentary coverage was from him. Though I don't think.
I was talking about the current time period at that point.
Any of the commentary coverage besides after the fallout, when you made a tweet coming at me, came from me at all. The lyric stuff had nothing to do with it.
Okay, exactly. And that's what I'm talking about. If that was during March 2025, then that's what I was talking about.
2025. That would have been like, what, 2 months ago? That was way past.
Yes, that's when the Gokunaru interview is. And that's
no, but he's asking you about when this fallout happened, who you were closest
If that's what
with.
Gokunaru meant, then I misinterpreted, but obviously...
Misinterpreted. At least he admits he's the one that misinterpreted this time.
What do you think?
Or no, obviously, but what I was talking about was coverage of that current time period. Because he was talking about, like, how do you feel about the coverage that's being done on you?
Comment on Connor's teeth. Remark on the fact there are multiple gaps. Yeah, he should get braces.
I was thinking about videos that, like, were uploaded during that
doesn't
time.
make sense. That makes no sense.
What? I was getting shit on March.
No, but I'm saying
commentary
that makes no
videos
sense
were
for the
being made
answer
on
to
me
your
in
question.
March.
You said so even in March, you think I was most of the commentary coverage that people were talking about in March?
No, if there was any like new information that people were talking about in regards to me, it probably came from you talking to like Nick or Augie or
Like
whoever,
what? Like, give me an
and the
example.
information spreading from you as the source because we talked so much behind the scenes.
What were people
Like
talking about in March? that you're thinking of?
any like new info that comes out is most likely.
Or Aiden, why are people blaming this on me? I gave like one piece of information.
Going to be from you because we talked so much.
People say I leak everything. I never, to this day, have not released the dress photos.
And you know me like the best out of any of them, right?
So like Stone Dagger, you think was from me? That was what was being talked about in March, right? Or
That was
March?
from like the accounts that came out with the main shit. It was like DJ Screwdriver, Throwaway, some other fucking guy. Like maybe Alex Gekmo or Confusing Opinion. It was like these like big public discoveries were mostly Augie orbiters.
A month ago.
I've never.
The house stuff.
Maybe I was screen sharing and you saw that.
Aiden, do I actually sound like Connor? Yes.
Another Reddit account?
No.
Or something. I don't know.
DJ Screwdriver.
I don't know. I don't really think
So you're just
Stone
making up
Dagger.
bullshit, and you're
Wasn't
just
that from
spreading that I
DJ
was snaking you
Screwdriver?
privately.
You looked into that one?
You're just making up bullshit and saying
Yeah, it
that
was from
I'm
DJ
snaking you about.
Screwdriver. So it's not Connor that's perpetuating most of this.
I didn't make up. Well, I said if any, because we were close, it stands to assume that any content. What? How do you not understand what I was saying in
It
that
stands
interview?
to assume.
I'm so
You
confused.
can't.
So can we assume that about Bowblax and like the videos on King of Nothing, that he was the mastermind of all of it because he was close with King of Nothing and the people who were opposing him?
Assume that if you don't know anything about that, you can't just be like, well, someone
But
else
he's
close to us
asking
probably.
me, and I don't know, so I'm saying I don't know, but
No.
probably.
He asked you who you're closest with, and then you decide to add this random caveat. And Connor was the one who
He's
snaked
about
me
to
all the time,
ult.
by the way.
If he
That's what you're
doesn't
adding.
ult, I'm done
As a
with
random
this.
caveat.
He
He didn't
better
ask you, who
ult.
do you think snaked you the most?
Is he gonna ult?
Yeah, he was saying that. That's like the whole impetus of this interview.
No, he
asked
said,
that
who were you
before.
closest to? And you said,
I'm adding
yeah,
on
Nick,
to
but
another.
then probably Connor, and he's the one who did most of the coverage on me and fucked me over the most. And that's just bullshit. You have no evidence for that. You have no proof of that. You don't even
That's
know
not
what
what I was
covered.
claiming. You're arguing a straw man. I'm
It's not
trying
a
to
straw
explain to
man.
you what I was claiming.
You're misunderstanding.
Like you're so hung up on this, what you thought I was saying, that like you can't even accept that that's what I meant.
You're saying commentary coverage. I'm going off your exact
You can
words.
see it's not mania. When he gets heightened emotionally, he freaks out. And you could see it starting to come through the cracks. This is not mania.
Commentary coverage, yes.
And
Of
that- you're saying-
of March 2025. That's when the interview happened.
You know, that doesn't even make sense. You're hyper focused on this month. That
He's
first of all, that month has
banging
nothing
on the desk.
to do with anything I've ever.
That's when the interview happened, and that's why I'm responding to it. How can you not get to see your dense skull?
Yeah, okay, so
I'm
you're
talking
saying-
about.
How are you not gonna see, dude? I think Bowblax like may generally have like a more annoying voice than me, bro. Holy fuck.
Commentary coverage made on me in
He like talks like the nerd emoji.
March 2025 in an interview in March 2025 because he's asking me about commentary coverage of me during the current date of March 2025.
He's asking you who you were closest
That's
with.
what I was saying.
I think at this point, Connor should just keep disagreeing, even if he agrees with him, just to like get him to ult.
He's asking
And
you
if
who
you don't
were closest
understand
with,
that, you're a
dude.
dumbass.
He's
And
asking
I'm only
who you
gonna
were closest
engage. I'm
with.
only gonna engage based on
His mom tells him to shut the fuck up. Are you serious?
Who were you closest with,
truth and
Connor?
not based on this assumption
Hey, so
that I
answer
was
this
saying
then.
something else.
Oh my god, because he now lives with her, right? So she now has to hear him ult.
Why is it I was closest with Connor, and so that means most of the commentary coverage? You're answering a question from 8 months ago when we were close, and then adding on the snake bit. But somehow that's about March, not actually from 8
I'm
months
not
ago.
answering. He's
Actually.
saying who was I closest with. I say you.
Yes, 8 months ago.
And then I say about how it.
Connor is so like theatrical with the way he moves. He's very flamboyant.
Saying something else.
Why is it I was closest with Connor, and so that means most of the commentary coverage? You're answering a question from 8 months ago when we were close, and then adding on the snake bit. But somehow that's about March. Not
But somehow that's look, bro.
answering a question from 8 months ago when we were close, and then adding on the snake bit. But somehow that's about March, not actually
Huh?
from 8
I'm
months
not
ago.
answering. He's
Actually.
saying who was I closest.
And I'm gonna give you the only compliment you'll receive for the next 2 weeks. Your voice is completely fine. You just speak like a nerd. I took a measurement. Unfortunately, I am a voice cell. We're working on it though. We're
With.
working on it.
I say you.
Yes, 8 months
And
ago.
then I say about how it.
That's not
Yeah,
March. We've
and
transitioned
that-
to March out of nowhere.
Any information
just
that's
talking about 8 months
new.
ago.
Shut the fuck up for a second. Any information that is new. Any information that
He's
is
on the
new.
verge of tears.
Right. Any information that is new that comes out in a video
Forever
uploaded in March
workout,
2025.
8,000 years of content. 8,000 years of content from this guy, bro.
Possibly came from you finding out 8 months ago. The information is 8 months old, but it comes out in March 2025.
So
you understand now?
So from the time
or are you
period,
still
from the time
retarded?
period of September to March,
Dude,
none of
how
that
do you
personal
not?
information.
How do you literally not?
None of that
Watch
stuff
the
would have
interview
mattered.
again.
That had nothing
Listen to
to
the
do with
interview
me. Let's
again.
just clarify.
I'm just arguing. I'm
September
trying to
to-
clarify to you
I
what I
know.
meant, and you're just arguing against
Okay.
it. What's
I'm
the
gonna
fucking
go
point?
for
What are you
points. So
arguing?
September to March. You're saying that you're not making an allegation that I would have snaked you at any time from like what, September to March. Only after March 2025, then I would have been revealing new information about you.
What? Yeah, after our falling out. Yeah.
So March 2025. So
March
months
2025
after.
is post that. Yeah.
So September to
Post
March.
that, yeah.
All the whole Manchi stuff, the whole lyric stuff, the whole
I'm helping
like lying
Aiden
about
with
BP,
Zer's voice. Dude, shut the fuck up.
all that stuff had the whole Nick meltdown. None of that had anything to do with me, even though you said that I had covered.
I never said it had anything to do with you.
Okay, so you just. I don't even
Where
know
did
what
I
that
say it
means
had
then.
something to do with you?
When you said that I was
clip.
responsible for the majority of the commentary coverage. That's what you said. But now you're clarifying it had nothing to do with me at all. Okay. Well, that's I don't know what you're even saying in that. I don't know why if you're what that sentence even means.
Dude, you're pretending. There's no way.
Pretending what?
You're bullshitting.
We
There's
just
no
watched
way
the
you
clip.
don't.
We just watched the
way you
clip.
don't
There's
understand
no
it.
way you don't see my perspective. Like he lacks like theory of mind. He can't comprehend a world where he's explained himself and people haven't reached the exact same conclusions he has from his explanation. Instead of reassessing that he might be wrong, he always assumes it's like a fault of the other person, and he thinks that because he explains, everybody is and should like reach the exact same conclusion that he has and the exact same perspective that he has on the situation, and he can't handle it when that doesn't happen.
Yeah, we did.
So you're basically retracting what you said. You're saying that you randomly added an impetus. You randomly added a caveat to your argument that actually it's only after March 2025. And
no, I never said that. I was only after March 2025. I already explained it to you.
You just said that it was.
Any information that you would, dude.
Yeah, play it again. Go back and play. Go back like 10 seconds and play the clip again.
All right, let's play it again.
How else
like 15 seconds.
That's the guy who hosts with Augie now.
My editor. We were talking like every day for like 6 months. I tell him everything.
Back when we were close.
These leaks are
half of these leaks
from like, but most of I would assume the commentary against me or the
most of the commentary
against me kind of originate
from Connor.
Exactly. Yes.
What the fuck are you saying?
Any information coming
Holy
out
shit,
in
man.
Shut the fuck. Any conversation. Information. Any information. Wait, what? Wait.
Am I? Is this
sorry.
What is this level of gaslighting?
Wait, sorry. I accidentally played the stream and people I thought people were talking over me. I don't know how that came out.
What the fuck am I witnessing?
What? What just happened there?
Holy shit, man.
Shut the fuck. Any conversation. Information. Any information. Wait, what? Wait.
Am I? Is this what is this level of gaslighting?
Wait, sorry. I accidentally played the stream and people I thought people were talking over me.
His mom actually just walked into the fucking room.
I don't know how that came out.
What the fuck am I witnessing?
Okay.
Okay.
He comes up with like some quick excuse.
I was saying, okay. Let's do the step by step and tell me if you follow. Okay.
Okay.
When we were friends in the 6-month period or whatever, right?
Yep.
There's information you found out about me, or just general knowledge you know of me. You know Bowblax, you know me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once we had a falling out, which was, past all of the Nick stuff, past all of the, whatever stuff. It's like when we publicly had our feuds, we're talking about, right? After that point, it would be natural to assume.
Just tells mom to shut the fuck up, probably. I mean, the only, that would probably produce a child that ends up like this. Parents who just, let their kids, mouth off to them and accommodate for everything and, fuck, out of voice crack. And, give in to every single, Bowblax was probably so used to just, the explanations to his parents growing up and them just, believing or giving in to, everything because he'd wear him down. So he just thinks it works on, the outside world.
The information you gathered from that time period with me, you would give some insight to Nick and Augie or whoever for their coverage on me based on how you know me. So you would be
how
given
long is this
advice
call of Nick, by the way?
Based on Bowblax did this or he would do that or whatever, potentially, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's a complete retconning what you said, but whatever. If that's what you meant, then there's nothing else I can say. If that's what you're saying you meant, it's completely not what you said at all in any way, shape, or form. But there's no more point in arguing over it.
When I listened to the clip, that's exactly.
There's no more point in arguing over it. We obviously will just disagree on that on what I think you meant. But
okay, is that resolved?
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else I can say about that.
Now, Diorio wants to ask you, call in and ask you some stuff.
Dude, I'm honestly. How long have we been talking? A while.
Well, it'll be quick.
No, dude. You're doing a Mania stream, right? You have a
36 hours to go. Well, actually, it is.
36 hours to go.
Wait a minute.
Well, ironic, because I have Mania.
Well, before you leave,
back another day.
Stop letting him get away. Oh God, I'll come back another. Dude, he's actively trying to come up with the excuses to run. They have him in a call. He should just get him in before. Dude, chat's being we gotta run her.
Let's continue this another day because
Let's continue this another day. He's speeding it up. He's got to get out of there.
Team from arguing,
Okay.
If you want to answer Nick, that's fine.
I do have one question.
Day.
Can I just ask one question?
We have a lot of questions though. So we haven't even gone to the Miss Manchi stuff. Don't you want to?
Oh, you want to talk about that?
No, later.
Well, just
later. Another day. He's trying to get out of the fucking call.
What does the baby bottle mean on Mr. Miss Manchi? What does that mean?
The what?
The baby bottle emoji that you tweeted out on Mr. Miss Manchi?
It meant titty milk.
Titty milk. Okay, so it doesn't mean age play.
Why would you answer that question?
No.
What is wrong?
All right.
Have you ever been interested in age play?
We'll continue this on another part in RFC Mania.
He wants to fucking get out, dude, and he also in his deluded mind, he wants to come back as a co-host. He thinks this is gonna be his way back in, bro.
Coming back later?
Maybe another day. I don't know. I just know that I can't argue anymore. My throat's actually sore. I just can't.
All right. Well,
no, it's because mom told him to keep it down. Then he comes back in. Right.
I did not expect Bowblax. Yeah.
What's up? Put a color source above YouTube.
Holy
Boom.
shit, dude,
Okay,
would have
okay.
never when his new print. So there's
For it.
brand showing became
Old Stan talk about
7-hour stream. I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Well, the clock's ticking, literally. So
Funny is I've
your
You're wrong. What do you hate me for?
You were.
Are we agreeing to disagree on your YouTube channel like 10 days prior?
Yeah.
He's watching right now, guaranteed. Can somebody try to add him in the chat and see if he's watching? Somebody try to add him. Somebody try to add him. Type in his at. Does it come up on your phone if you're on mobile? Does his at come up if you type his name? Someone said he was here under Mayo Monkey earlier. Is it coming up? Nope. Okay. Nothing? Alright.
You're allowed to fucking post court documents
Try
and
Manchi.
shit.
What do you mean you're allowed to post? You mean doxes?
It's not a dox. What?
I would actually agree with that position.
Diorio's in the call and he's now going back on it. He's criticized Diorio for publishing his private info or whatever the fuck, like equating it to doxing, and now Diorio's here. It's like, it's totally okay.
Are we agreeing to disagree on this one, Bowblax? What's happening?
I never said
I didn't show your address. Wait, then what did I do wrong? What do you hate me for?
You were spreading the info, and I was pissed off about that.
Info about you?
Augie asked the reason.
It's one thing to say I'm pissed off about that. It's another thing to accuse him of some sort of wrongdoing. Okay, it's understandable if you'd be mad about that, but it's like totally different to say that it's wrong. But in general, Bowblax equates things that make him mad with things that are wrong. So it's two fruits of the same tree in his mind.
Reason I exposed you as comment cop, and I gave him the reason that
I exposed. He's so delusional. I don't know if he actually believe. I know. I did it. I did it. I did it. No, we can't use words. You gotta call me out when I do this. No mania. No delusional. No psychotic. He's so fucking stupid, bro. This guy's a fucking moron.
I'm not comment cop, you psychotic retard.
You are.
No psychotic. No psychotic. We gotta call this out when we see it. We have to call this out when we see it. No psychotic, no manic. None of that shit, bro.
Why are you still lying about this? What?
I would love
Why
to
are
be
you still
comment
lying
cop.
about this?
If I was comment cop, that would be a good thing.
Then why are you so mad
I
about
prefer like man baby. Yeah.
the supposed lie that you're comment cop if you're so thrilled that you would be comment cop?
What are you talking? I've made thousands of dollars off.
You're
of
like,
this.
I'm going after you, Bowblax, now because of comment cop thing. This one of my favorite things in one of your the one video I watched.
One video, by the way. You've never watched any of the other content, but you know everything that's in it.
He does this other weird thing where he says he's not watching any of the content about him, and then you question it. He's like, yeah, I've only watched the Diorio video. I've only watched 2 of the Diorio videos. I've only watched the Augie stream. I've only watched the Big Bungie video. He's watched every single piece of content about him. And he's like, I haven't really been watching the content on me. And what that really means is maybe he hasn't watched every single video that like 50 view like shitters made, like Boobs Jiggler like 69 or whatever the fuck. But he's watched most of like the substantial coverage of him. So this whole like I haven't really been watching shit is like total cope.
No, wait. How do I know everything that's in it? I know what my comments say, which repeat a lot of what you say. So maybe that.
Wait, so you're saying that all of your arguments about what I've said come from people writing them to you in YouTube comment form? So you've got no idea what I've ever said about you. If the only thing you got from me is people have, I guess, quoted me in your YouTube comment section. How could you possibly know what to criticize?
I just said
out of
wait, did I criticize?
I think this is how I caught him watching coverage during like he referenced something that you would only know if you watched a certain video, and then I said, how would you like know that if you weren't watching? And then he made the concession that, as we all suspected, he was in fact watching.
You gotta like inject weed so you can finish.
Did I ever criticize like the in-depth intricacies of like your videos and the points you made in them? All I said was that I was.
I mean, if you're not, then you've just lied about me for months. If you've never seen anything
I just
I've
said
said.
the one video.
Wait, what is the one?
What did I lie? Okay, where's the lie?
One video this time, please. Which is the one video this time?
The one that I left a comment on that we were just talking about that you interrupted me on.
Okay, like what's the point?
Well, the point is that video is why I called you out to be comment cop.
But why did you fabricate that I'm comment cop?
I didn't fabricate it. You are comment cop. You're still lying.
Any evidence to support that? Every person in that Discord server claims to have not.
I don't think he believes it.
At least he admits it. I mean, shit.
Dude, like,
why did you never?
Just gonna lie.
He shouldn't have said, if he wanted it to be believable, he should have pulled the Toki method and said Diorio actually screenshot he was comment cop in a private call. He stated he's so stupid that he was saying it was in a group chat. No, actually it was in a Discord server. And then fucking Augie like throws out a server, which he shouldn't have done. He should have let Bowblax dig the hole for himself, as he was clearly coming up with a lie on the spot, to like the Commentary Cabal server, which has like 15 members. And then this moron claims that somebody else was in the VC with him at the time, which narrows it down to 15 people. So you could easily go and ask every single one of them if they were there.
Well, I have a question.
You can't. Why are you grilling me on a lie? We all know the truth here. Why are you just okay? Just
we all know the truth.
Me then. I'm not gonna like concede. Like what?
Why did you never confront me privately if you thought I've been snaking you for years? When we were on better terms.
Because you blocked me.
Wait.
Before that, he apparently knew this for years while they were still friends prior to the fallout and never fucking brought it up.
I blocked you. You happened to just join the Discord, saw that I was comment cop, and then I blocked you, like in that like sweeping motion.
No.
So you thought that I was taking you from?
He's trying to think of it. He's so bad at lying that like he doesn't have a story pre-planned in advance. He's clearly making it up on the spot, and he has to like audibly pause and like reflect on what he's gonna say next.
Months prior, based off of this argument.
Yeah, I could barely get a conversation. I kept trying to get in a conversation with you. You blow me off.
When you were manic and angry, this still didn't come up in our conversation.
No, exactly! In his like major crash out to Nick, expressing every single 6 years worth of fucking grievances. He didn't mention once that Nick was secretly behind the account that was like perpetuating the largest amount of shit against him and archiving and shitting on the most embarrassing day that he ever had in his whole life. That never came up in his fucking 18-page crash out to Nick? Huh? It's such a bad fucking lie, dude. I don't know how he's gonna...
Even when you were saying absolutely...
Yes, we went over this. Yes,
we did not mention... No, we didn't go over this.
Yeah, me and Augie talked about it earlier.
You were fighting with me and lobbing everything you had at me, and you didn't mention...
It wasn't everything I had. And I was distressed. I was distressed and mentally ill.
Then that wouldn't... I was mentally ill. I was mentally ill. He has to throw that in every single time. No, you're a fucking man-child who has temper tantrums. This wasn't a temporary moment. It's been a consistent pattern for the last fucking 6 years. It happened on this stream.
Ill.
What else?
It wasn't an act, and I wanted to protect you. I said in the DM.
What was that sound effect, bro?
Everything I had.
Do you hear that?
And I was distressed. I was distressed and mentally ill.
What else?
It wasn't an act, and I wanted to protect you.
Dude, what was that? $2 from G's. Let him speak. So fucking true.
I said in the DM, dude, or you let me respond.
Oh, he's
Are you gonna let me respond? Or are you gonna keep interrupting? Like
Connor has to go out of the frame to fucking laugh.
Fat ass.
It depends if you yell louder. If you yell louder when I interrupt, then I will interrupt.
Well, you're interrupting when
if it becomes more clippable when I interrupt you, I will interrupt you more.
Okay, all right. Let's have a little bit of decorum here. Let's have a little bit of.
This is not the. Nick is priming Bowblax for a crash out. There'll be peak content. There's not even that much interrupting happen right now. And Augie's jumping in to settle it down before it's even fucking kicked off. Does this guy hate content or something? This guy fucking hate content?
Decorum here. One at a time. Bowblax go and then Nick.
You've got nothing. You've got literally nothing, dude. I can't.
Did he leave?
Did he leave?
He did.
Oh, he did.
What the fuck? I literally just...
So is that the end of it? Augie was sweeping, yeah. Should have been me hosting this. Augie's always been anti-content, so true. AIDS Gang owns RFC, but they won't admit it, folks. They won't admit it. They know it's true. Alright, we're gonna take a quick look at Bobby's cameo. Let's go. I think I know what I'm getting Dumpy for his birthday. Purchasing him a nice Bobby cameo. from his big, dedicated fan base. You could pay him to read your tweets. Intro video.
Hello, this is Bowblax, aka Bobby, here to give you an announcement with my unbrushed hair. I am on Cameo.
With my unbrushed hair?
You can get me to say anything you want. Let me speak!
Ah, he's owning the meme, guys. He's owning the meme.
Address the allegations! Bitch, you have nothing! Anything. Absolutely anything you want.
This niche meme that only like 1,000 people know about. You could pay me for that, guys. The day I had the most pathetic fucking crash out a grown man could ever have. I'm that guy. You could pay me, guys.
Hi, Josh, known as Bowblax. Do not support or condemn.
Okay, this isn't new, because he looks normal here. He came back to Cameo, so what's the new stuff?
Hey, Will. So your brother...
Hey, Will. So your brother has a cancer diagnosis. Exactly what I needed. Josh is good. Can you see, like, the previous cameos he's done? Last completed video, last Monday at 5:27. I read tweets on YouTube.
Brother Jimmy told me that you knew which one of your neighbors is getting adult toys and you won't tell him. Dude, just tell him which adult toys or who's getting the adult toys. It's pretty important.
He looks like a little gerbil here, but like a healthy gerbil.
Pretty disappointed that you're just not straight up telling him about which neighbors are getting the adult toys.
See, he's an example of somebody that did need braces. He looks like kind of like a woodchuck. He has like the rodent like incisors.
Because he needs to know which of his neighbors are into butt stuff, so please let Will know. Or please let Jimmy know. Will, let Jimmy know.
Who is buying this? This is not worth $20 fucking dollars.
Which one is into butt stuff? Which ones?
Good one.
I'll be disappointed if you don't tell him.
Alright, well, there you have it. That's Bobby, and we spoke to fucking Cameron. I'm so fucking out of it, guys. I think I'll be live tomorrow, hopefully. Thank you guys for supporting this stream. We've, like, had whoa, I didn't mean to do that. We've had super consistent, like, considering I haven't streamed, what do we have now? We have 134 people. We peaked at, like, 158, $203 fucking dollars. I mean, I don't know what, something's happening, but I appreciate all the support recently, guys. It's been insane. I don't think we had any raids that brought all this in, so yeah. Thank you guys so much. Really. Because you stream during the day, dumbass? Is this the amount of viewers I could get if I stream during the day? Ignored my super chat? Oh, sorry. No cameos about Manchi, though. Missed opportunity. True. I did actually miss some super chats tonight. Any of the super chats I missed, I'll like figure out how to find them, and I'm going to read them out on the next stream. But thank you guys so much for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for the support recently. Yeah, like on your way out. 125 watching, 81 likes, unacceptable. Like on your way out, bitches. I want to see over 100. Over 100. Take care.